Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programmed. Welcome to the Real Talk Truth Show. Time to tell the truth here. Earth is flat. That's that. Good to see everyone. Can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell hey, Alberta Bear over there at D Live. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you left so a wandering star. Operation Fishbowl. Hey, you ruined my record, man. Good to see you. Walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass dome. Welcome to the Terror Dome, where ET can never go or phone home. How are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secrets. The Earth is this stationary. It is fixed and hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea. Faking that life ISS feel. No matter how high you go, or how high you get. Horizons fly to our level. World's greatest fiction. Show you won't need your globe goggles anymore. Scriptures support the geocentric desire of this earth. Truth Loops in the house. D Live. Daryl Dessa, I see you. Jennifer Kingsling, hey. It's not a globe. I love this song. But I pretty much love all Flat Earth songs, too. All right. We're going to check this out here. This is from 144,000. Doesn't have many subscribers, but
some pretty good little information here, a little presentation on flat Earth. I think you'll like
See,
it.
those mountains out there are giant tree stumps of silica trees that used to reach up higher than the clouds, and they're all gone now. So clearly, we're living in the post-apocalyptic era. And they show you all these images of like nuclear bombs and stuff like that, and they tell you that if a nuclear bomb goes off, the radiation will take tens of thousands of years to clear up. But then you go to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they built right on top of ground zero, and it's all fake. The cities were firebombed, and you've been hustled about everything in your history books. So you're in the post-apocalyptic era right now. Those were giant silica trees that used to reach up above the clouds. You know that Jack and the Beanstalk? Right now, they rub this shit in your face, people. So it's true. We're in the post-apocalyptic era right now. And,
Hey, Orez,
it
good
is
to
just
see
that
you
simple,
over
whether you see it or not.
YouTube.
I'm telling you.
Craig
that
Steber, good to see you.
It's been rubbed in your face since day one. How people don't see this is beyond me. And, the Earth is flat. Everybody thinks to run a ball floating through space is a monkey. It's kind of silly. And your compass needle, if you pick up any compass, you'll see that needle is pointing to the center of the flat Earth plane. There's a holy grail there, a fountain of youth, where you drink from those living waters and get eternal life. And
yes,
you need to get to my channel and catch up on reality. People ask me all the time about CERN and the Mandela effect. CERN is of no concern. That's Shiva, and he's a male inside of a flaming asshole. The Big Bang is a hoax. It's one side of a light hole is a black hole with the green astral jet shooting out of the Holy of Holies at the center of the flat Earth plane. Every compass points to it. You don't have to like it. CERN is a hoax. The Mandela effect is a hoax. And anybody pushing that shit is a filthy fucking retard, lost at sea and officially dead.
No, I didn't go into this far enough to hear that. So, wow. Yeah, he's ripping into people about the Mandela effect. Imagine that. He ain't getting my subscription, but so he's a flat earther that doesn't like the Mandela effect. Oh my gosh. Makes me not even want to hear his stuff now. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to a Mandela effect denier talk about anything really. Okay, so we'll be moving on. And has anybody seen this? Howler for an Hour Flat Earth Simulator. Okay, December 2nd. It only has 67 views. I wanted to check it out. See what we got here.
Next up on Howler for an Hour, it is Flat Earth Simulator.
Since the Victorian
there's an intro.
Age, humanity has given in to the illusion that there is a natural world which can be measured and understood, and through close observation, a resemblance of natural truth can be gained. Every corner of the world needed to be measured and catalogued. Through the times of further industrialization and the development of our modern society, many deemed truths of bygone eras irrelevant and dangerous, so they discarded them without asking. On the other hand, they accepted truths from periods more aligned with the political landscape of modernity without question. One question nobody seemed to pose and no one ever again seemed to doubt was the shape of our world. Although our daily experiences do not suggest
no problem,
that
Truth
Earth
Loops.
is a globe, everyone seemed to just believe it as a fact, until one brave American decided to research matters more thoroughly. Samuel Rowbotham, also known as Parallax.
Rowbotham?
Why has modern science failed to recognize the true shape of the Earth? Don't astronomy and the space programs clearly disprove what humanity believed in for centuries?
Why was that satellite made out of gold
Flat
aluminum
Earth theory
foil?
states that modern science is ill-equipped to answer the question because of zeticism. A zetetic forms the question, then immediately sets to work making observations and performing experiments to answer this question. It turns out, we have been asking the wrong questions all along.
That is the surprisingly Surprisingly well scripted? Question mark intro to Flat Earth Simulator. So this game,
So this guy is not a flat earther, I take it, or he's a skeptic or whatever, you know. But anyway, have you ever heard of this Flat Earth Simulator? Anybody?
you may be wondering why the hell I'm playing this. Well, you ever run into a game on the Steam store page and you wonder to yourself, is this a parody or is this actually serious? I couldn't figure that out with this game, so I needed to check it out.
Never heard of it, huh?
I believe, actually, right. This is my opportunity to go actually explain a few more things actually from the Steam page. Let me go to the Steam page for a second before we play anything here. The creators of this game, developer / publisher, The Truth Tellers, right?
Truth tellers.
And the description is the Earth a globe. Why do you think that?
Imagine
Is the
that.
like confirm that fact? Explore the alternative of the Flat Earth Simulator, an interactive simulation of the day and night cycle on a flat Earth with information waypoints all over the Terran plane. Warning: the following presentation might include information that's highly contested by the established consensus. The information will be presented as it stands by the Flat Earth Society. This game stands in no association to the Flat Earth Society or any organization promoting the Flat Earth theory. It is created by an independent team of free-thinking individuals. I couldn't tell if this was a fucking parody or not, so I want to check it out. So, as the way I'm wording this probably makes it clear to anyone that isn't aware, I do not subscribe to the Flat Earth theory.
Shame on you.
Namely because it's actually provable that there's a...
No,
Nothing makes sense if Earth was not a globe.
because science,
also,
a lot of it is crap.
The Flat Earth
Lions.
theory basically banks on the idea that literally all footage, information, distances traveled, etc., both via travel on Earth and out of Earth, and all photographs taken on Earth, out of Earth, etc. The theory banks on all of that being faked, doctored, etc., which is such an overarching multinational effort to like fake such a thing that it's impossible. So yeah, I don't think I really need to establish why I think Flat Earth is wrong, but there's a little bit before we begin for anybody who pops up wondering, you know, why do I think it's wrong? Because there are in fact a lot of people, unfortunately,
Yeah,
subscribe to
exactly,
Flat Earth
Jay.
theory. Despite, and honestly, anything where you start saying, well, there's a ton of conspiracies and the government's blocking all sorts of things. Well, look, don't get me wrong. Governments are shit sometimes, but they're not so well organized and so on each other's sides from different nations that they could pull off a conspiracy like that and several other conspiracies.
Yeah, they can.
Are there conspiracies? Possibly. I don't know. But I could definitely point out the ones that can't exist, really. I'm part of the Fat Earth Society, said Hyper. Yes, that's it. I'm also part of the Fat Earth Society. I think a lot of satellites have a fisheye lens. They do, I think. I think that's for visibility's sake.
I want
can't
to see
remember.
the damn
Next
app.
clue in 8... Wait, hold on. Down the corner it says next clue in 877 seconds.
Play the
What?
game.
Okay, let's take a look what we got here. So we got waypoints. Sun size? Oh, God. I'm going to burn everyone. It's fine. Moon size. Okay. So wait, I can like affect things. So okay, let's look at the waypoints first. I'm kind of curious. Can I what are these down here? Can I use scroll wheel to zoom? Okay. Right. Ooh. How would the how does like one question to consider is how the fuck would the atmosphere stay if the Earth was flat?
It's a
It doesn't
dome,
really make a lot of
dumbass.
sense. Okay, can I like interact with these, get information? Photo mode, sure.
Hey, Terra Nova Truth.
I don't even know what this actually entails as far as a game. Hold right mouse button to aim. Hold shift to speed up. Why does this seem to have a lot of work put into it? Okay. I mean, unless you start zooming in real close, at which point you can tell they just kind of... Okay, it doesn't also look that bad, though. I have one simple question. Another problem with the flat Earth thing is that I'm pretty sure Europe isn't directly neighboring North Africa, but at least not in this way. Also, I just wanted to ask a simple question. Like when I zoom in on Europe, it like filled in a bit. It actually increased in detail as I zoomed in on it.
It's made of
And
gases
previously, it looked really like shiny,
that
like
harden
slick.
or freeze.
It was goopy.
Live TV from 85 Plus channel.
Really? Go away, sensor tube. Oh my goodness, man.
So what happens when it travels past the edge? Well, the snow just kind of melts off the edge, Oh, look, there's an underground. See, look, the flat Earth society probably exists because everybody wants there's a cool upside down world. I don't know. It's like the one cool upside down world.
This guy's getting on my nerves.
All right, so.
But the flat Earth simulator is pretty cool.
Also, the South Pole doesn't. Here's the other problem with flat Earth. There's Antarctica all the way around the ring.
Yep.
Antarctica literally makes no fucking sense with the flat Earth theory.
Oh,
Despite,
a
lot of things don't make sense, but just think about Antarctica for a second. Think about how people actually. Here's the thing. Well, Antarctica is the least populated location on like human populated location.
Hey,
on Earth.
Skatesy.
There actually are permanent research stations in Antarctica and stuff. They've been doing a lot of stuff down there. And if this was actually how Antarctica was, a lot of what they are doing down in Antarctica wouldn't even make sense. So
You don't make sense. I'll skip ahead to see what else.
every
we
time
got.
it makes it in line. That's cute. Look at that. Oh, that's right. Are you done? Cool. All right, let me go read now. At the outer edge of the world, we find the Antarctic ice wall. The wall has been first discovered in 1841 by the British explorer James Clark Ross when he circumnavigated the edge of known Earth, though he thought to be at the southern pole because he simply followed a magnetic field which develops outward from the center. The ice wall is along most of its length 150 meters high and, by the description of Ross, an impenetrable shield of ice, snow, and rock. Impenetrable? Okay. Several expeditions tried to reach the presumed South Pole until the Norwegian Roland Amundsen staged a successful reach of the South Pole, one of the few places where the ice wall can be accessed. All right. Beyond the ice wall, the falls of... Wait, are they okay with there being a South Pole? Because if there's a South Pole, there's not a flat Earth. Okay, let's see what they're going to say about this. Beyond the ice wall falls a mountain range up to 2,000 meters high. Beyond that, the theories vary. Some predict that there is a rim. Others theorize that the world stretches indefinitely. Today, some selected few ships can visit the outer border of the planar rim. It gets sold as the southern tip of the Earth, but evidence suggests it is only the furthest from the center. If the Arctic ice wall is the outer point of the world, it cannot be clearly determined through the fact that no one has ever crossed the mountain range to our knowledge. The extent of the Terran plain cannot be reasonably determined. Okay, why is this so impassable, though? Yes, it's actually very dangerous to even fly aircraft at Antarctica. You have to do it at certain times of the year. You can only do it at certain parts of summer. Otherwise, it's way too dangerous. But impenetrable with modern technology? No. If this was actually an ice wall, maybe it's near a testing site or something. Maybe they're testing, submarines or something out there. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure because I'm not sure how to look it up. This is really weird stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of
Oh, it's got scripture in there.
geographical ban. You can't pull your ship in here. This is government territory. And then somebody's like, oh, I bet there's a secret passageway to the other realms from where they're blocking us off, and that's why they're doing it. It's like, no, we're just testing nukes. Okay, it's magic. It's like, no, it's nukes. It's like, All right, so what do we got here? He said to them, then render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's, and to idiots the things that are idiots. What is this? What is this complete gobbledygook of a link right here? I'm kind of scared to type that in, but I probably should for completion's sake. This is a review. I'll tell you what, I'll double check the link first. What is? I don't even know what this is sending me. What is this? This is just nonsense. This is just word salad. It's probably harmless, honestly. But it is like a terrible link. Holy shit. Could you not Tiny Earl this at least?
Oh man, he's really annoying.
They're all just, just told to say that. They're just paid actors, basically. That's the logic here. The logic here is that nobody's actually left Earth.
That's
Okay,
right. That's right.
I like how there's multiple layers I'm learning about how stupid this
Left
flat earthers
Earth's,
are, and I thought flat earthers were
atmosphere.
pretty dumb before this. Okay, you know what? I'm going to be a slightly PC here. Flat earthers aren't dumb. What they believe in is.
All right. Yeah, he's just too annoying. So here's a YouTube generated thing on the Flat Earth Simulator. It's all in different languages, so that's not. But anyway, I don't know if we can find anything on Google on it. We'll see. Flat Earth Simulator on Steam. Developers, Truth Tellers. Platform, Windows, Microsoft. Huh. Is this it? Or is this the damn? Not a game. It's the truth.
To the illusion that there is a natural world which can be measured and understood.
This is the trailer for it. Come on, don't stop. No reason for it to be buffering. Let's see.
It turns out, we have been asking the wrong questions all along.
11/11/20 on Steam. See, it is new. You can buy it right there. Buy Flat Earth Simulator, $4.99. Single player game. Steam achievements. Steam is learning about this game. The experience includes 15 minutes of informative voiceover, 6 waypoints to explore all aspects of the flat Earth cycle simulation, discover hidden clues. Huh. Wow. Hey, Cindy. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. All right. So, that's interesting. Good to see everybody over here on YouTube. Boris, Jay, Terra Nova Truth, Jennifer, Craig, Daryl, and anybody else just listening. All right. And D Live, we got 6 people over there. Alberta Bear, Cindy Lou, me, I'm over there. You were in my record, man, and others. All right, let's see here. We're going to do this thing right here. Pay attention, D Live. Something's in there. All right, so there is here we go. Here's some comments on it. Most helpful reviews. Really great troll. What? I like the blah 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 blah. Okay, weird. Believe it or not, I got this mostly wanting to see if the authors were serious about it. Jury's still out on whether or not they are 100% serious, but it certainly seems to be put forward by people who believe in it. Not an actual simulator, someone says. Okay, I'm convinced. This is not a game. This is a very bad simulation on which you barely have control. I just can't unsee it. Okay. Anyway, check it out if you want to. Flat Earth Simulator just came out last month on 11/11. Imagine that. What does the Bible say about Earth? Lots of scriptures here about what the Bible says about Earth. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's what the King James Version Bible used to say. You can ask almost any Christian that uses the King James Version, and they will say, "God, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." But it has been changed supernaturally, Mandela affected, whatever you want to say, to now it just says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." Lots of S's dropping or adding when it comes to the Mandela effect. Anyway. He set the earth on its foundation so that it should never be moved. Folks, if it's a globe, that doesn't make sense at all. Corners of the earth. A ball doesn't have corners of the earth. A globe doesn't have corners of the earth. Under the whole heaven, he lets it go, and his lightning to the corners of the earth. There's many that do point to flat earth in one way or another. Who shakes the earth out of its place and its pillars tremble? Excuse me. Praise him, you highest heavens, and you waters above the heavens. Imagine that. All right, anyway. So we're going on to oldest known world maps. 9 oldest known world maps. Tabula, I don't even know how to say that word. Possibly 4th or 5th century CE. Copy from 13th century CE. Country origin unknown, believed to be Roman in origin. Copy found in Worms, Germany. Worms, Germany. Creator unknown, so it's ink and parchment. Oh. So yeah, there you go. There, pretty flat. This is yeah, I don't even know, some Ptolemy's world map, whatever. Do-do-do-do. These are some really old maps. They're not loading quick enough for me. Boom, there's that one. The known world at that time was Greeks, to the ancient Greeks and Romans, was Europe, Asia, and North Africa. Anyway, this is pretty interesting. There's videos for each one of these too, so you can check out these maps. Some of these I've never heard of at all. And all right, anyway. All right, so here's a video on early world maps.
The earliest known world maps date to classical antiquity. The oldest examples of the 6th to 5th centuries BC still based on the flat Earth paradigm. World maps assuming a spherical Earth first appear in the Hellenistic period. The developments of Greek geography during this time.
No, that could very well be. That looks more like the flat Earth model with the ice wall around it. See, they're just trying to manipulate and get you to believe. Wow, you did good, record man. Nobody else picked up on that, I guess. All right, anyway, so yeah, that looks more like a flat Earth model to me right there.
Time, notably by Eratosthenes and Posidonius, culminated in the Roman era with Ptolemy's world map, which would remain authoritative throughout the Middle Ages. Since Ptolemy, knowledge of the approximate size of the globe allowed cartographers to estimate the extent of the geographical knowledge, and to indicate parts of the globe known to exist but not yet explored as terra incognita. With the Age of Discovery, during the 15th to 18th centuries, world maps became increasingly accurate. Exploration of Antarctica and the interior of Africa was left to the 19th and early 20th century. Antiquity. Babylonian Imago Mundi. A Babylonian world map known as the Imago Mundi is commonly dated to the 6th century BCE. The map is reconstructed by Echard shows Babylon on the Euphrates, surrounded by a circular landmass showing Assyria, Urartu and several cities, in turn surrounded by a bitter river with 7 islands arranged around it so as to form a 7-pointed star. The accompanying text mentions 7 outer regions beyond the encircling ocean. The descriptions of 5 of them have survived. The 3rd island is where the winged bird ends not his flight.
Some weird shit. Okay. And here we go.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, now this guy has some interesting maps. He is a globe. He's a globie, and he tries to say that the Earth is not flat, but he is an idiot. or just
Thank you
say
for joining
shill.
me in the History of Science collections of the University of Oklahoma Libraries. Let's see what stories are waiting for us from the vault that throw light on the shape of the Earth. In the late 20th century, members of the Flat Earth Society dismissed the evidence of photographs of the Earth from space by insisting that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax.
They were. Trust me, they were. This guy is just an idiot.
In the late 19th century, you could have read that the Earth is flat in the Zetetic Society journal. Zetetic is derived from a Greek verb meaning to seek or to inquire. The Zetetic Society journal was founded to promote the ideas of this book, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, published by Samuel Rowbottom in London, 1873, under the pseudonym Parallax.
1873.
What is the story behind this book and this journal? Why did these moderns believe the Earth was flat? Ironically, they were protesting against the evils of modernism and trying to go back to an idealized pre-modern past in which they thought everyone believed the earth was flat.
They did. I've said it many times, folks, that most of the world believed the world was flat until the globe lies and deception began. And then that good men didn't trust the Bible anymore once they believed the lies and that it was a globe, because the Bible speaks so heavily of it being a flat earth.
By the end of the 19th century, the view was well entrenched that medieval people thought the earth is flat, so Rowbottom felt bound to agree and promoted the anti-modernist idea of a flat earth for many years as an itinerant lecturer. The first edition of this book in 1865 contained 220 pages. The second edition almost doubled in thickness. In the copious editions, Rowbottom responded to various critics who, for some reason, reviewed the first edition unfavorably. Rowbottom even issued a 1,000-pound challenge to anyone who could prove him wrong. Alfred Russel Wallace tried unsuccessfully to claim that reward. Yet, the Zetetic Society and the Flat Earth Society are a modern development, not a medieval or early modern movement. They arose in reaction to polarizing rhetoric about scientific authority in the late 19th century. But most people cite them as proof of a pre-modern belief in a flat earth, which they are not.
Yes, it is.
But didn't Columbus have to prove that the earth is round? Actually, no. This mistaken modern belief is the true flat earth myth. The origin of the modern flat earth myth lies in part with one of America's earliest writers, Washington Irving. Irving's far-fetched Life of Columbus presented itself as biography, not fiction. Unfortunately, it was about as factual as The Headless Horseman. Irving fabricated a tale of Columbus pleading his case before a council of inquisitors at a convent in Salamanca, who assailed him with citations from the Bible and the teachings of the church. Irving's account is mischievous nonsense, which should have been read simply as a pleasant romance. Other French and American writers endorsed the flat earth myth, and by the end of the 19th century, it was being taught in elementary schools and universities. In fact, medieval people, both the educated elite and the unlearned laity, knew the earth is round. Dante's Divine Comedy, for example, assumes the earth is round. Far from advocating a flat earth, both Plato and Aristotle assumed that the earth is a sphere. Wherever their influence held sway, belief in a round earth was not seriously contested. For Aristotle, the spherical earth lies in the center of the universe. Surrounding the earth are giant celestial spheres. The large sphere containing the fixed stars rotates around the earth every 24 hours, while the planets are carried in spheres around the earth at different times. Don't confuse an earth in the middle of the universe with a flat earth. The Aristotelian cosmos was centered upon the earth, but the earth was a globe.
Nope.
Aristotle's theory of gravity stipulated that the natural motion of every earthy body is straight down. So if earthy bodies are falling straight down, then they will compact on every side.
Matt Pyman. Hey,
Aristotle's theory of gravity required the earth to be as round as a globe. In another argument for the sphericity of the earth, Aristotle argued from lunar and solar eclipses. Now, in Aristotle's day, the nature of lunar and solar eclipses was well understood. In a lunar eclipse, the sun, earth, and moon line up on a straight line, with the earth in the middle. The sun casts the earth's shadow upon the moon. By the 4th century BC, continuous lunar eclipse observations from Babylon went back several centuries. Now, in every lunar eclipse, to observers located anywhere on the dark side of the earth, north or south or east or west, the earth's shadow on the moon always appears curved. If the earth were flat or any other shape than a globe, at least some of these eclipse shadows would be straight or angular. The curved shadow tells us that the edge of the Earth is curved no matter how the Earth's shadow is cast onto the moon from any angle. Therefore, the Earth must be a three-dimensional globe.
Nope.
We see the Earth's silhouette on the face of the moon. So lunar eclipses prove that the far side of the Earth is curved. It is not necessary to circumnavigate the globe to behold with our own eyes that the Earth is a sphere. So the flat Earth myth is not an alleged medieval belief in a flat Earth, but the mistaken modern belief that medieval people thought the Earth is flat, when it's so easy to show that they knew the Earth is round. But myths have a life of their own. Have you seen this woodcut before? To me, this woodcut means that we have set out on a journey of discovery and exploration. I think that is the greatest appeal of the image and the reason it is so frequently reproduced. Yet most people who see it also believe it as evidence for a medieval belief in a flat Earth. This woodcut adorns the jacket cover of the best-selling book, The Discoverers, by Daniel Boorstin, a distinguished librarian of Congress. In fact, you may visit Boorstin's library here in the University of Oklahoma libraries. Yet the inside flap of the book jacket credits the artwork to an early 16th century woodcut. This attribution is mistaken. Similarly, J.D. Bernal, the great Irish scientist, published a monumental 4-volume history of science. And in the first volume, Bernal reproduced the woodcut, also attributing it to the 16th century. Yet the woodcut is not from the Middle Ages or even the 16th century at all. It dates to the late 19th century. It was created for this book, published in 1888. Camille Flammarion, The Atmosphere. Camille Flammarion was the Carl Sagan of the 19th century, whose many books inspired and informed a general readership. He bridged astronomy and popular culture. Flammarion's books, published in both French and English, fill several shelves here in the History of Science collections. And in this book,
somewhere.
Flammarion created the woodcut to propagandize the flat Earth myth.
I'm slacking.
The woodcut has proven to be an extremely durable piece of visual rhetoric, often reproduced by people who have no idea that it originated only in the late 19th century. You may download a colorized version of this woodcut from our website and make a poster or a coffee mug, or use it in whatever way you like.
Look, he's reaching out of the dome.
Science is a story.
Huh.
What stories do you want to hear and tell about the shape of the Earth?
It gets better, folks. Hang in there. What does the Bible say? The earth is flat, part 1.
On the mountain, as reported in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. We will attempt to answer the question, do Matthew and Luke's reports about Jesus' temptation on the mountain prove that the Bible says the earth is flat? For more than 2,000 years, since the time of Aristotle, no educated society has taken seriously the idea that the earth might be flat. Nevertheless, although the Christian Church has never officially required anyone to believe that the earth was flat,
good to see you, Tonette.
many Christians have continued to believe in a flat earth. Where did they get this idea? Did they get it from the Bible? Did the Bible's writers believe in a flat earth? Most Christians say no, but some Christians have a different point of view.
Yep.
In the last couple of decades, a rapidly growing movement has emerged
Hey, that's a
within conservative
pancake.
Christianity, claiming that the Bible teaches that the
Make me
earth
hungry.
is as flat as a pancake. These conservative, Bible-believing Christians are well organized and have created many very professional-looking websites. This is just a partial list. They have also published many detailed, extensively documented, well-illustrated books, DVDs, and online videos. These are just a few of the ones that have been published in the past couple of decades. This has caused great distress among biblical creationists who believe that the Christian God created the entire universe slightly more than 6,000 years ago, but also believe in a spherical earth. Why should this bother creationist Christians so much? Don't flat earth Christians have the same right to promote their interpretation of the Bible that creationist Christians do? Maybe creationist Christians are upset because flat earth Christians have borrowed many of their arguments and tactics from creationist Christians. Here are some of the main arguments that creationist Christians use to promote their beliefs. These arguments make just as much sense for flat earth Christianity as they do for creationist Christianity.
Passed it.
But do flat earth Christians even have an argument? Does the Bible really say that the earth is flat? Surprisingly, flat earth Christians' biblical arguments are strong enough that Bible-believing Christians should really give them some serious thought. In this 6-video series, we will discuss 6 different Bible-based arguments for a flat earth. Each video will discuss a different argument. This video will discuss Jesus' temptation on the mountain. Links to other videos in this series are in the YouTube description for this video and on our website. Before we dig into the specifics of Jesus' temptation story,
top shelf Fruit Loops
let's
here.
briefly review why
F-R-U-I-T.
this story is so important to Christian beliefs.
L-O-O-P-S.
These reports about Jesus' temptation are important because they emphasize Jesus' humanity and his triumph over temptation. As the book of Hebrews says, "For we do not have a high priest who cannot sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who has been tempted in all things as we are, yet without sin." Luke 4, 1-13, and Matthew 4, 1-12 are proof texts for the Christian belief that Jesus Christ was tempted by sin. If there is reason to doubt the accuracy or literalness of these passages in these Gospels, then there is reason to doubt 2 of the most fundamental and indispensable beliefs of Christianity. Because Christ has himself been tempted by sin and resisted the temptation, first, he was able to atone, that is, pay the price for every person's sin, and 2, he can help every Christian resist temptations to sin. Christianity really needs for the gospel reports about Christ's temptation to be literally true, or it loses important support for a doctrine that it cannot do without. It is absolutely essential that the events reported in these passages be literal, historical events that actually happened, because humans face literal temptations. If Jesus did not resist literal temptations, he would not have been tempted, quote, in all things as we are, unquote, as it says in Hebrews 4:15. Now let's dig a bit more deeply into the story of Jesus' temptation. It is reported both in the Gospel of Matthew and the Gospel of Luke. I am quoting from the New American Standard Bible, but most other Bibles translate these passages about the same way. I am not going to read all of this, but I do want to point out a few things. First, there is one significant difference between the stories, because they are in a different order. Although the first temptation is with bread and hunger in both Gospels, in Matthew, the second temptation is jumping off the top of the temple, and the third temptation is going up on a high mountain and worshiping the devil. In Luke, these last 2 temptations are in the exact opposite order, but this is not a contradiction, because Luke does not claim that these events are in chronological order.
Hey, good to see you, Dave Wolf.
Uses then and again to specify that these events took place.
Yeah, sorry I didn't go live earlier,
Luke
David.
Does not. He uses
I wasn't feeling good, took a nap.
So this video will be based on the assumption that these passages do not contradict each other. The second difference is that Matthew says the devil took Jesus to a very high mountain, But Luke simply says that the devil led Jesus up and does not specify a location. Some translations, such as the King James Bible, do say mountain in Luke. This is because some ancient manuscripts of Luke's gospel say mountain and some do not. We will see in this video that it does not matter whether Jesus and the devil are on the mountain or not. The last difference that I want to point out is that Luke says that the devil showed Jesus all of the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Matthew does not. As we shall soon see, this detail is extremely important to flat earth Bible believers. So let's focus on the two verses that interest flat earth Christians, Matthew 4:8 and Luke 4:5. As we have said, they're different, but they do not contradict each other. Instead of considering them separately, let's combine them into one concept.
I like this.
Bible scholars usually call this process harmonizing the Gospels. When we harmonize these two verses, we get the devil led Jesus to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time.
How are you going to do that on a globe? It's flat.
Notice two very important elements in these verses. First, Jesus and the devil were on a mountain that is in one place and one location. Second, the devil showed Jesus all of the kingdoms of the world in a moment in time. That is,
I need to put a pain patch on my back.
time.
That's how bad my
These
back's been
statements in
hurting.
the Bible do
I
not
don't normally
allow us to consider the possibility that
wear
Jesus
'em.
and the devil went to
I
multiple
definitely got
locations or it took a long time to
some
see
back
everything.
pain today.
These passages very clearly say one location, one very short time. I'm sure that by now most viewers have identified two obvious problems with this claim. First, is there any real mountain where you can see all the kingdoms of the world?
Oh,
Second,
yeah, that's
is
a
there any
big
real
one.
place
Cover your whole
anywhere
back.
that you can see all the kingdoms of the world at the same time?
Almost
Let's
the whole back.
start with just the Roman Empire. In the early 1st century, the Roman Empire stretched from Syria in the east to Spain in the west, a distance of about 2,400 miles. Notice that this is only about 1/10 of the Earth's circumference, a small fraction of the total that we want to see. How high would a mountain have to be to see all of the Roman Empire at one time? To answer that question, we need to learn some geometry. There is a mathematical formula for this. You may have studied it in high school. Here's the formula. D equals square root of 2RH plus h squared. By the way, this formula works only for spheres. D is the distance that you can see, which is about 2,400 miles in this case. R is the radius of the sphere, so we will use 3,959 miles for the radius of the Earth. And h is how high up you are. So our formula becomes 2,400 equals square root of 2 times 3959 times h plus h squared. So we solve for h, and we get 1,341 miles. That's the distance you'd have to be high and above the Earth to see all of the Roman Empire. Since the peak of Mount Everest is a paltry 5.5 miles above sea level, there is no mountain on Earth that comes anywhere near close to being tall enough. Even if the devil took Jesus to the International Space Station, they would still not be able to see more than a small fraction of the Roman Empire, because the space station orbits at an altitude that is more than 1,000 miles too low. But as a matter of fact, there are mountains that are high enough to see the entire Roman Empire all at one time. Those mountains are on the moon. So if the devil took Jesus to a mountain on the moon, and I guess they held their breath, and the moon and the earth were in the right positions, they would have been able to see the entire Roman Empire in a moment of time. But would they have been able to see all of the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time?
God.
Of course not. Even from the moon, Jesus could not have seen the Roman,
Sorry, guys. I'm just
Persian,
trying to get this
Indian,
patch on my
Chinese,
back.
Japanese,
It ain't easy.
American, and African kingdoms in a moment of time, because the earth is a sphere. But if the earth is flat, it becomes very easy for Jesus to see it all. in a
That's
moment
right.
Of time. So we see that the flat earth Christians actually have a pretty good argument. For Matthew 4:8 and Luke 4:5 to be true, the earth must be flat or close to flat, with allowances for mountains and valleys and so forth. Earth may even have some curvature, but it cannot be spherical. What do Christianity's defenders say about these verses in Matthew and Luke?
Oh, dear.
They basically fall into three categories. The first category, frankly, admit that they don't know. The second group, some of them say that this passage is not referring to the whole world. And there's a third group that say that this is a vision, so it's not a real mountain.
Holy crap, we got 10
Who
people
are the commentators that claim
on
that they
DLive?
don't know? John Calvin, the famous 16th century Protestant theologian, admitted that any explanation of this passage would be, quote, doubtful, and said that he would, quote, suspend his
And what we
judgment
have on
rather than
YouTube?
take a position. In other
13,
words,
so
he refused to
23
offer
people.
any
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm
explanation
just my back.
of how the events in Matthew 4:8
You know, I have
and
multiple
Luke
sclerosis,
4:5
so I'm always
could have actually
dealing with
happened.
pain, but
Other commentators claim
all
that
good. Thank you,
even
thank
though
you.
both Luke and Matthew say all the kingdoms of the world, they really didn't mean it. For example, conservative Christian Albert Barnes claims that the mountain was near Jerusalem and Jesus saw only Palestine and possibly nearby kingdoms. The obvious problem here is that both Matthew and Luke make a strong point of saying all the kingdoms of the world.
That's
Barnes
right.
contradicts the clear statement of the text in both Luke and Matthew, and therefore is simply being dishonest. The last and by far the most common explanation is that it was not a real mountain. It was some kind of vision or other supernatural process. For example, Church of Christ minister Anthony Lee Ash claims that it was, quote, probably a visionary experience. And William Robertson Nickel claims that it was, quote, presented only to the Spirit of Jesus without any physical accessories. This certainly solves the inconvenient
Hey, it's almost
problem of the
20
flat
till.
earth.
I hit
But
one at
does the
20
vision
after, or
explanation
20 something
match
after.
what Matthew and Luke
But it's almost
actually
20
say?
till. Sometimes I hit one there
As
when
we
I'm in
shall soon
pain.
see,
So
the answer is no.
I'll go ahead and
There are two
load
very
up
good
another
arguments against the
gravity
vision
ball,
explanation.
anti-gravity
The first reason is
bucket
that
ball.
both Gospels present Jesus on a single mountain, seeing all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time as actual, literal history. The second reason is that all of the other events in these passages are not only presented as actual history, they are universally accepted by conservative Christian commentators and apologists as actual history. The literal, historical fact of these temptations are essential to Christian beliefs because these temptations are meaningless if they did not literally happen. How do we know that Matthew and Luke present these events as actual literal history? Let's start with the Gospel of Matthew. The Gospel of Matthew specifically says dream or vision whenever it reports a dream or a vision. The Gospel of Matthew never, ever reports a dream or a vision as a literal event. So let's look at what Matthew says. This happens 6 times in the Gospel of Matthew. God or an angel spoke to Joseph 4 times in dreams. God spoke to the wise men in a dream. And after the transfiguration, which occurred on a mountain, Matthew reports that Jesus specifically told his disciples that it was a vision. So, the number of times that something happened in a dream or vision, and the Gospel of Matthew says it was a dream or vision, is 6. The number of times that something happened in a dream or a vision, and the Gospel of Matthew did not say it was a dream or a vision, is 0. And the number of times that the Gospel of Matthew says that anything in the temptation of Christ story was a dream or a vision is precisely 0. Therefore, the Gospel of Matthew presents the temptation of Christ on the mountain as literal history. There is just no way to argue otherwise. So, how do we know that the Gospel of Luke presents Jesus' temptation on the mountain as actual literal history? As with Matthew, the author of Luke and Acts always tells us when he reports a dream or vision. There are 12 different examples of Luke doing this in the books of Luke and Acts. Most of Luke's report
Good
explicitly say trance
information.
or vision.
Yeah, I'm getting
one
ready.
of
I'm
these
getting
needs
ready.
a
I
little
just get
explanation.
caught up in this.
During the
'cause
Transfiguration, Luke
it's
says
very
that the
well
disciples fell asleep, then
presented.
woke up, and Peter spoke. But, and this is very important, Peter did not know what he said. Obviously, this is not the action of someone who is completely awake. In this passage, Luke, a physician, is describing a dreamlike state of consciousness where people can interact with their dream. Today, we have a name for this. We call this a lucid dream. There is a similar lucid dream reported in the Old Testament book of Daniel. A lucid dream is consistent with Matthew's claim that the Transfiguration was a vision. So, the number of times that Luke says that something happened in a dream or vision in Luke and Acts is 12. The number of times that something happened in a dream or vision and Luke and Acts did not say that it was a dream or a vision is 0. And the number of times that the Gospel of Luke says that anything in the temptation of Christ's story was a dream or a vision is precisely 0. Therefore, the Gospel of Luke presents the temptation of Christ on the mountain as literal history. There is just no way to argue otherwise. In addition, all conservative Christian commentators and apologists, at least the ones we've been able to find, believe that Luke's and Matthew's reports about the temptation of Christ are completely literal, except they disagree about
adding the
whether
Fruit
mountain,
Loops
viewing all the
to
kingdoms of
the
the world, or
bong.
both are non-literal.
Oh,
Let's
the
take a look at
smells,
the parts
looks,
of the temptation
and
story which
tastes
all
so
conservative
great.
Christians agree should be interpreted completely
So
literally.
wonderful.
These include Jesus, the Holy Spirit, the wilderness, the devil, temptation, fasting for 40 days and 40 nights. Jesus was hungry,
Bada
the stones,
bing,
Jesus
bada
answering the devil,
bing.
the holy city, the temple, the angels, and the idea that the devil really could give Jesus all the kingdoms of the world. Now, let's look at the parts of the story that non-flat earth conservative Christians believe are not literal. Notice two things. First, the literal parts of the story vastly outnumber the supposedly non-literal parts. And second, the Bible passage itself gives no indication that there is anything non-literal in it. Nor does Matthew or Luke give any indication that the mountain or the whole world are to be interpreted any differently from anything else in their report about Christ's temptation. So let's briefly summarize the arguments for a completely literal interpretation of the stories of Christ's temptation as reported in the
Oh
Gospels
boy,
of
this
Matthew
gonna
and Luke.
be a big hit.
First, Luke 4, 1-13 and Matthew 4, 1-12 are proof texts for the Christian belief that Christ was literally tempted by sin. A belief that is essential to the
If
Christian
y'all
belief
think this
that
is easy,
Christ was able to atone,
it's not.
that is to pay the price for every person's sin, and that Christ can help every Christian resist temptations to sin, as it says in Hebrews 4:15. It is absolutely essential that the events reported in the passages be literal historical events that actually happened, because humans face literal, actual temptations. Second, Christianity's non-flat earth defenders can't or won't explain how Jesus could see the whole world in a moment of time from a mountain, or they disagree with each other about whether the mountain, the whole world, or both are non-literal. Third, Matthew and Luke always tell readers when anything else is a vision or a dream, and they do not do that for the mountain and the whole world. Fourth, the stories themselves are interpreted completely literally by all Bible scholars, all conservative Bible scholars, except for the mountain and the whole world. And fifth, these passages themselves give readers no indication that anything is non-literal, or that the mountain or the whole world should be treated any differently from anything else in the temptation report.
Mama.
So, do Matthew's and Luke's reports about Jesus' temptation on the mountain prove that the Bible says that the earth is flat? We hope we have given you enough information to make a well-informed decision. Thank you for watching our video. Just a friendly reminder that this video is one of a multi-part series. Links to the other videos in this series are in the YouTube description on our YouTube channel and on our website. For more interesting videos and more interesting information about the Bible and Christianity, please visit our website, freethinkersbooks.com. If you liked our video, please click the YouTube like icon.
Here's part 2. Oh my. of delay here.
This is the second video in our multi-part series, Does the Bible Say the Earth is Flat? In this video, we will take a close look at Psalm 33, verse 7, which attempts to explain why ships will sink below the horizon, even if the earth is flat. Psalm 33:7 says, quote, God heaps up the ocean waters like a mound. This video will dig deeply into the physics and geometry that would cause an ancient poet to make this statement, and will also explain why this verse fits into the larger question, does this prove that the Bible says the earth is flat? For more than 2,000 years, since the time of Aristotle, no educated society has taken seriously the idea that the earth might be flat. Nevertheless, although the Christian Church has never officially required anyone to believe that the earth was flat, many Christians have continued to believe in a flat earth. Where did they get this idea? Did they get it from the Bible? Did the Bible's writers believe in a flat earth? Most Christians say no, but some Christians have a different point of view. In the last couple of decades, a rapidly growing movement has emerged within conservative Christianity, claiming that the Bible teaches that the earth is as flat as a pancake. These conservative, Bible-believing Christians are well organized. And before we dig deeply into Psalm 33:7, first we have to decide what it says. The New American Standard and King James both say God gathers the waters of the sea together as a heap. The Hebrew English Tonic, a modern Jewish translation, says God heaps up the ocean waters like a mound. And the New International Version says God gathers the waters of the sea into jars, with a footnote that jars can also be translated heap. The New International Version is a bit different because of disagreements over some ancient Hebrew vowels, which do not appear in the oldest manuscripts. The idea is the same in all translations. God gathers up the waters of the sea and keeps them from flowing where he does not want them to go. I am not a Hebrew scholar, so I'm not going to dig deeply into the reasons why the translators translated these verses the way they did. But we have to pick a translation to work with, so I will pick the Jewish translation because the verse that we're interested in is from the Old Testament, and it is very similar to many Christian translations such as the King James Bible and the New American Standard Bible. The idea that God sets boundaries for the oceans is a common theme in the Bible. For example, Job 26:10 says God drew a boundary on the surface of the waters. Psalm 104 verse 9 says God set boundaries that the seas must not pass so that they never again cover the earth. Proverbs 28:29 says God assigned the sea its limits so that the waters never transgress his command. And Jeremiah 5:22 says God, who set the sand as a boundary to the sea, as a limit for all time, not to be transgressed.
I feel good, but that one hurt.
These verses all have a common theme. They are all saying that if God did not exercise a continuous effort to restrain the oceans, seawater would very quickly flood over most or all of the dry land on earth. This is not a problem because the Bible clearly and repeatedly says that God has the power to easily do this. In fact, Christians believe that God invented gravity, which usually keeps the oceans exactly where we want them to be.
Gravity's a theory.
Now, let's focus on Psalm 33:7 itself. Psalm 33:7 says, quote, God heaps up the ocean waters like a mound. To our modern minds, this is a very strange thing to say. We all know that gravity causes the ocean, like any fluid, to flow down, not up, until it reaches the lowest possible point. The seas are, on average, flatter than the surface of the earth. If God created gravity, why would the psalmist say that God would need to, or even want to, heap up the ocean waters like a mound? The answer is found in an ancient explanation for an interesting physical phenomenon. The physical phenomenon has been well known since before the beginning of written human history. A ship that is sailing away from a viewer gets progressively smaller. But for a while, if the
I don't think this guy realizes that the Bible has changed and that gravity's in the Bible now, along with planets and other
viewer's
crap.
eyes are good enough, the viewer could still see as much of it as he could see when it was closer. But after a while, the observer would no longer see the whole ship. The hull sinks below the horizon before the rest of the ship does.
Crazy White.
Here's where it would get really weird
Crazy
if you were someone living thousands of years ago when everyone believed that the earth was flat. Just after the ship had slipped below the horizon and you could no longer see it, if you were to go to a higher place, such as the top of a house or a hill, you could see the ship again.
Yep.
Today, we know that this is because the earth is a sphere. Here is an illustration from a book that was published in the 1200s, over 800 years ago, showing why this works. In fact, there is a precise mathematical way to calculate just how far your horizon is away from you. We show you how to use this equation in video number 1 of this series. If our ancient observer was standing on the ground and was about average height for the time, his eyes would be about 5 feet off the ground, and his horizon would be about 3 miles away. But if our observer walked to the second story of a building so that now his eyes were now 25 feet off the ground, his horizon would be 6 miles away. So he would be able to see much, much more. Now, let's assume that it was over 2,500 years ago and you did not know that the earth was round. You thought that the earth was flat. How would you explain the fact that ships would disappear over the horizon the way they do if the earth is flat? Let's take another look at our video simulation. It looks just like the boat is going up and over a hill.
But it's not. It's just...
A ship at sea looks and disappears exactly the same way as a horse going up a hill. Based on your valid observation that objects traveling on the sea disappeared the same way as objects traveling over a hill, and your invalid belief that the earth was flat, you would very logically conclude that the sea had to be shaped like a hill. Specifically, this leads to 3 conclusions. First, the sea slopes upward beginning at the shore. Second, the sea is higher than the shore and possibly higher than most dry land. Third, an unknown power, or a supernatural power, keeps the sea from flowing downhill over the shore and other dry land. But this explanation only makes sense if the earth is flat. If the earth is a sphere, the curvature is provided by the earth itself. The ocean hill theory is disproved by the fact that the earth is a sphere that has curvature. But is it possible for both of these to be true? Can the earth be a sphere and the oceans be higher than the land? The answer is no. Psalm 33:7 cannot be interpreted literally. The oceans cannot be higher than the land. This is for several reasons. First, this equation would not work if the oceans were higher than the land, and we know that this equation works. Second,
did this guy turn it into a Globey on us all of a sudden? What the freak?
and the laws of gravity would work differently on the sea than they would on the land. But we know that the laws of gravity work the same way whether you're on the land or on the sea. And third, ships in seas with no tides or very small tides, like the Mediterranean, would always slide downhill toward the shore, unless the ship's engines constantly applied an opposite force. In seas with tides, such as the Atlantic or Pacific Oceans, ships would also slide downhill toward the shore, but this sliding would vary with the tides. Very clearly, Psalm 33:7 cannot be interpreted literally. It's nice poetry, but it's bad science. And the reason is because the earth is a sphere.
No, it's not.
This did not stop many well-educated and highly respected Christian theologians. After the earth was proved to be a sphere by overwhelming scientific and geographical evidence, many famous Christian theologians, after careful prayers asking God to help them communicate divine truth in their books and sermons, have continued to interpret this verse completely literally. Here are just a few examples. John Calvin is still one of the most famous and most well-respected Christian theologians. Writing in the 1500s, after humans had sailed around the earth, Calvin wrote these words in his commentary on Psalm 33:7, quote, "Natural philosophers, that is, scientists, confess and experience openly proclaims that the waters occupy a higher place than the earth. God has enclosed the waters within certain invisible barriers and keeps them shut up to this day. They stand still at God's commandment as if they were a heap of firm and solid matter." In the 1600s, John Trapp, the famous English Anglican theologian, said, quote, "Behold another mercy of God, without which the earth would be uninhabitable unless by fishes only, because the waters would cover the earth. This," Psalm 33:7, "showeth that the sea is higher than the earth. Sailors observe that their ships move faster to the shore than from it. Whereof what other reason can be given, but the height of the waters above the land?" Also writing in the 1600s, English theologian Matthew Poole said, "As a heap, by which expression he," the writer of Psalm 33, "brings to our minds this great work of God, that the sea, which is lighter and higher than the earth, is yet confined within its bounds, that it might not overflow the earth." John Gill, an English Baptist theologian, writing in the 1700s, said, "The waters of the sea were piled up as a heap and stood higher than the earth, as they do now, and which is a wonderful instance of the power and providence of God to bound them and preserve the earth from being overflowed by them." Writing in the 1800s, Thomas Coke, a Methodist theologian and one of the founders of the Methodist Church, said, "Water being specifically lighter than the earth, by the common laws of gravitation, it should rise above and overflow it. And then the adjusting the proportion of the tides, so that they rise no higher to the prejudice of the lower grounds, is another remarkable instance of God's special providence." Presbyterian theologian Albert Barnes was a graduate of Princeton Seminary. In his commentary on Psalm 33:7, he said, "The powers by which the waters are gathered and kept together, the continual power which prevents their overspreading the earth, God collected those waters and kept them in their places, as if they were solid matter. This denotes a most striking illustration of God's power." Barnes's Bible commentaries sold over 1 million copies between 1828 and 1870.
Cool.
Lutheran theologians Carl Friedrich Kiel and Franz Delitzsch, writing in the late 1800s, said the display of God's power in the waters of the sea, published in 1890, says, "The original gathering and continued retention of the sea in one mass were great proofs of God's omnipotence." So we see that many of history's most well-respected Christian theologians, writing over a time period of over 400 years, and as recently as 130 years ago, claim some remarkably wrong things based on Psalm 33:7. First, they claim that Psalm 33:7 is literally true. Second, they claim that the oceans are higher than the dry land on the continents. Third, they claim that this is proof of God's power and mercy, because God must exert constant force to keep the oceans from overflowing the continents. Before I summarize and conclude, there's one more thing. As we have seen, the Bible itself and numerous Christian authors claim that if God did not restrain the oceans, they would float over most or all of the earth, because the oceans are higher than the land. Science now tells us that gravity holds the oceans in place and that the oceans are lower than just about all of the land. Christians say this is no problem because God created gravity, and gravity is the tool that God uses to hold the oceans in place. Okay, so what would happen if God made gravity suddenly disappear? Would the oceans suddenly flood all of the continents like the Bible and many Christian theologians say that it would? The answer is no. If God decided to make gravity suddenly disappear from the oceans, the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation would fling the oceans into space.
Yeah.
Their direction would be away from the Earth, tangential to the Earth's rotation. To an observer on Earth, the oceans would appear to rise straight up. They would not flood the continents. The explanation for this is highly mathematical and involves some college-level physics, which probably will not interest most viewers.
Not a globe.
So instead of putting it in the video, we're going to post a more detailed description of this on our website. That's about enough information for one video. Let's briefly review what we've covered. In summary, we have seen that first, Psalm 33:7 says that God heaps up the oceans like a mound. Second, Psalm 33:7 is an attempt to explain the fact that large objects appear to sink below the horizon on the ocean. Third, this explanation in Psalm 33:7 only works if you assume two things. First of all, you assume that the earth is flat. The second assumption that makes this explanation work is that you have to assume that the oceans are higher than the land. Fourth, many well-respected Christian theologians claim that some...
Yeah, I could have sworn in the first part they were like flat earthers, and now in this one it's like they're against the flat earth. It's like, what in the world happened? We're going to check out how far is the East Coast, how far is from the East? Is the earth a circle or a sphere? Is earth above the waters? Did God spread a flat earth and tent like sky? That's the last one. Yeah, let's just skip right to that one. This guy's pissing me off. It's flopping.
This is the sixth and last video in our multi-part series, Does the Bible Say the Earth is Flat? In this video, we will take a close look at the Bible verses that say that God spread out the ends of the earth and sky. Specifically, do the books of Job, Psalms, Isaiah, Hebrews, and Revelation say that God stretched out a flat earth and covered it with a tent-like sky? For more than 2,000 years since the time of Aristotle, no educated society has taken seriously the idea that the earth might be flat.
We gotta go.
Nevertheless, although the
Past all
Christian
this,
church
everything.
has never officially required anyone to believe that the earth was flat, many Christians have continued to believe in a flat earth. Where did they get this idea? Did they get it from the Bible? Did the Bible? The same idea is repeated in Job 37:18, except in this verse, God stretched out the skies, not the earth. The phrase molten mirror is a bit unfamiliar to our modern ears. Although this is a valid literal translation of the ancient Hebrew text in the New American Standard Bible, several other modern translations are easier to understand. This verse is saying that the sky is as hard as a mirror made of metal, such as bronze or silver, which had been melted and cast into a mold. Here's a photo of an Egyptian bronze mirror that is about 3,000 years old. Although it is tarnished now, when it was new, it was almost as bright and shiny as a new penny. The Bible's claim that the sky is solid and hard is very interesting, and we may do another video about it someday. but that is not something we're going to dig deeply into in this video. This video is about God spreading the earth and sky, so we're only going to point out that a mirror is essentially a two-dimensional flat surface. If we check Young's and Strong's concordances, we find that the same Hebrew word is used in all of these passages. The Hebrew word that is translated spread out in these verses is raka. Several other Bible passages use raka. We can use those passages to help us understand what it means. In Isaiah 40:29, raka is used to describe overlaying or plating an object with a thin film of gold, a thin film that only covers the surface. In Jeremiah 10:9, raka is translated beaten, hammered, and spread into plates. Again, the idea very clearly is that something that is made to be thin and flat. Likewise, Exodus 39:3 uses raka to say that gold was hammered into sheets that were so thin that the sheets were cut into threads, which were woven together with linen cloth. And Numbers 16:39 says, Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers, and they hammered them out as plating for the altar of God. So very clearly, raka means to make something very thin and flat, by brute force if necessary. This is, of course, a huge problem if the earth really is a sphere. You cannot hammer, beat, plate, or spread out a sphere without changing it into something that is not a sphere. Several other Bible passages claim that God stretched out the earth or the sky. For example, Psalm 104 verse 2 says that God stretches out heaven like a tent curtain. Other versions, such as the New English Translation, say sky instead of heaven. Both of these are legitimate translations, and because, in the minds of ancient Hebrews, sky and heaven were the same place. Maybe we'll go into detail about that in a future video. If we do, there will be a link to it in the YouTube description for this video. Isaiah chapter 40 verse 22 says something very similar. Who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. The Hebrew words translated stretches out, spreads, and stretching out in these verses are nata and matach, which simply mean to stretch out. They do not mean beating or hammering something to make it flat, like raka does. But let's take a close look at the Hebrew words that are translated curtain in these verses. The Hebrew word that is translated curtain in Psalm 104 verse 2 is Uriah. This word is used 48 times in the Bible, and it is always translated curtain, at least in the King James Version. 41 of these times it appears in the Bible, Uriah refers to the curtains of the tent that covered the Ark of the Covenant. Notice that Uriah is not a tent. It is a curtain that is one of many curtains that were sewn together to make a tent. The Hebrew word that is translated curtain in Isaiah 40:22 is the word dak. It is only used in this verse in the Bible, so we cannot compare this verse to other verses to help us understand what it means. Strong's Concordance says that dak means fine as a thin cloth or curtain. We surveyed over 100 different English Bible translations for this word. Although there is some variation, all of them express the same idea of a thin cloth material, which is pretty much two-dimensional. Very clearly, dak means a thin, two-dimensional object such as a curtain or canopy. All of this gives us a high degree of confidence that there is very good consensus among translators and manuscript experts that Psalm 104 and Isaiah chapter 40 really do say that God stretches out the heavens or sky like a curtain. That is a two-dimensional object, not a three-dimensional object. Again, this does not bode well for the idea of a spherical Earth. A tent-like sky does a good job of covering all of a flat Earth, but for a spherical Earth, you're never going to cover more than half of the sphere. Let's move on to some more Bible passages.
Now he's back to being a flat earther.
A large number of Bible passages say things like ends of the earth or something similar. Does the Bible mean these phrases literally, or are they just figures of speech? Flat Earth Christians do interpret these verses completely literally. But spherical Earth Christian apologists say that these are simply figures of speech. How do we know who is correct? Modern spherical Earth Christians' claim is based on the assumption that these phrases experienced no change in their meaning for almost 3,000 years, and in radically different languages, that is, modern English compared to ancient Hebrew, even though science and technology have completely disproven ancient humanity's belief about the earth, sky, and universe. But we know that words and phrases do often acquire radically new meanings over time. This is particularly true where scientific discoveries are responsible for the changes. There are literally thousands of examples of this. For example, compass used to mean a thing which traces out a circle. Now it can also mean a device which tells you which way is north.
Truthseeker69, sorry I didn't see you in there.
Planet used to mean wandering star.
Sorry they took your stream down already.
Now we know that a planet and
That's
a
why
star
I'm on D Live
are
too.
very, very different.
Truthseeker69, Jen, you need to get on D Live.
Even within my lifetime, a historically very short amount of time, there have been many, many words which have acquired radically new or completely different meanings, such as gay, mouse, and cookie. Nevertheless, spherical Earth Christians argue that these phrases did not change their meaning, that they have been figures of speech for almost 3,000 years in radically different languages, while science and technology have completely disproven ancient humanity's understanding of the earth, sky, and universe. So, who is correct? We can actually test this. Let's structure the claim of the spherical Earth Christians as a testable hypothesis. Spherical Earth Christians claim that all of these passages were and still are non-literal figures of speech. We can test this by looking for a Bible passage which uses the phrase ends of the earth and can only be interpreted literally. We will begin our search with the book of Job for three reasons. First, most conservative Christian scholars believe that Job was probably the first book of the Bible to be written. This means that if the phrase end of the earth appeared first in the book of Job, the rest of the Bible writers would have read Job and they would have known that Job used this phrase. For example, the Scofield Reference Bible says, quote, Job is probably the oldest of the Bible books and was certainly written.
He just mentioned Scofield. I have a Scofield Bible that I've had since 1994 that my father bought me from my hometown church. And the Scofield Bible is hated by a lot of people because it points to a rapture, a pre-tribulation rapture, and God forbid you say that because, you know, people don't believe that. I mean, lots do, but lots don't.
Before the giving of the Jewish law of Moses. It would have been impossible to avoid all reference to the law if the law had then been known. Job was a veritable, that is, a real person, and the events are historical. The book sheds a remarkable light on the philosophic breadth and intellectual culture of the patriarchal, that is, the pre-Moses age. Our second reason is that conservative Christians accept the book of Job as literal history. For example, the Institute for Creation Research claims that the book of Job reports events that date all the way back to the most recent ice age, while also being one of the most historically and scientifically accurate records of the ancient world. Third, the book of Job quotes God verbatim. These statements have absolute authority in the minds of Bible-believing Christians. So, is there a verse in the book of Job which uses the phrase ends of the earth and can only be interpreted literally? Let's take a close look at Job 38:13 through 14. It contains the phrase we're looking for, the ends of the earth, and it makes two statements that say that the earth is flat. It says, quote, that it, that is dawn, which is controlled by God, might take hold of the ends of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it. It is changed like clay under the seal. Although both of these statements are clearly metaphors, the metaphors only make sense for a flat earth. In the first statement, this passage says that if you were as big and strong as God, you could grab the earth by the edges and shake it so that all of the wicked people fell out of it, just like you would shake a curtain. Just shake the dust out of it.
Yep. Very good. Very good analogy.
In the second statement, it says that the earth is changed like clay under the seal. This refers to the ancient practice of sealing documents with a piece of clay, wax, or lead by pressing it flat with a ring or cylinder with a unique pattern on it.
Yep.
Neither of these metaphors makes any sense if the earth is a sphere. Just like the compass and the planets, modern science and technology require modern Christians to use an additional, new, different meaning for the phrase ends of the earth. But the original meaning, literal ends of a literally flat earth, is the only way that Job 38, 13, and 14 can make any sense. And this passage is very likely the source of all the other passages in the Bible that use the phrase ends of the earth, because the book of Job was probably written before the rest of the books of the Bible were written. Now let's briefly discuss two more Bible passages, then we'll summarize this video and we'll be done. The book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 14 says, "The sky was split apart like a scroll when it is rolled up."
Yep.
Obviously, this is yet another biblical reference to a two-dimensional sky. Notice that this is a prophecy that conservative Christians believe will very literally happen. Revelation 6:13 predicts that someday soon, Jesus will come back and roll up the sky like a piece of parchment or papyrus. There's not much more to say about this verse. It's pretty obvious and it is unambiguous. Now let's move on to one last Bible passage. The last passage that we want to discuss in this video is Hebrews 1, 10 through 12, which says, "You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain, and they will all become old like a garment, and like a mantle, that is a cloak or a robe or a coat, you will roll them up." Once again, we see that the Bible says that God will roll up the heavens, and this passage says that God will also roll up the earth, like you would roll up a coat or a robe. Some translations, such as the King James, say fold up. The idea is the same.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible says that the heavens and the earth are flat enough to roll up or fold up. That is easy with a thin, flat object. It is impossible with a sphere. Let's briefly summarize. We have seen that 4 different Bible verses say that God spread out the earth or sky using the Hebrew word raka, which other verses use to mean hammer something so that it becomes very flat. We've seen that 2 Bible verses say that God stretches out the heaven or the sky like a tent or tent curtain. We have seen that science, technology, and social change have often caused words and phrases to take on new, completely different meanings. We have seen that 39 Bible passages use ends of the earth, a phrase which can only be interpreted literally in Job 38:13. Job was probably the source of the other uses of this phrase in the Bible. We have seen that Revelation chapter 6,
it's
verse
about to be
14 predicts
420
that the sky
somewhere.
will roll up like a scroll.
Man, again. Y'all
And
want to
last,
see
we
me
have seen
fall
that the
out
book of
though.
Hebrews chapter 1 verses 10 through 12
grief.
says that God will roll up or fold up the earth and heavens.
I'm
and
not
the
putting
heavens
as much in
like
this time.
a piece of clothing.
Woo! The Fruit Loops, man. Got my butt.
Do these Bible passages say that the earth is flat? We hope we've given you enough information to make a well-informed decision.
Yes, the earth is flat. The universe is flat too.
Thank you for watching our video. Just a friendly reminder that this video is one of a multi-part series. Links to the other videos in this series are in the YouTube description, on our YouTube channel, and on our website. For more interesting videos and more interesting information about the Bible and Christianity, please visit our website, freethinkersbooks.com. If you liked our video, please click the YouTube like icon, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and share our video with your friends. Thanks again.
All right, so very interesting. Some of that was very good information to prove that it is a flat Earth. I do like that particular video there. This person's only got 632 subscribers. I'm gonna go ahead and look at their channel right quick. Did Matthew and Luke believe that Mark was infallible? So that was a year ago. So it doesn't look like they're putting out any more content. Yeah. When will Christians become a minority in the USA? Is the Constitution based on the Bible? It is supposed to be. Did God make the Hebrews eat their own children? Look, O Lord, and see, should women eat their offspring, the children of their tender care? Lamentations 2:20. Huh. Ooh. Ooh. All right, let me check over here and see what's going on. Rob Skiba is live. Revolutionary Radiator. Revolutionary Radio. Let's see. Yes, I'm live too on my backup channel. Yes. Conspiracy Castle is live. Awaken Narrative. Flat Earth Lies. Just sneaking around. Give me a second here, guys. Probably going to play a song, and it's 12:22. About to hit this bucket bong. Anybody want to join me? I'll put the link out there. And I haven't seen some of you in a while, but anybody want to join me and talk about flat Earth? You can do that. If you want to join me for a minute or 10 minutes or 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. You know I'm easy. There it is, guys. All right. The gates. Yeah, I'm sure that is about the gates. Just want to peek in here for a second and just see what Rob Skiba did studying Genesis. Wow. You put those gloves on, you can punch through a windshield. Imagine that.
Ye out of their place, for on the morrow the Lord will destroy this city. But his words were as foolishness unto them, and they mocked him. And Lot returned unto his house in sorrow.
Ooh.
So yeah, his married.
It is like the days of Lot.
Follow.
Days of Noah.
When morning
days
came,
of Lot.
the men of God hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wives and thy daughters who are here with thee in the house, and depart hence, lest ye be consumed by the wrath of God, which shall be visited upon the iniquities of Sodom. And while they were preparing to depart, Lot's heart being full of sorrow at leaving his daughters and his daughters' children to be destroyed, the men of God took him by the hand with his wives and his daughters. For the Lord had mercy upon Lot because of his integrity, because he had not bowed down unto false gods, nor entered into the abominations of Sodom. And Lot thought to dwell in Zoar, wherefore he hastened there. But his wife Addo turned back unto the city of Sodom. Ada was at the daughter of Eli, the son of Eleazar, which Eli had accompanied Lot to Sodom. And Ada thought upon her parents and her daughters who remained in the city. Her heart was pained within her, and she turned back unto them and was lost. But Lot entered with the rest of his family into Zoar, and was there when the cities of the plains were overthrown. Then the three holy men of God came unto me, Abraham, where I was fasting and praying nigh unto Sodom. They lifted me up into the heavens and taught me the ordinances, the key words, and the things by which I might call down fire and brimstone upon the cities. And I did as I was commanded by the angels of God, and the cities were destroyed. And when I saw the destruction of the land, mine heart was sorrowful. But the Lord said unto me, I have had mercy upon Lot, and have sent him out of the city, that he was not destroyed. For he was the only righteous man in all the cities. Wherefore mine heart was comforted. I'll read one more chapter.
So that one talked about Ado again having other daughters.
Right. And it also mentioned that he went to his sons-in-law's house and spoke to them and his two daughters that were married. But then they would not leave with him or to depart out of the city. They thought his words were foolishness. And so when he goes back to his house, the angels say, leave now with your wife and the daughters that are with you.
Gotcha.
And so, yeah, those were the two daughters that were not married and still living with him, because I guess they were young and unmarried.
Mystery solved. So we have 4 daughters of Lot total. 2 are married and and out and about with their sons-in-law and with his sons-in-law.
Living with them.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Well. Let's see if we have anybody gonna join us. Mad Pieman is gonna join. Hello, Mr. Upside Down Man.
Hey, Tommy. How are you, mate?
How are you?
There you go. You got a bad back at the moment, haven't you?
Yeah, it's mainly because I'm just stubborn and won't get a new bed. You know, I need a new mattress. And that's and then like just sleeping wrong, you know, stuff like that. But I mean, I have a bad back, of course. I mean, I have a bad spine. Let's just put it that way. I have a bad spine. So it is what it is. You know, for the most part, though, I can manage it. You know, it's just here and there. You know, it goes out on me. But I'm feeling really good right this minute.
I know what you mean, man. I've been lucky with my back, but yeah, I have other problems, other aches and pains and problems that you have to deal with, you know. But you don't want to start hurting. Once you injure your back, man, there's no going back.
You don't want to know all the things that I deal with MS. You know, I mean, there's some unpleasant things, but it's gotten better over the years being away from all the medicine. That each one of those medicines I was on created another, you know, problem, you know, too in itself. So when I went from being on dozens of pills every day to just, you know, green and, you know, natural stuff, you know, mostly, you know, it just made such a big difference for me. It has made such a big difference for me. And I think it would for many others, but I, of course, you know, I can't really just sit here and say that, you know, that'll fix you. But, you know, I'm a firm believer in being on little to none of pharmaceuticals, you know, and that's the way it is. You know, there's plenty of things that God put on this earth to help us, you know, naturally, and we don't need all this man-made toxic crap, you know, that they put out there.
They serve multiple tasks as well, man. They not only they basically the main job is of the drugs that they give you is to to mask your problem. You know, it's like to either numb the pain or, you know what I mean. It's disconnecting you from the problem, but it's not solving the problem. But at the same time, it's poisoning you and getting you addicted to the drugs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Exactly. And it's poison. It's poison, man. None of it's good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
No doubt. So I was poisoned by my wife, and then they poisoned me further with their crap. You know, think about it. I was poisoned, got MS from my wife, and you know, and then they just try to make it worse. You know, it's like, oh well, you know, his wife tried to kill him. Why don't we try to kill him too, slowly but surely, with all this crap? You know?
Yeah.
Seriously,
we'll kill him slower and steal more of his money.
Oh boy. Right.
Yeah, healthy people are bad customers, man.
When I had my MS exacerbation, and I was in the hospital for 2 full months, they did every medical test known to man on me. Some of them like several times. My hospital bill was around $1 million. Yeah, that's a lot of money, man.
What?
$1 million. Yeah, I'm not even playing with you. Yeah, I'm serious. It was right around $1 million.
So what? Yeah. So you had health insurance. I'm taking it. Otherwise, you'd be in jail.
Oh yeah. It was covered, but you know, it's unreal, dude. That, you know, you think about it. I mean, and they didn't. It was like, you know, they didn't have a clue what was wrong with me. They just kept doing all those tests just to hope and get lucky, you know. Whatever. Oh boy. But yeah,
they're practicing doctors. You know, they're practicing doctors. Man.
Yeah,
They're all practicing.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, there's, we're guinea pigs for that matter too. Yeah, but doctors. You know, doctors of medicine, you know, that's what they're trained in, is medicine, and what medicine might fix you, you know, whatever, help you temporarily or whatever. But, you know, they're certainly not trying to cure you, you know. But, I think it goes back to it's eugenics still in play. You know, I don't think we won World War II. I think they just made it up, you know, they just made it look like, yeah, okay, we won World War II, but it's, you know, it just, you know.
They use the pharmaceutical companies with the military. Well, it's probably, you know, I think there was a lot of direction by the military, you know what I mean? And they use the pharmaceutical medications and experimented on soldiers in every war there's ever been, mate, from all sides. Every country's soldiers were experimented on, you know?
And they get more vaccines and all that crap than everybody. They have to take anything that they, you know, they're presented with. And that's why I didn't like, you know, I'm glad my stepson got out. You know, he did his 4 years in the Marines and he got out this June. And, you know, I don't have to worry about him being, you know, in a corrupt war or being, you know, poisoned and, you know, all this crap from, and programmed and, you know, indoctrinated, you know, I mean, there's so many things, you know, I mean, I think that it was God's will that I didn't go into the military. I didn't get into the Air Force because my driving record of all things, and I wasn't going to be driving in the Air Force. I wasn't even going to be flying. I was just going to be working on jets. But, you know, they said, the Air Force said, you have the worst driving record we've ever seen. Well, you know, I was young and I had a bad driving record. I was, you know, like Evel Knievel, you know, and race car driver, I thought, you know, whatever. But, you know, did a lot of drag racing and stuff. You know, I was 18, 19, 20, you know, whatever, you know, that's that age. And I chose not to go into the Navy because they said, you know, Air Force said, hey, the Navy doesn't care about your driving record, so go next door to them. And I went next door, did everything, and I was, you know, all set to go into the Navy. And my dad and my grandfather talked me out of it because they were both in the Navy and said they didn't like, you know, Navy.
There's no driving, man, unless you're driving the boat. So yeah.
Hey, which my dad did get to do. They had a brand new destroyer, and it was the USS Putnam, and my dad got to sell it from Norfolk, Virginia, where it was built, to Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, and he was stationed at Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, and my dad had the balls to date the CO, the commanding officer of the base, his daughter. This is before my mom, and you had to have pretty big balls to date your commanding officer's daughter, on a base. I mean, that's usually off limits, whatever. But anyway, so
that won't help you. That probably won't help your career very much.
Right. Yeah. Well, my dad was just a gunnery. He was just a gunnery, they called on the battleship there, shot, the guns on the. But anyway, so yeah. Yeah, he got to sell that thing all the way from Norfolk to Cuba. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I didn't want to. I didn't want to be on a ship for as long as you had to be. Back then, it was more ship time than land time, and I really wasn't interested in being out on a ship all that time. That you would have to be out there. So. Yeah, I think I'm glad I didn't get into the Air Force now too, because they have gone rogue. The Air Force has gone rogue, and they have merged with the science, the federal science, whatever of our nation. So they're just on board with all this geoengineering and anything in between. It was the Air Force that first started spraying chemtrails. When I first started seeing them,
the Air Force and NASA work together, man. That's been going on for a long time.
Yeah. Well, that's true too, because my grandfather, my dad's dad, was a crash boat captain right in the Cape Canaveral area for the Air Force. So if anything that they shot up, or planes, whatever, were to crash in that area where they were doing NASA, my grandfather was, his little ship, boat, whatever, would go out there, So yeah. But anyway,
Destroyer's a small one.
I think her name is Kristen Megan or Megan Christian. What? What'd you say?
I was going to say, your destroyers are they're small ships, aren't they? Destroyers, they're not big ones.
Yeah, they're the smaller ones. You have battleships that are a little bigger.
Yeah, battleships.
Yeah. But I don't think we have any more battleships now. I think we just have more destroyer size and then carriers. We might have
carriers.
Yeah, we don't. I think they stopped making battleships at some point. But anyway, so yeah, Kristen Megan, I think is the name of that whistleblower for the Air Force. She's the one that discovered they were definitely.
Oh yeah, talking about geoengineering and chemtrails and that.
Yeah. She is one of my heroes for sure. I really appreciate her, exposing what their part in geoengineering. But I think at this point, most of the military is loyal to the beast system, and I think that anybody that thinks that there isn't enough military soldiers that will become yes men and yes women, even if they're turned on American people, I think you're foolish if you think that there won't be enough of them to still have a good size army of people that will just do what they're told all the way to the end. Unfortunately, yes, you're going to have some that'll lay down their guns and say, no, I'm not going to, force anything on the American people. I'm not going to, be a tyrant. But there are quite a bit of them.
All the ones that have been trained since 9/11, that patriots are to be seen as terrorists. They're the fathers of your Constitution were terrorists. Training them to think like that. So. the good people are the enemy. You know, that's how they've been trained since 2001. Yeah.
Yep.
So they've got the wrong mindset, those.
Mm-hmm. So what's going on there? Is there a second wave gone through? What are they saying is COVID over there wise?
We've in my state we've eliminated it. We got to 28 days, which is supposedly the elimination term for totally getting rid of a virus. Because they can only incubate for 28 days, and after 28 days it becomes removed. What's the word? Eliminated. Yeah.
So nobody's sick.
We're up to so we're up to 34 days with no cases, and there's 10,000 people getting tested every day, right? For 34 days and no cases. But
I'm surprised they're not just lying. I'm surprised they're not just lying and making up the shit. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Of course, but
Well, but think about it. I'm surprised that they. Yeah, I'm just surprised.
Sorry, what I was going to say was that it's all about reinforcing our dictator Daniel Andrews' plan to keep everybody in lockdown and stop us from going into concerts, and you can't visit your grandma, and all that sort of shit, and wear your mask.
Okay.
And
so they're still expanding the New World Order, One World Order plan. They're still expanding their agendas. They're just not. They're not saying, they're saying that everything's working maybe, and that we just need to. So that's the way they're pushing it now, I guess. It's.
So it's people are talking, or the media is pushing the vaccine agenda really hard now, man. Ever since UK announced yesterday that they're going to have the vaccine ready on the 15th of December. So now all our media, all our mainstream sellout puppets, they're all promoting the vaccine and talking about it, and that a lot of people, they can't wait, and they're so excited. It's the best thing that's ever happened, and anyone who doesn't want to take it is just selfish. I was listening to Talkback Radio today, man. It's sickening, man. People are brainwashed, and then you got the mainstream media, DJ, on the Talkback Radio, just demonising anyone who's dares to to question, the validity of the vaccine. You know what I mean? It's the best thing ever. You're all selfish. If you don't take it, you're selfish.
Yeah. So, are you still working? Everything's cool with your job and everything?
Yeah.
And
nothing's changed for me, man.
And you don't think they're gonna, at some point when the vaccine's good and rolled out, that they're gonna demand you get the vaccine to keep your job, or what?
My company will be the first one to do it, bro. Guaranteed. Yeah.
Man,
but,
so you have. What's your plan for that? If that's what.
I just have to quit.
I know, but where are you gonna? Are you gonna go
so
to be able to find work somewhere else? You think, or you'll be competing with a lot of other people that'll be in that same boat too, right? If
I'm gonna have to just do my own thing, man. I don't know. All right, I'll just have to do some panhandling, mate. Do whatever I got to do.
Do we need to pray for strength for you that you won't give in, or are you set in your mind that you? Okay, all right.
I won't take it.
All right, because I think it's very crucial at this point. The mask is one thing, but the vaccine is definitely got to be a draw a line in the sand, man, for everybody.
We've been on this. I think most of us have been on that path, on that mindset path for a while. It's like I've lost a lot of friends, man, that I thought were friends before. Because they didn't want to listen to what I had to say. They thought I was crazy. And you find out who the real people are, who your real friends are, man. You know what I mean? So I'm willing to, shorten that list if I have to, man, I don't care. I'm sticking to my guns, man. And even if it's family, man, I don't care. I'm not looking forward to Christmas, man, because it's Christmas Day is going to be a wake up. Because I'm not going to hold back, man. And it's probably not going to end well. I'm not going to try and upset anyone, but I'm just going to tell them how it is, man, and what's coming. The future is all right, and the vaccine isn't good, and things aren't going to get better, and we're never going back to normal, and we're going to be wearing masks and the social distancing, and the bullshit's going to continue forever, mate. And it's not good.
Yeah,
that's the truth, man. But we've got to. If you're not prepared, if people who think that it's all good and life is going to return and we're going to get our freedom back and everyone's going to get their businesses back up and running, and everyone's going to have a job and life will just continue on. They're going to get a big shock, man. At least we're prepared. We know what's coming, so we're ready. We're ready for it. We're spiritually prepared. That's all I've got to say. I think that's the only advantage that we have.
Well, yeah. Definitely. All right. So, what do you know anybody that's like-minded in your neighborhood, in your, at your job, or, either one? I mean,
it's pretty rare, man. There's only a couple of people that I can talk to. Yeah, not many.
Wow.
Now, I talk to PK, man, and people online, man. That's about it.
Yeah. Gosh, man. I mean, because I have people in my area that I can meet with and whatever. I see people daily that are like-minded. It's like, that's huge.
You're lucky. You're lucky.
Yeah, and maybe
morons, pretty much.
Yeah. It is becoming rarer though here. I mean, like I said, with the mask thing, I've been overwhelmingly shocked of how many people have complied with the mask here. When I thought that more people would stand their ground, and not give in, but in this area, but we'll have to see what people do with the vaccine, man. I just hope and pray that people come to their senses, and don't get it, and don't let their children get it. They're going to give. I think they're going to give first responders and all those people, doctors, all those people. I think they're going to give them a placebo or something that's not toxic or live virus, so that they're not falling out, and getting sick as and all this crap. And they'll say, "See, we're safe. Y'all all need to take it too." And then they'll give the most, they'll give
possibly,
the regular crap possibly to everybody.
But, aged care homes, man, and aged care workers. They're the first on the list here. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they gave the aged care workers a placebo, but I wouldn't be surprised if they gave the aged care residents the real deal, mate. You know what I mean? Because they don't. We know they don't care, and they want to wipe out the old useless people. The death panels that. It's Bill Gates couldn't talk about. Remember?
Anybody else want to join us? I just put the StreamYard back out there if anybody else wants to join us. Have you been?
You could be right.
You haven't been on with Eric in a few. It seems like.
Yeah, my internet was out, man, for like 4 days, 5 days.
I was wondering if y'all got into a little skiffle or whatever. I was like,
nah,
yeah.
I got no problem with Eric. Nah.
Everything cool.
And then last Sunday, PK had a barbecue at his house.
Oh yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I told him.
I wonder if anybody in either chat, DLive or YouTube. Do any of y'all like me remember? You can see my background now. maybe. I could see it on StreamYard. The green light on top, green, yellow, red. I mean, it's so vivid, the memories for me, that's the way the traffic lights were, green, yellow, red. And I just wonder if anybody else has that vivid memory of the lights ever being like that, green, yellow, red. There are a lot of people that Google that, in one way or another, they Google it to find out, if it ever was. And it's a big Mandela. It's a decent sized Mandela effect for out there too. But yeah, it just for me, they were definitely green on top. What about for you, Matt? Do you ever remember it being green on top, not red? And what do we have here? My son's teacher said this will all go away once the jab happens. Yep. All right, what? But no, you don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember it. I don't know. I don't. I'll say this, man.
Mm-hmm.
In Australia, I don't remember it, but
Yeah.
in American movies, I do remember it.
Oh, now that's interesting. Okay, you do remember in movies it being green. Okay,
Yeah, I've got a visual recollection of the traffic lights
Mm-hmm.
like hanging in the middle of the street on wires,
Yeah.
And we don't have traffic lights. Our traffic lights aren't like that. We've got all our traffic lights are on poles. We don't have anything hanging in the middle of the street. And it was
they're
green on
changing.
top,
They're
green
changing those now here. We had them on hanging, and a lot of ours are on poles now too, because we have hurricanes come through here, so it makes sense more to have them on. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no. So I have that memory from movies, man. But yeah, American movies. Yeah.
Can you see mine? Is my background showing a light on?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Yeah, that's the first time I've added a background to my StreamYard thing here. Brian didn't think I paid for StreamYard because I never had a background. I'm like, no, I just never put one on there. I've been paying for StreamYard for a while, for many months now. Anyway, I used to use the free StreamYard, but I stream too much to use free because they only give you 20 hours a month, and I definitely stream more than 20 hours a month.
Yeah, it's not enough.
No, it's not enough. Oh. Yeah,
Not
so
when you do 10-hour shows, man.
yeah, right. Mandela effects, I know a lot of them. Not that I can call. So in D Live, not anybody doesn't really remember the green on top necessarily, but over here in YouTube, we've got a couple at least that do remember. All right. All right. How about, I know now this is, see, you got to kind of be old to really remember Sweating with the Oldies, Richard Simmons, but this one's been bugging me lately too. He looks so absurd with no headband or wristbands, and it's like I have looked so hard for residue of that, and it is hard to find residue of Richard Simmons with the headbands, and but definitely he wore them, didn't he, man? I mean, you're Australian, but do you remember seeing it in the 80s?
I used to watch Richard Simmons, man. He had
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got a fan of Richard Simmons here, y'all. Oh boy.
No, man, we didn't have much to watch on TV, but back in those days, mate, we only had one channel. There wasn't a lot to watch, man.
Man, he's hard to watch, though, brother. He was hard to watch then and now, if he's still. But
yeah, the big afro, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. Jennifer says she did Richard Simmons daily. You did Richard Simmons daily? Sorry. With my mom, and he had a headband and Sweating with the Oldies. All right. You did okay. I'll get out of the gutter. Yeah.
And his moves were really shit too, man. He was like he had no rhythm, mate.
Dude, man.
That's what I remember, man. Star jumps.
Woo.
Star jumps.
Woo. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh boy. But
didn't he
so,
didn't he show? Wasn't his show like from the Caribbean, man? Was that him? He used to film his show in the Caribbean somewhere. Is that right? Or was that someone else I'm thinking about? Another
it's so long, man. Dude. It's been so long, but I know what you're saying though. I know there was an exercise one that was. Yeah, I just can't. Jennifer says, "Ooh." Hey, I don't know if I've ever
huge,
said
man. Yeah, that was huge, man. In like the late '70s, man. Yeah.
I could have been the son of Bozo the Clown. My dad auditioned to be the original Bozo the Clown. Oh boy, could you imagine growing up with your dad as Bozo the Clown? Oh no. Oh. I'm glad that he messed up when he was saying pals and gals, hello pals and gals, or oh boy, yeah, no. Yep, that's crazy.
That was a creepy kid. That was a creepy kid show, wasn't it?
Bozo the Clown, yeah.
With Bozo the Clown, wasn't
it? Yeah.
They used to give prizes away to kids and in a small audience. Yeah.
Memory's better than mine.
No, yeah. Matt from Quantum of Conscience, he made videos about it, saying how creepy they were. It's like Bozo's you could tell he's a pedo, and the other his partner was pretty. They just always had their hands all over the kids, touching them and hugging them. It was a bit creepy, man.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder about people that go into professions like that where they're, because, I mean, you either got to be really, really the opposite of a pedo, or you're, either one or thinking about it or something, I mean, that if you're a teacher or a priest or a clown or, things like that, that people are going to wonder about you.
Not so much teachers anymore.
Or a Boy Scout leader. A Boy Scout leader.
Oh, Boy Scout.
Yeah.
Leader. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
That's right.
the Boy Scouts are being sued.
There's been a few of them that have been caught, mate.
Yeah. The Boy Scouts are being sued for all their crap, all their pedo stuff. I was French kissed by a Boy Scout leader that was a pedo when we were doing the CPR, learning CPR. And this dude was nasty and put his tongue in my mouth, yeah. Gross. When I was a Boy Scout. So anyway, people suck.
Too noisy here, man. Oh.
It's all right. So you got your grandkids or something? Yeah. Well, hey, I'm just blessed that the last couple nights I haven't had anybody here, but I know it gets pretty loud when my daughter's here and her TV's on and the baby's screaming and she's screaming and all that good stuff. And it is what it is. Life is crazy. And when you got COVID, the COVID pandemic, and everybody's got to be home, and yeah, it's just an obstacle we must hop over. I've got my daughter's cat here. I think he's up under my bed. He's sick, I think, and he's been attacked a few times in the last month by wildlife out there in the woods. he should know better than to roam around the woods, but he doesn't, and he's not doing too well. Of course, my little cat Missy, which y'all have seen many times, is somewhere around here. She's doing good. But all right. So, what do you have any thing you want to say about? You want to say anything about the flat Earth? Since I most of this has been about flat Earth until
that was a subject, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What? That's. I think that.
What
that
would
guy,
you tell people?
That guy's videos that you were showing. I think he was trying to show a balanced opinion, or show both sides of the argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he got Strange on it. He got Strange there for a minute.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, I think he was sort of like letting people make up their own minds. I think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without being biased one way or the other. It did sound like he was going ball though. Yeah, what was it? Part 2.
Yeah, something like that. But part 6,
yeah.
Part 6 was good. Yeah. That's horrible, Tommy. Sick world. Yes, it is, Terra Nova. Yes. So let's see here. We've been on for 2 hours, 21 minutes. Yep. 12 people in the chat there, and 10 people over on D Live. So 22 people tuned in. Thank you, everybody. Terra Nova True.
It's pretty late there, man.
So, yeah, it's late. It's 101 here. Yep, literally. 101. How do I get on your show? Yeah, I guess I should be putting the StreamYard link in D Live too. I just don't have pulled up on my other laptop, and so I can't copy and paste over into the other laptop. But maybe somebody. Let's see. Well, you're a mod too. All right. Anyway, let me see if I can drop a link into there. How do I do? Oh yeah, I can grab it out of the show.
Who's over on D Live? Who's there?
There's 10 people over there. I don't know if it's anybody that you recognize, but are you on D Live? Do you have D Live?
No, man, I've got to suss it yet.
Yeah, you'll need to get it. I like it.
It's a pain for me to do anything, man.
Now it's not showing me. Oh, it went to my other one. Hold up. What in the world? It didn't show Tell Me Tell the Truth 2. Huh. It's just showing my main channel. That's crazy. All right, hang on. It usually pops up pretty quick. No, it's not wanting to pop up. Tommy, tell me. Put it all together. Sorry, guys. There I am. All right, and you might hear something before I get the show. No, I got it. Okay, now I'm going to steal the link out of there and take it over there to D Live. All right, let's see if this works. All right, D Live, here is the link to join me and Mad Pieman. Hopefully that works. I don't know. You'll have to click on it and see. Dadgum, it's a big old link over there. So.
That's a good thing about StreamYard, man. If you're using different streaming, different sites, man, like multiple sites, and you can everybody can come into StreamYard no matter where they are. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, exactly. He said it didn't work. What the heck, man? All right, I'll have to click on it myself and pull it up, I guess. And let me see. Let me see if it'll go in right now. That's weird. Okay, maybe it'll go right now. Yeah, there you go. Now you should be able to click on that.
Good stuff.
And you will be able to join. And that is Crazy Chicken Boy, I believe is how you say that. We'll see if it's Crazy Chicken Boy joins us. He's just, I don't know if he has a YouTube. He has be live. Right, we have 13 people on YouTube. Okay, Doc Michael's in the house. What is happening, Doc Michael? Good to see you. Pi and Triple T. Yep. It's funny that some people call me Triple T and some call me Quad T. I should have just made them all. I should have just made them all capital T's. Where it was 4 capital T's. But, the I don't know. It's just the way it went. But anyway, it is 4 T's, I guess. Technically, but I don't care. I'm also on Twitter. I'll drop my Twitter in the chat. If anybody wants to follow me on Twitter, I have a Twitter. Well,
Did you hear about the Australian Open, man?
What happened?
The Australian Open tennis tournament they have here in Melbourne every year in January.
Yeah. What happened? No, I didn't hear about it.
It's going ahead. They were debating whether to hold it or not, to host it or not, but they decided it'd be a good idea to do it because they'd lose too much money. But that's the most important thing. Don't worry about COVID. The pandemic that's wiping the world out and it's contagious like a wildfire, and you just can't stop it, and it's everywhere, and everybody's scared shitless, and we can't wait for the vaccine. But we're going to have a tennis tournament. All international players come from all over the world, and they only have to quarantine for 10 days, where anyone else has to quarantine for 14 days, and they're allowed out of their rooms to. They're allowed out of their hotel quarantine for 5 hours every day to practice with their hitting partners, the tennis players. So, all the rules are out the window, and all the dumbasses who believe that COVID's real, they're like, oh, you just can't do it. It's crazy. What are you doing? There's going to be another wave, and we're all going to go back into lockdown. Oh, I can see it coming. Enjoy your Christmas while it lasts. Everybody's shit scared.
Right. Good to see you, Daryl.
So many dumb people. So many dumb people, man. But it is. If you believe the official line, man, there's no way known they'd be having an international tennis tournament. Wouldn't be happening. Yep, there it is.
Yep. So check it out. So, all right, if you think about it, the red stripe on the Union Jack flag, that's affected too. So isn't it funny that you've got a red stripe that is Mandela affected on our flag, and then a red stripe that's Mandela affected on the Union Jack too? That's strange to me that that's going on. Yep. And I find just as much residue for the Union Jack as I do the red under the stars too. It seems, I find the way it's supposed to be, but
it's changed a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
To me, it's like somebody said it the other day too. The white it's changed. The white is changed so that it's as surrender. You know, they're like I've been saying too, that we've been surrendering slowly but surely since World War II, and you know, so we're holding the white flag up. You know, whatever we've removed the red and it's white, and then what was I getting at? That's why they've also taken on all the monuments. You know, that's what countries do when they conquer other countries. They tear down their monuments, like we did in Iraq. You know, so it's like, I mean, it's very obvious.
It's rewriting history. Destroying any relic of the history that was before. Anything that could prove that things went the way that they tell you.
Yeah, and then they have the nerve to they're manipulating the history too. You know, I mean, if somebody is, you know, I mean, or something is that with, you know, changing history. They stole Eli Whitney's blackness, man. What's up with that? You know, they robbed him of his black. Oh man!
You know how they've been changing the names of candies and sweets and football teams because they weren't politically correct. You know, they all had to change their names. You know, but one thing they didn't change was Black Friday. Black Friday is not racist, is it?
Right.
It's not racist at all.
Yeah, I go figure. I guess they figured that one's been around so long that. I don't know. They just, you know, yeah.
Yeah, we've got it now. We've had it for a couple of years.
And really,
it doesn't mean shit to us. They just fucking brought it over here.
Yeah. Black and white people equally love Black Friday, so I guess they don't care about that one. You know, they go crazy. Well, they beat each other up over prizes, over crap. You know, TVs and you know. Oh dear.
It shouldn't it be shouldn't it be race fluid Friday? Shouldn't it? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Race neutral Friday.
Hey, James in Germany. Good to see you over there in D Live. Yo. Crazy Chicken Boy says he's having trouble getting his mic. You know, for that. So anybody else want to join? The link is there in D Live and in YouTube. There it is.
If you're having trouble with your microphone on StreamYard, you could also try coming in and going out and coming back in a couple of times till you get it to work. It is it is sensitive sometimes. Yeah, people join and they can hear one person out of four, or they can't hear one person out of the four. You know, or two or three people, and people can't hear them, and weird shit happens, doesn't it? Yeah.
If you don't have a microphone, you can come on and with a pad and write. You know, and talk.
That's the hard way to do it.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Okay, we have chicken.
Before,
we have chicken. We have Crazy Chicken Boy, I believe. Here.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Hey, Chicken Boy.
You're in the show. Hello.
Hey. Can everybody hear me? Or?
Yeah, I think.
All right. Sweet.
I think so. Yep. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
All right.
I streamed earlier today. I just had like a inspiration of God to stream Revelations on my channel. Mm-hmm. I read all of Revelations.
Nice. And you read the whole book?
Yeah.
Read
Yeah.
Wow. All right, nice.
I don't think anybody tuned into it, but I did read it. It's there.
Well, you did the will of God probably in that, and somebody will check it out for sure. I'm sure. Did you download a copy for yourself that you could maybe upload it somewhere else later or whatever?
Oh yeah, I'm working on that right now. Mm-hmm. You can download it through VLC apparently, and
that is a new option I think they have or whatever. Yep. So where are you calling so people know from where you come tuning in with us from?
The armpit of America. That'd be Illinois.
Okay. All right. And so yeah, Illinois made a lot of the headlines in the recent past.
Yeah, they're crazy. They're all out of their gourd.
How close are you to Chicago?
I'm a couple hours south of Chicago.
Yeah. I guess they have changed Chicago over the last, few years or so. It's not as crazy dangerous as it used to be, or something. They've what?
I don't know who told you that.
Okay. All right. Well,
Man, it's pretty dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been up there, but I've heard stories, and especially now with all the riots that had happened and everything, I heard that Chicago just got destroyed by all that. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess I should have said before that. It seemed like they had.
Yeah.
I know that in Nashville, what they did was they moved the poor people and the hoods or whatever, any crime area, drug areas, all that kind of stuff. They moved that away from the city of Nashville now out into the skirts of the Nashville area and the surrounding towns and stuff. So those are all bad now, dangerous, and downtown is a little safer, because it doesn't have that so close around, the downtown area, all the bad neighborhoods it once had. Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago is like one of the biggest cities I've ever been to, ever. It's not as big in the center, but it spans for I couldn't even tell you how long. I mean, we drove 2 hours one night going from one side to the other, and still weren't through it all.
Wow.
Yeah, it's huge up there.
Yeah, man. So, what's the COVID situation?
It's all concrete, man.
Concrete. What's the COVID situation up there
That's
like?
all concrete, man. 2 hours of concrete.
Yeah. Yeah.
No grass, no flowers, just skyscrapers.
The COVID situation, I'll tell you what, I just go out and I'll see everybody in mask, and it's really sad because all these people they fear a virus and they don't fear God, and I think they have it all wrong. They really need to read their Bible. They need to read the Book of Enoch. They just need to get more spiritual in their life, That's my thoughts on it.
How long have you been seeing signs of the end times, approaching?
Well, I've been seeking the truth for 20 plus years. I've seek the truth, and at one point I found it, and it did set me free.
But I mean, how long have you been seeing the actual, end time signs,
Yeah. For that, I would say it's been probably a couple months now. Whenever Trump had that, well, Trump didn't have it, but we all came together for the Million MAGA March over there in Washington, D.C. I asked God if, this is what I was supposed to do. And it was so crazy and prophetic that I actually made a sign for God, and I was sitting there bawling my eyes out because it was so powerful. And I went over to Washington, D.C. for God. I didn't go for Trump. I didn't go for politics or any, I went for God.
Mm-hmm.
God inspired me to go over there and do what I did. And
I'd rather see America make America godly again than great,
Yeah.
That's the MAGA that would work for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I've seen like Lynn Wood. I don't know if you've seen that interview with Lynn Wood. I can't remember if it was on the Car Show or something like that, but it was very, very good. And it was probably one of the best interviews I've heard speaking about God, because he used to not think about God. He used to not even look into it. And he turned himself around, and he said that he wished he had known before he did now, you know. And it was, I suggest anybody go listen to that. I'm trying to think of who had it on their channel first, but it was somebody here on D Live. Stone something here. Stony Stone. He had it on his channel streaming it, and I was watching it, and it was just so revealing. He talked about Kyle Rittenhouse a little bit, you know, talked about the voter fraud, but I think his most powerful message was about God. And he said how he didn't know if God was with Trump whenever he came into office, but he sure knew that God was with him now. And, you know, like I said, that was the only reason why I went over there. It wasn't because of Trump. I didn't even vote for Trump. Okay. Now, given I knew that it was going to be a landslide, that Trump was going to win, because it was obvious. You see all these people everywhere. Hundreds of thousands at a Trump rally. How many are at a Biden rally? 10. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out.
Trump,
Yeah, I mean,
Trump couldn't sell out a yard sale, mate.
Yeah. So, you know, America is up in arms about this, and rightfully so. You know, their rights are being taken away. Their country is being taken away. They're trying to rob everybody blind. And
how could Biden possibly have more votes than any other president in the history of America?
Yeah, I know. Come on, man. No way enough people like him for that. You know,
how could that possibly happen in reality?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't talk about this, though. We might get banned from everywhere.
Yeah. And I don't enjoy politics anyway, but you know, yeah, it's all it's just amazing that you know, people are falling for this whole New World Order crap dog and pony show, you know, that they're putting on. Because see, it doesn't matter, you know, really, it truly doesn't matter who gets in there next. I think it's the last president, you know, and they're going to keep furthering their agenda no matter who's in there. You know, I mean, yeah, Trump was doing some good things, but you know, none of it would be enough to put down to beat the New World Order. You know,
that's correct.
They are too strong. You know, and maybe even by, you know, I mean, God is allowing in this, if we are about to enter the tribulation period, God is going to allow the New World Order to have the upper hand for a little while. So, I mean, you know, this is playing out like the story is supposed to.
Right.
I think God delayed. I think God delayed the inedible by letting Trump win, helping Trump win or whatever over Hillary, who I thought as soon as she got in, she was going to come after me and other truthers, and we were going to be in a FEMA camp. So I was expecting that. I was expecting that. You know, so it was like a delay in the start of the tribulation period by Trump getting in for 4 years. Now they're going to probably let Biden slide in there, and we'll see how it goes. You know, from this point,
that's not going to fly.
Well, but listen, this is what I was getting at. I don't know if America is going to get mad enough, you know, because nothing else has gotten them mad enough to wake up and stand up and speak up against this tyrannical government altogether, you know. So I don't know if there's going to be a revolution because Trump didn't get in, you know. But will there be one in a few years when people finally see that the New World Order, One World Order agenda is being implemented? Then maybe so. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if I think Trump might end up just conceding and, you know, and then it goes away, and Biden becomes president, and you know, it's hell on earth some more.
Right.
You know?
Well, whatever's God prophecy is what will be fulfilled.
Well, that's why I say, see, 2021 or 2022 is the start of the tribulation period, and for the first 3.5 years, for sure, you know, they're implementing the beast system, you know, and by after that, the Antichrist comes on the scene for the last, you know, 3.5 years. So, you know, it is a bunch of doom and gloom. Sorry, but you know, at least we know how the story ends, and that our redemption will draw near. You know, if we're on the right side of things. So, you know, it does get worse before it gets better, folks. You know, but it's okay. That's why He's prepared us in so many ways for all this.
I just found an amazing coincidence too. The result of the election, well, when it's decided by the Electoral College, right? That's the same day that the UK rolls out the vaccine. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And because it's the 15th of December for the vaccine. I think is it the 14th in America for the Electoral College?
14th. Yeah, 14th. Yeah.
So it could be happening at exactly the same time. You know what I mean?
Well, the 11th is the day of the eclipse, and the day of the eclipse is, you know, when the elect is supposed to speak, according to the Book of Enoch. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, Mad Pieman, you said something earlier that really related to me, that there are only a few of them, a handful of people around you that, you know what's going on and are awake and around you, you know, that are with you on things. And in my life, the same very thing has happened. There's only a handful of people. This is like the great divide of truth between lies, and we're all seeing which side everybody's on.
I think there's varying levels. I think people are starting to realise that, you know, we've been lied to about a lot. A lot of people don't believe that I wouldn't say a lot, but they're not trusting the government about the pandemic, so to speak, because they can't see it. They don't know anyone who's sick. I've been talking about it all year. They're not just. I think they're just not prepared to go the full mile and to really dig in to see what the agenda is and where we're heading. You know, they don't want to know. That's too scary, that part. So they're sort of halfway there. You know, some of them.
Right.
They can't see it. Yeah, probably not anyone who's sick. Not many.
How's it going?
Hey.
Hey, can you mute your other show there, Recommend, and then I'll unmute you there, just so we, you know, just close your other window that has the show playing, and you'll be good. Just use the StreamYard. Yeah, because we have feedback. Just let me know. Recommend, and then I'll that has the show playing. Nope. Good.
Did that work?
I think it's still playing. Yeah, you gotta either close off the other window that's not StreamYard, that you know, and or mute it or whatever, so that we don't hear it. I think we're good.
Did that work?
I think so. Yep. All right. So how you doing there, Recommend? You ruined my record band.
Oh, I'm doing all right. I could definitely do without this stupid fucking virus going around.
No doubt. We could all do without COVID-19 84. There's no doubt about that. Where you live at? What area? You don't have to say exactly, but you know what.
Central Alberta.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
Edmonton.
Nice.
That's where Chong's from, and that's where my record band comes from.
Oh, you're dealing with Trudeau up there, huh? That tyrannical.
Yeah. I don't know how he got back in for a second term.
Right.
Oh, it was what was it? The voter machines. That's how. Dominion, right?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't they buy a bunch of those up there?
Are those the same ones that Soros had? I think.
I think I seen something on Rebel News where they share the same building. We got offices like right next to each other, so yeah, I'm sure there's something strange going on there.
Crazy world. So, are you Mandela affected, Record Man?
There's
familiar
some
with it?
things that
Yeah.
stand out, like the Berenstein Bears.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a big one for most. Yeah.
Yesterday I was sitting there watching. If you watch that, what the fuck's it called? Tech Garage, the old cartoons.
On D Live. Yeah.
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 Anyway, so I was telling my mom I was watching it, and then she starts talking to her friend, and they're like talking about how Popeye's nemesis there was named Bluto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bluto.
Or no, they were saying his name was Brutus, and I'm like, well, in the cartoons, his name's always been Bluto. And so this morning I was looking online, and it turns out because my mom was born in 1959, so apparently Bluto was the original from like 1932, and then due to legal things happening with the Popeye franchise or whatever the fuck you call it, they ended up renaming him Brutus.
At what year?
In 1960. So that would
No,
explain.
that won't work. I don't think that'll work. That's
Why?
well. I mean, there are a lot of backstories. We call those backstories, like made up backstories. I don't know that.
Well, I know you got to be careful because it was like April 12th or something like that of this year, and previously it was on April 4th that I got in an argument with a friend. Anyway, so on April 12th, I looked online. It was information referring to a fucking quarantine. And it was like the Spanish flu, they didn't quarantine like they're doing now. But it was like April 12th, and I looked online, and it said that this is exactly what they did for the Spanish flu, 100 years ago. And I'm like, well, that's not what it said like a month ago when I looked at this, and I looked at the date when it was written in, it was April 8th. Like it had just been written 4 days earlier.
All right, hang on just a second. We have somebody else trying to join us too. Hugh TV.
What up, Tanya? What up, everybody?
How's it going?
Yo, good to see you guys.
Yes. Thank you for joining us. How's it going? Where you're at?
Hey, I'm in California.
Oh boy,
nice.
Yeah, sunny California. It's been great weather here.
Yeah, great weather, bad government.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'll take the weather here any day.
I won't take your government though. Oh dear.
Hey, it is what it is. You got to make the most out of it.
Yeah, I hear you. So do you know a lot of people that have moved from California though?
I hear it's a thing, like people are leaving, but I mean, if you're gonna leave, right? It's like you're still running away from your problem. Right. So I figure stay and deal with it, figure it out.
Right.
But there's a lot of bullshit going on right now.
Fuck yeah.
And you know what? Like so many pussy men like fucking wear the mask. It's like not just men, but their fucking wives make them wear that mask so they become the pussies that they are. And then they fucking like put it on their fucking kids. Yeah. And it's like where are your balls, man? Where are your balls?
Yeah. It's like men don't want to stand up and speak up for the most part anymore. They don't want any confrontation. It's like, but you have to blame that probably on all the genetic foods and all the toxins in food and water and stuff. I mean, they have been trying to attack men psychologically in any way they can. They. Yeah, you know what we're dealing with.
Nice, Hugh.
This evil world. Aren't you going to be on with?
Save my hormones, man. We're all
Aren't you going to be on with Brian Stavely and Sealand Fan Man, right, or something like that? Yeah, coming up.
Yeah, it'll be Friday.
Okay, cool.
Looking forward to it.
Yep. Awesome. We'll be there. Cole Cracker over in D Live. Hey, good to see you. Let's see. Okay, other than that, we're good. James in Germany, maybe. Oh yeah, there you go. You're over here on YouTube. I see you now, James. You came over from D Live. Good to see you, James. Flat smacking Packer fan in the house. You, how flat is the Earth for you?
Completely flat.
Nice. And the universe too, huh? Yeah.
Bro, like, dude, it's so fucking obvious, and I try to explain it to people, and they're fucking so stupid, man.
Yeah.
And you know what? The sad part is I got a 9-year-old son, so I'm trying to explain this to him, but he's fucking brainwashed by his school and his, you know, with the fucking globe and everything.
Oh yeah.
All the time, and NASA and all that bullshit, right? Because it's like big. It's big. So I'm trying to talk to him and trying to say, hey, like, do you sense that you're moving 1,000 miles an hour? And you know, he gives me the whole bullshit, like, oh well, we're enclosed and it's all gravity and blah blah blah. I'm like, I mean, you can see too far, right? Like how do you see so far? Like, how does that work?
How does that work? Far?
What?
What is too far? Like, if you can see too far, how far is too far?
Too far is beyond the curve.
Yeah. Well, that's what we mean. So you can't see a curvature. If you have a very powerful camera, you can keep zooming in, you know, and you know, the ship, if it's a ship that's disappeared, you know, it's not because of the curve. You're gonna be able to zoom in and see that ship. You know, I mean, look how flat every time you see water, you know, that's not got a bunch of waves. So, you know, you just see flat.
Buildings.
You know, so why would you think it's going to ever curve? You know, it doesn't.
But I mean, think about being like you ever leave your soccer ball laying in the yard and there's a little ant on top of it? You know what I mean? And you got to think of it from that perspective. But like, that ant is still huge on that soccer ball compared to what we are on the Earth, right?
I mean, we know that argument. We definitely know.
Tommy, you want to just tell him the equation, please? Tell him the equation.
Oh gosh, I don't even know.
I'm not into math right now, man.
But you know, the equation, it doesn't add up.
Look, the equation of the slope of the curve is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes. 8. Yeah. I mean, you know,
do the math. You can see too far.
Yeah.
How far is too far?
30 miles, 40 miles.
You shouldn't be able to see that far, man. Yeah.
You can still.
How far away is the moon?
You probably shouldn't be able to see. You shouldn't be able to, like, because if the water was curved,
not as far as what they tell us.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not, but I mean, how far is it, right?
30,
how far is too far?
30,000 miles.
Well, that's pretty far.
Well, NASA says it's much further.
Yeah, a lot farther.
Well, I don't know what NASA says it is.
Yeah. Of course, they have recently said it's in our own. They've said recently it's in our own.
But there is a limit to stuff that they tell me that I'll believe. Like, they tell me that there's a speed of light, and I'm like, okay, but
wait, you actually believe something they say? No, I'm just joking, man. I don't want to call you out like that, but yeah, you know, do some more research into it.
Yeah,
I've listened to your podcast. Like, I'm trying to get my. I don't see it that
learn
way.
a little bit here, you know. You can learn a little bit there, but really, you need to deep dive into it.
Yeah, I would say
that's you.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, if you didn't know the equation of the curvature of the Earth, then you probably need to do more research.
Why do I need to know the curvature of the Earth?
The equation of the.
Why do I need to know it?
Okay, Tommy, I'm done.
It dictates how far you can see.
I'm done.
Well, look, we have to help. We have to help everybody on, no matter what level they're on.
A good example.
It's about having various points of view.
Example.
Do the math,
correct.
bro. Do you know what math is?
Yeah, you punch numbers into a calculator and it gives you a number back. What do I do with the numbers?
Tommy,
what good
Tommy,
is the math
hey,
gonna
Tommy,
do?
I'm good, bro.
I'm not charting the seas or anything like that.
You're pretty cool. You just have a smile on your face. You're just happy all the time. It seems. I don't
Pretty
know.
baked.
Yeah, probably.
Nah, dude, I'm good. I'm good.
But you're cool. You know, I like your attitude and you're laughing about things.
I just feel like people who I just feel we should be open to learning and asking questions and saying, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting," instead of, "Oh, that's dumb." Like
it's
you don't
like
know
that
what you're
about
talking about.
everything, though. It's like that about everything.
Hey,
you know? And you got to be able to listen to the other person's point of view. You know, it doesn't matter if somebody says they're a liberal. You don't just be like, "Oh, you're one of those fucking libtards," kind of thing. Like,
well, really, we're all independents or no politics, pretty much. You know, in this community, well, in the YouTube community anyway. But you know, we try to see through the politics of the paradigm. You know, the two-party paradigm. They're all at this point. They're all working for the new world order, one world order. You know, people, that agenda. And implementing the beast system in Revelation, you know, so you know you can't say that it's
COVID proved
worth voting for either side. You know, you're just voting for two.
Well, yes,
two evils.
There are powers at work. You know, there are big corporations and governments. You know, that's the biggest conspiracy is believing that your government, be it right, left, you know, that it's going to change anything. It's the two-headed snake. You know, you're voting for the same beast.
So
and that's
you know
what I love about Trump. You know, because people who got into politics were just like us, and once they got in there, they learned how to grease their fucking wheels and stuff their pockets, and that's what grew the corruption. You know. And finally, Trump was like, you know what? I don't need to stuff my pockets, and he had that mentality, like, you know,
you're right.
When I put my name on something, it's not going to be made a fool of. You know, people are going to be like, I did a good job.
Do you agree too many people put their faith in Trump to save them from the New World Order? And he can't beat the New World Order. See that
savior?
He's the best chance we got.
But listen, I don't think any of us are going to beat the New World Order. Just like the Bible says, the tribulation, it's God that's going to step in. It's God that's going to have to step in, and because otherwise we'd all be killed. It even says that too. So I mean, they're going to get the upper hand. I don't mind knowing that that's the case because I've been preparing all my life for it all. So I think he's been preparing us all for it. You know, maybe not as long as each one of us as long as the other, but you know, we're definitely not like the average person that is just falling for all this stuff and complying for it all. But they're going to for the next 7 years, 7-8 years, they're gonna have the upper hand, and they're going to implement the beast system, the mark of the beast, and all that comes along with it. But we're supposed to, do what we're doing now: expose it and shine the light on it, and resist it, and not comply with it, and help others. And none of us have all the answers figured out. So I don't think I'm better than you because you still think that the Earth is round in a globe shape or whatever. I mean,
you think I'm stupid?
No, we all have different levels of understanding.
Yeah,
it's one of those like, hey, as a Canadian, like we were the destination of the Underground Railroad for the blacks, right? So it's one of those that, why do we have Black Lives Matter spilling into Canada? Because culturally, we're that close to the United States. We're just the same. It's just we kind of have this almost like a sibling rivalry going on. Anyway, I
What is
keep
that?
hearing all this shit about racism, and I've never actually witnessed racism. I've never seen somebody, you know,
That's
shoot
racist.
off the sidewalk and told like, "Hey, you know, because of your skin color, you know, like
Right. Yeah.
there's none of that racism in it. The only thing I see of racism is people being like, it happened 100 years ago to my ancestors. And
well,
I bet you everybody's ancestors at some point in history, if you go back to the old world, was a slave. If you weren't nobility or royalty, you were a slave.
Yeah.
And we're still slaves today. My collar's blue.
For sure.
You know?
Yeah. Yep.
We're economic slaves. We're
But
in
you
an
know,
economic
you
slavery
got to
system.
be able to understand their point of view. You know, okay, I don't know what it's like to be black because it is one of those. No, I don't know what it's like to be black, but I know what it's like to be 16 and walk into the CD or the record store and have the teller watch you, and being suspicious of what you're gonna do. It's no, I'm not black, but it's that same, having people judge you just because of the way you look or whatever, right? I used to have long hair and wear the leather jacket and shit like that, but
You were a rocker, huh?
oh fuck yeah. I can't dance, so I just
Same, bro.
headbang.
I was a headbanger, man. Long hair and patch jacket, earring.
No, I didn't have a patch jacket. It was just a leather one.
Somebody's got COVID. They're going in. Ambulance going to get them.
Hey, I got a story. Hey, I got a story for you today.
Fell off a ladder and caught COVID on the way down.
Go ahead, Hugh.
All right, so I have my son during the day, and I took him out to a store today, right? And he knows I don't wear the mask, but he's always sensitive about the mask because his mom, which is my ex,
She wears it.
she instills the fear in him.
Yeah.
So there's my struggle, right? So I purposely drive to
That's
the
evil,
store.
man.
So I purposely drive to the store, like it's like a toy store that he likes going to, and we like browsing and stuff. And I purposely didn't bring the mask, right, just to see what he would say, right? So we get there, right, and I'm like, hey, son, it's your choice if you want to go inside or not, if you want to wear the mask or not. But I didn't bring your mask. And he's like, Dad, why didn't you bring my mask? I'm like, that's your responsibility,
right?
If you want to wear one or not, you bring it yourself. It's not. I'm not carrying your mask for you. So I walk in, right, without the mask, and then he thinks about it, and then he walks in after me without the mask. And then throughout the whole store, we were in it for like 15. We were in it for like probably 20, 25 minutes. No one asked him about the mask.
Wow, good.
And then we leave, right? And then he's happy. He has his stuff. And I'm like, see, did anyone even say anything? And he's like, no. So that's a triumphant story, right?
Yeah.
But then, well, that was good, right? But then when I drop him off at his mom's, and then they have the conversation.
Oh boy!
I get a text from her. Hey, we need to talk.
Did you let him wear it? Yeah, you let him not wear it.
So I call her, right? I'm like, hey, so what's up? What's going on? And then she's like, yeah, like I heard that you went to the store with our son and you didn't wear the mask, and what type of father are you showing him? You are you are so disrespectful to people, and there's signs and you should obey them, and you are so showing such a bad example to your son. You could be murdering these people without wearing these masks.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Bro.
Oh,
so from having a positive high with my son, I had to deal with this bullshit nonsense
Yeah.
Hey, you know the same thing's going to happen with a vaccine. There's already been articles on it of couples fighting over their kid. Like a guy didn't want to vaccinate his kid, and the wife would.
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, what should I do? You know, they're going to kill my kid. Well, should I do something to her before that?" That's what the article was saying. You know, and that's what is so crazy is because they shouldn't force stuff upon people like this. And
You know what,
I've
though?
already I know a lot of people that
Can I say
they're
something?
not going to stand for it.
Can I say something? The woman always has the final say in court, usually.
Yeah. Well, I hope that it doesn't. I hope that people don't start losing their kids over the mask stuff and vaccine stuff. You know, in the future, that would be pretty crappy. But you know that makes sense that they'll try and pull that card to on truthers or something. You know,
you know they love stealing children, man. That'll be
Yeah.
They'll use that as an excuse if they have to, man.
Yeah,
It'll happen.
that's not cool. Not cool at all. So
No, that's why there's been several people come out about getting your kids out of school, you know, public school, because they say that's a trap for them, you know, where they could say, well, the kids have COVID. If they can't get a hold of the parents, DCFS is going to come in and take them. I don't know how true it all is, but that's what is rumored.
Yo, isn't like suffocating your child considered child abuse?
It would be pre-COVID. Yeah, it would be pre-COVID. Yeah, for sure.
What
be
be child?
If we had any honest doctors and healthcare professionals, man, yeah, you'd hear more about that. But there's no honest people in the medical profession.
That, yeah.
Oh no, there's plenty of honest people in the medical profession. The problem is they're not getting shown on mainstream news or social media.
Exactly. So I was in Dollar General this morning, and I've been going to this particular store, which I could walk to right now in like 5 minutes. Is that close? But I've been going to it for 5 or 6 years, and almost every day. You know, and I've never put on a mask to go in there. They have the signs on there saying you have to. The employees wear them, you know, but they've never ever not one employee has ever tried to force me to wear one, you know. But most people comply and wear them in that store. I mean, like 98% of people that go in there. Well, I'm in line today. I didn't have one on. The cashier had hers on, and an old lady comes in and she starts shopping. And she's like, "Oh my God, I don't have my mask. I'm going to go back to the car and get my mask." And I said, "Ma'am, please don't. You don't need it. You know, look at me. I don't have one on. You know, it's all good." And she's like looking at the cashier, and she's got hers on. The cashier lady's like, Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. So I was like, she stayed in. She didn't go get it. So, a little victory there, I guess. You know, and I've had other little victories in that store too, where I've been in there not wearing the mask, and somebody will come in and have one on, and then see me not wearing mine and say, "Oh, they don't force it in here," and I'll say, even if they did, you know, you still don't have to wear it, you know. And so, you know, they'll take it off. You know, it's happened a few times. But I like I said earlier, I'm saddened by how many people have been complying here in my area. I really thought there would be less people complying. But I do have quite a few friends and family that have not worn a mask and won't. You know, and of course, it's not like we're just some insensitive people and don't want, you know, I've had the flu twice already this year, you know, and I stayed at home and didn't go out and try and spread that. And that's all COVID-19 84 is the overhyped up seasonal flu, you know, and they're just, you know, they've tried this before and you know, they've never had this much
the flu disappeared, man.
Yeah.
Everything has disappeared.
The flu disappeared here, disappeared in America. It's
right?
everywhere, man.
So,
it's just gone.
All right, so if there's not a delusion on all these people that don't get it like we do, then how come if there wasn't a delusion, you'd be able to easily explain to these people that, hey, look at the numbers, how they have changed from seasonal flu to now COVID-19.
Yeah.
Look at the deaths. Look at the deaths now.
No, those people are gone. They're gone. You can't save them.
One thing I'd like to say is, as I was saying earlier, I got into an argument with a friend back on April 4th.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because I mentioned the stats, which when I looked at them, it was 1% of the population of Canada had been tested. And it's like, okay. So of the 1% of Canada who's sick, 4% of them had COVID. And of that 4%, and here's the key thing, 2% of those infected died. And it remains, to this day, 2%.
Wow.
Like, it hasn't changed. So it's not getting worse, no matter what the fucking numbers are saying.
Right.
Deaths go up. It's been like that since the dawn of time. Number of deaths just
I
go
see
up.
something like the amount of influenza deaths this year was like, what was it, 87% less than what it should have been.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And other deaths also saw a significant drop, and we all know why. I mean, they compensated them to mark them as COVID deaths.
I think we're going to come to the end of it soon, though. And what I feel like I think this is all going around the Trump election. China wants Trump out. China has Trudeau in their pocket. I'm betting they got Biden in their pocket.
Oh yeah, they got him.
And so it's just one of those. They've tried everything from blaming Russia to porn stars to try and get this guy, and nothing's fucking worked. Right? This was their last fucking big idea. Like, let's get something to distract the people, a reason to fucking cheat the fucking election. And
selection, yeah.
So if Trump pulls off the win,
selection, yeah, I like that.
If Trump pulls off the election, the flu will remain, a deal as far as something to blame Trump for. He's a bad man, blah, 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 blah. If Biden gets in, then the flu will just become, hey, beware, there's a virus going around. Get back to work.
Yep. Well,
so I feel like we're going to come to the end of it soon.
Right. Did any word here on D Live wants to know? It says, did Hugh and Stavely have the same Huntington Beach hat? Yeah,
different
Stavely,
colors.
Did y'all buy him when y'all were meeting out there or whatever, when you met him out there? I
go to Huntington Beach all the time. I'm kind of from there.
Right. Yeah.
So, but when Brian went there, he had a good time, so he bought a hat.
Yeah. I have a cousin that lived in Huntington Beach for a number of years. I don't know if you ever ran across him, but he's also a lead singer of a band too that was popular around there, called National Product. You ever heard of National Product? No. Well, anyway, so what are we talking about? We still talking about COVID, or y'all want to move on to something else? How many people here think that the Mandela effect's real and that it's expanding? It's going to expand.
Absolutely, it has been. Yeah. I've noticed a lot of Mandela effects. It's many moons ago, but like the Monopoly man with the monocle, of course.
Yep.
I could sit here and go on and on. If you just do some research on it, you'd find lots of residue out there. And my thing, I don't know if you guys ever thought of this, but I think it's something to do with those quantum computers that they're tapping into different dimensions and bringing it. But that's just me. Maybe.
I don't rule out anything, or it could be a combination of things, and I think that almost anything is possible in this end times that we're finding ourselves living in now. There's definitely supernatural things going on and more to come. I keep waiting for like a really big, like no-brainer for real, Mandela effect to happen. Like, something's gonna, change that, nobody can deny. I don't know, but I mean, there's already a bunch of them for me that, it seems like nobody should be able to deny, but
well, like the Sinbad movie, what was it? Shazam.
Yeah.
I mean, that for me, I remember watching it when I was young, and then supposedly it never happened. Now somebody said that it's back again. It's actually there. I'm like, really? I haven't seen it.
No, I doubt it's back. Yeah, I doubt it's back.
But I remember vividly seeing it whenever I was young.
Right. Yeah, that it would have to be some. It's I'm talking about it, there would have to be something really super big that everybody in the world knows about.
Right.
Yeah, like I don't know, whatever it would be, but it to me, it's enough that the Bible has changed. And I've been getting attacked by people here lately, that probably have not done any homework and probably don't even read their Bible. I don't know, whatever. But, there are just too many obvious ones in the Bible, including y'all said the word residue. I'm not the only one, I'm sure, but I was the first one in our community to find the word residue in the Bible now in the King James Version, and it's in there 13 times, but it was not in there prior to the Mandela effect, the word residue. And of course, wineskins was in there, not bottles. That's a big one. The Lion, the Lamb. The very first sentence, the very first verse in the Bible changed from God created the heavens and the earth to God created the heaven and the earth. And
really?
Yeah, that definitely. I challenge anybody to go ask any Christian, especially one that uses just the King James Version Bible, and they'll say that God created the heavens and the earth. It's not heaven like it is now. It was definitely heavens, and there are hundreds of Mandela effects that involve an S being added or an S being removed from
right. Why is that? You always see it's an S being added or an S removed or an E. Yeah, it's an E or an S usually.
Yeah, it's a lot of changes like that. I know. We'll find out someday. I don't know exactly.
Wasn't just a mistake in the printing press.
Yeah, we no, it's not that. It would be nice if it was that too, but I've owned this Bible right here since 1994, and I've read it before and after the changes. So, I know it very well. Yeah. I've lost everything I've owned more than once except for this Bible, and this thing has been through a lot with me, but yeah, there's too many changes that are definitely just definitely just for sure changes in the Bible. I mean, it's not it can't be mistaken.
Where two or more are gathered, two or more.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah,
that is huge.
I could play a song right now that I like very much, a rap song that has it in there like 2 or 3 times. It says, "Where two or more are gathered, He is in the midst." So. Yeah, it's for it to change to 2 or 3 like that, there's the one now that says the Lord shall beat off. I mean, come on, man. Yeah,
Well, did you hear about China rewriting the Bible so that it says Jesus?
So, what? Go ahead. What? Somebody? What?
Well, I just seen a couple videos on YouTube. They were talking about how China rewrote the passage in the Bible where it talks about Jesus, where he draws his finger in the sand and says, if you're without sin, throw the first rock.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So China's rewritten it to say everyone walked away, and then Jesus stoned her to death himself.
Wow. Yeah, see, a lot of people will mistake what we're saying as
That's pretty crazy.
translation changes, but it's not translation. There though. Strangely, you can find a lot of times where these newer translated Bibles will have the right way. They'll have what the way that the King James used to read. Like if you go and look, there's several of them that have. God created the heavens and the earth, like my Bible used to read, and I'll read it to you right now. It clearly says now, God created the heaven and the earth, and then all the rest of them, So it's and so for anybody that knows that the Berenstain Bears changed to Berenstain, and
Sure
yes,
do.
it does say heaven still. Then you should know that the Bible could be changed too. There's many books that have been changed. Any book that became a movie, and that movie's been Mandela affected. Well, that book has also been Mandela affected too now. Mad Pieman, could you hear everybody? Because I don't know if you're able to hear everybody. Can everybody hear everybody?
I'm having a hard time hearing.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, no trouble hearing me. Yeah. I can hear
Okay.
everybody.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we can all, because sometimes with StreamYard you will have where you'll have to go in and out. Somebody won't be able to hear somebody. The more people you get in here, I think you can have 10 now. It used to be less than that, but you can have up to 10 people in here, and then it gets a little,
So I'm just impressed with myself that I managed to find my way on here.
Yeah, man. So you've never been on. You've never been on Stripe. You never been on StreamYard. Okay, good.
I haven't either. It's the first time on StreamYard.
Well, my first time was intimidating too.
No.
And
Can I say something? StreamYard is a very, really good, easy tool to use.
Yeah. Well, it's actually way easier to go live on D Live than I thought it was. It's easier to go live on D Live than it is to go live on YouTube. Even I could go live on D Live in a split second, where YouTube got to go fill out all this stuff, and but you can go live real quick on D Live. But like now I'm streaming on both. It's fairly easy to just go in, and get them both started. I guess if I was still on Facebook, I would stream there too. But
I moved away from all that.
I couldn't do Facebook anymore, man.
I moved away from Twitch. I just got to affiliate level, and I was like, no. And moved away from Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I moved away from all of them, and I just now started getting onto D Live, and I really do like it. The community here is much better. Everything's set up right, like it should be, and I think more people should come over to D Live. It needs to be more popular,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope it does grow. They say there's like a little over 800,000 people now, and there's millions on YouTube. So I mean, it really does need to grow. But I don't necessarily want it to grow too fast, and then they find themselves being pressured to censor people like YouTube.
Right.
Yeah. It really sucks when you do 2, 3, 4 hours on YouTube and then they remove your show, quickly after, and it's like, come on, man, I wasn't on there threatening nobody or talking nothing, it's crazy, So, but yeah, they just hate the truth. YouTube hates the truth, so therefore they just, they hate us. Don't want us on there. And that's fine. I would love to, like I said, I got off of Facebook. I do have Facebook Messenger, but my Facebook account is deactivated, and I don't even miss it. I don't want to get on there and see all the Trump and Biden crap and all the, just.
Oh, come on, man! You just get on there and you'd see the same shit you saw on there when you last saw it.
Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm on Twitter. I've been on Twitter before it was cool and after and whatever, and I rarely tweet on there, but I've got almost 500 followers, including Richie from Boston. He's followed me for a couple of years or so. He only follows like 300 people on there, but I've been praying for Richie from Boston for years. You know, and he's come a long way. You know, I mean, of course, people say he's a doom and gloomer, but you know,
he tells it like it is. You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I try to do.
Straight shooter.
You know. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want people to go, you know, be blind to the what's coming. Believe me, if God and the Holy Spirit hadn't put on me daily to share my testimony and share what I've learned and discovered and been shown, then and if time wasn't short, then I would be living my life, not warning people like I'm doing, not doing these particular shows. But time is very short, and God has shown me and confirmed for me that the tribulation period is coming sooner than later, and we need to repent, prepare, watch, and share the truth until the end. And with no fear. Don't give in to fear. And you would be given into fear if you wore a mask or you took a vaccine or any compliance with anything against God's will. So people. Billions of people. I expect billions of people to take the mark of the beast by the time it's over with, and I'm sorry, I'm sad, but there will still be millions of people that don't, us included, I would assume. So they're going to try and starve people out big time. That's why it says if you don't, get the mark, if you don't get the vaccine or, whatever.
Check this out, mate. This is I bought the paper today. Check out the front page.
Jabs start next week. Oh boy, yeah. No thanks.
That's not here.
Well, Tommy.
Stop.
Tommy, what you said earlier, talking about the Bible and everything. Like I said, I was inspired by God to read the Bible today and to go through all of Revelation. I was just planning on reading half of it. And I sat there on stream and I streamed it on DLive, and it's back there on the replays. If you go to my profile, Crazy Chicken Boy on DLive, you can see it. And I explain in there how I came to know God. Because I think a lot of people start off with just faith. They just have faith in God, that God's there. It's somebody you can't see, and, you just are put here. And you're told all around you what to believe. But until you actually seek God and seek the truth, you don't ever find it.
Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of people are born with silver spoon in their mouth, and they don't have anything happen to them too. So see, a lot of us in this community, like-minded people like us, have had things where we've had to lean on God. We've had to turn to Him because we've hit rock bottom in some way, or lost everything we owned, or this, that, and the other, and medical stuff. So it's the ones that are hardest to reach are those who have just didn't grow up learning the things we did, or learning from our
from the signs,
poor choices, and from the signs and everything. So man, there's a lot of smart people out there that just don't have a clue of what's going on and why it's going on and what's coming, and and those will be people, smart people, good people even that will have heart attacks when when it hits the fan, because they weren't prepared at all. Yep.
But you mentioned how.
My girlfriend had a heart attack.
What did? If I forgot, if you did, she recently had a heart attack.
Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago now. Yeah, She's all right there. She's all right now.
Mild one or something, but she's got a heart problem, situation.
I think she just had a blockage,
What?
man, and they just had to.
Can't have anything but
flush her
COVID
heart
now.
out.
Yeah, right.
Oh, she got tested twice in the hospital, man.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I told my daughter,
And now
and now
she's
I told
a diabetic, man. Now she's a diabetic.
after that. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, she found out after that she's diabetic. Gosh.
Yep.
Oh boy. Well,
I'm sorry to hear that.
people are dropping like
Yeah, I'm not happy.
flies, man. I mean,
I'm not
it's
happy
unreal.
to-
I think they
wasn't
have.
happy to hear that earlier.
I think they've upped the toxins and everything. For some reason, either the FDA, all those the federal government stuff, they're allowing more toxins and ever in what we're consuming. Like it's like they're just full throttle with their eugenics and their plans to control and enslave us, or kill us. And it is what it is. But I am sorry to hear that, Matt, and I'll be praying for her. And is she gonna, make some diet changes, different changes that she can might help her?
Yeah.
I've had some blockage in my family, some blockage problems, it runs my family.
It's the same with her family, man. It's genetic. They've all got diabetes and heart problems, man. The whole family.
Yeah, it's in my family too. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy, you're talking about the toxins that they're upping the toxins and everything, and really, I went outside today and I just happened to look up and the sky was covered in it,
Yeah, chemtrails are disgusting.
My question is, when normal people see those lines, I mean, what do they think? I mean,
they think they're real clouds now. It's unreal. All the young people do. Yeah, I mean, they just
tic-tac-toe clouds. Tic-tac-toe clouds.
Yeah.
This kid told me, he's probably 20, and I said, "Look at that," He said, "Yeah, look at those clouds." They weren't clouds at all. There was no clouds. It was all just
Kim clouds.
A big mess.
Yeah, that's what I like to call them, Kim clouds. But
it just shows how blind people are.
Yeah.
Well, they also put it in like video games and stuff, like Grand Theft Auto. If you look in Grand Theft Auto, they have chemtrails in Grand Theft Auto. They have them in movies. They have it. The propaganda is everywhere.
Well, I dare to say that they have gone back and added somehow chemtrails to movies that didn't have them before. So there again, it's a Mandela effect, and I don't know, what's going on, but I go back and watch old movies now that I've seen plenty of times when I was, younger, and they didn't have the purple and vivid pink, sunsets that we're seeing now all the time, and chemtrails, and I'm talking about movies in the 70s, 80s when we weren't even, seeing chemtrails back then, really. And now the movies, they're there in the movies where they weren't before, I mean, and I have been seeing chemtrails since the 90s, but, the late 90s, but, these movies have changed.
Is there any tests to know what they're spraying in the air? Has there been any real?
Sure. Have you seen what in the world they spraying and why in the world they're spraying? I mean, it's barium and aluminum and all kinds of things that they.
So it's been tested and measured and.
Yes.
Yep.
There's a guy, and I don't remember his name, but he did extensive studies into this over at Mount Shasta, and collected samples and everything. I mean, I can't remember his name, but
Murphy something is his last name is Murphy.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's the ones that did the what in the world are we spraying and why in the world are they spraying. That's the same guy there. Yeah.
There's also another one called "Don't Talk About the Weather," and not many people have said that because every time it comes up, it's taken down.
Wow. Yeah, I don't even know that I've seen that one myself, but my mom is 77 71, I think now. She's even been telling people about chemtrails for like 10 years now. And she'll point them out to people. And she's in Virginia Beach, Virginia, it's like, tic-tac-toe all day long. You just see, I mean, it's just stupid, crazy there all the time. They spray day and night. And they spray here just about every day too in Florida. And so I have tons of videos on my main page, my Tommy Tell the Truth YouTube, that of all the reporting I've done on it, and calling the Air Force out for the evil scum they are for taking part of it. Because like I was saying earlier too, the very first jets I ever saw doing chemtrails were Air Force jets. They were the first ones that started spraying the chemtrails, and then it was them and private, like no name,
private public
whatever.
companies.
Yeah, but the Air Force has definitely been involved with it all along, and that's why I say that Kristen Megan is one of my heroes. She exposed the program there with the Air Force. She was like a EPA of the Air Force, and she even refused to order more of the chemicals that they were known to use for it, because she didn't want blood on her hands or whatever.
I forget what all's in that stuff. I know it's barium, aluminum.
There's nanofibers in there. There's just nothing good, and what goes up comes down. So it's coming down on us and getting in the food. Getting the soil, which gets in the food and the water.
God will make it right when
in our
this
lungs.
time.
Yeah.
God will make it right.
It even has some roles that there's a lot of agendas behind the geoengineering chemtrail thing too. They're doing it to obviously to trap in the heat too, to create global warming. See, they're trying to create it because they tried to fudge the numbers and they didn't get away with that, and so now they're trying to really create global warming to make people think that we need to pay taxes for cow farts and all that, crap, and go electric, and but yeah, the chemtrails trap in that heat that would normally escape, and so that heat is not escaping, and then that is heating up the surface and possibly the oceans or the ice, whatever, but they've been trying to control the weather for decades now, and they want to. I think it was by 2030 they wanted to be able to fully control it, and they can do a lot with the weather. They've learned how to make lightning. They've learned how to start earthquakes. They know how to start hurricanes and steer them away. They've manipulated a lot of hurricanes over the past decade too. So there's a lot going on, that should tell anybody and everybody that we're living in the end times. We're at the end of the church age, and we're going to enter another age. So people need to be prepared for that, and it's
any word in your D Live, any word says cow farts equal environmental communism.
All right.
don't get it.
Thank you for the follow, Tech Garage. Appreciate that. And let's see. And
hey, Voynich needs to come on.
Yeah. Hey, Voynich, what's happening? It's early morning there. It's early morning for Voynich.
Come on, Voynich.
He might be too early, but he might come on.
The first impression I had of Voynich was when he filmed himself like spray painting the sidewalk or something.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Yeah.
Joke.
Yeah.
Joke.
He's still dealing with the legal issues over that too. I think
Still, what?
Yeah. He's still facing the the cops or whatever that situation.
Man, that's bullshit.
Yeah, hopefully it'll get dropped.
Wait, was it chalk?
Yeah, chalk. Yeah, that's what it was. The
Chalk
Chalk
Man.
Man. That's what it was. The Chalk Man, not spray paint. Yeah, he's not a graffiti artist.
How do you get fined with chalk?
Well, words. It's more the word. It was what he was saying
people
that
got
they had a
offended.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chalk.
I got offended.
Chalk.
Offended by chalk. Yeah.
I'd turn that back on him and say, I'm offended that you're offended.
Right.
Voynich needs to get on here.
He is. Hang on, I got him right here. Welcome, Voynich. Seth.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. How you? Hi, Record Man. Chicken Boy. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's to tell you, I didn't get a fine for the chalking. They set up a whole situation, and so they fined. I'm not even gonna tell it, but somebody hit me, and then she called the police, and then she said that I hit her, and then the police come running after me like with 4 units through the hood, because I got hit, right? And so they start arresting me. They don't address me right, and they start pulling on my bike. They're not saying that they're gonna use violence or anything. And that happens like twice. And then of course they fall over me and start assaulting me, and or what they call that arrest, right? And so I'm in jail, and I'm asking the jailer like, why the fuck am I here, dude? And he says, like, is there something wrong with your short-term memory? I said, are you starting that game? Why am I here, dude? Oh, there must be something wrong with your short-term memory. I said, no, dude. I mean, there's procedures and shit. Why am I here? Oh, he's pretending like he doesn't know. Well, nobody ever told me. And then like 5 hours later, that's too late for them to tell me, someone walks into the jail and says, yeah, it's him. He insulted me. And then he says, en nu ben je voorgeleid. And this is the official proclamation, something like that, right? And I'm like, dude. And so but I had to spend the night in jail, and I didn't get a lawyer. I didn't get a doctor. It was pretty crazy. But they come and bring, would you like medicine? Do you need medicine? No, I don't need medicine. I need a fucking doctor. I need a human being. I need a lawyer. I don't need medicine.
But I'll take a joint. Oh boy, wow. And it is 427. Sorry, I'm just letting you know. It is.
Well, somebody got arrested for breathing on somebody else. They considered it an assault. So
Wow.
there was this guy that breathed on some woman, and that was an assault, and they arrested him.
Well, now somebody just got
Assault
assault
with deadly
charges.
breath.
Somebody just got assault charges here.
He must have had bad breath, man.
Yeah, bad breath. A Trump supporter, ripped the mask off of a Biden supporter, and now that person's getting assault for ripping the mask off this lady. She was talking smack to the Trump supporter, and he got pissed and grabbed her mask. Ooh, but that's assault now. Yeah.
Hey, but then it's even more crazy than that, because I filmed the first situation that the cops was chasing me for. I filmed it, and I also filmed the situation where the cops were harassing me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the only one having proof of my innocence. But like in the reports, I get hit in the report. In the report, I get hit by the girl once, and I get hit by the officer 3 times in the report. That didn't happen, but they say, but they want to punish me.
For chalk.
No, for being rude to people that push me or punch me.
You're defending yourself.
They punched you.
The report said that I've been punched 4 times, and
You're
they
defending
want to
yourself.
arrest me for objecting.
Oh, only 4? You know, it has to be 6 in order for him to side
Right.
with you.
It's so crazy, dude. And I was in court, and I wanted to show this film material, right? I said, look, I'm not coming towards them, starting
Nice,
to
Tommy.
shout, said that they fuck
Fruit
and,
Loops.
that they're unhuman. I said, that's what it says in the statement, and it's not happening. And this judge just looks over it and says, no, you're being a bit rebellious at the moment, and you shouldn't be. And I'm like, sorry? I said, did you see what instigated this whole thing? And so I showed that to her. She said, oh, well, that has nothing to do. You can blame that on the police for not knowing that. So, okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's pretty aggravating. It's unreal, dude.
You know, I did see the footage, of you with the chalk and, all the kids just looking at it and just observing and wondering. I thought that was amazing. Is it still up on your channel?
Dude, it was because, I know what movie you talk of or what film you talk of. The clip, actually. And these children, they came running after me when I started doing chalk on the other side of
the cord.
They just followed me, like, what are you gonna draw now, sir? But because I said, well, I'm gonna draw another, or I'm gonna chalk like a syringe, right? And say, don't get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Just something like that, right? And they said, why? What does it mean? So I got to start talking about it, and yeah, I think somebody heard about it and said, "Oh, we got to make an end to that," because the situation I got into was really, really weird. Yeah. So, yeah.
Stay strong. Stay strong.
There's no other choice, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
We all have to. Tommy's taking a rip.
Oh boy, I'm this one's gonna kick my butt probably too. Oh boy.
That looks pretty milky, Tommy.
Yeah, it's pretty thick, and it's still filling up.
Oh boy.
All right, here we go. I ain't scared. Woo. Fruit Loop.
This show is gonna go for another 2 hours. Oh boy.
Oh,
Do some jump,
go on.
jump jacks.
Like a magic trick.
Oh, so good. Woo.
Tommy's being trained to remove the chemtrails. You just suck them out of the sky.
Hey, you never know. He's been training for this all his life.
well, and lately in the Netherlands, there's loads of protests, but like tiny protests, parades, short parades through a city. But I don't think it does make any difference. People don't wake up because of people walking in the street. It doesn't work like that. People are not going to behave different because people walk in the street.
It's more of a spiritual awakening. Like if you have to spiritually awaken to see.
Yeah, yeah. It's
but not through a protest.
Sorry?
I think
people don't get converted through doing protests. And,
exactly. Yeah.
It's through more of a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, but of course, information is also important in that process, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
The tyranny that's happening in the protests in England in the last week, that should wake people up too, man. To see the way the police are treating innocent people and old people and women, it's crazy, man. It's just over the top, It's just full on tyranny, man.
I bet if we put our mind.
I think that's gonna have an effect on the sleeping normies. They can't ignore it.
I don't know, man. I think we could put together a 100-point bulletin of obvious things to us that show the end is near, and these people that are already under delusion like they are would just look at it and go, well, I don't know, whatever. Or,
Yep.
I mean,
That's right.
because it's just like you try and reach anybody. Like my father, okay? My father is basically a Bible scholar. If anybody should, be able to, see the Bible changes, he should know, he should know that it's changed, he denies it. And I don't know if he, like my hometown pastor, have since, because I haven't talked to my dad in almost 2 years, guys. We would argue about the Mandela effect, the Bible changes, and whether we started off talking about something else, it would always lead to that. So I literally, because the Bible changes, I have not talked to my dad in like 2 years, because he's
Shame.
He denies them, and to take it a step further, he supports Zionism. He fell for that. So there's that. He will probably support the Noahide laws being implemented worldwide that are not good. They sound good when you look at them. They have similarities to they're similar to the Ten Commandments, but these these are put out by Zionists who don't believe Jesus is Lord, doesn't believe that they're Messiah. So these Noahide laws are being implemented right now, just like all this other crap, all these New World Order laws and agendas, and they're going to favor the beast system. So the Antichrist will use that the Noahide laws to persecute Christians, kill and persecute them. If you believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior under the Noahide laws, that's idolism or whatever, and you're subject to have your head chopped off. That's the way it's going to be in the beast system. Once it's fully implemented.
Yeah. The guillotine. I have a friend who, his wife works in, medical taxing and codes, and they have a code now of like paid guillotine, under like a insurance, like an insurance thing, paid guillotine. So it's there. It's there.
About Obama, they ordered I think it was like 100,000 guillotines whenever he was in office, right?
Those are paper guillotines.
Paper ones.
Yeah, paper cutters.
Oh. Just with bigger blades, right?
Right. Yeah.
They work too. They work fine.
Oh man. So I think that the delusion is very strong, and it's very real, very strong, and unless you're able to break through that delusion bubble these people are in and pull them back, I hate to say it, but I think there already are a lot of hopeless people out there who are definitely going to comply fully with the beast system, and they're going to take the mark of the beast and anything else that they're told to take.
Absolutely, I see it myself. I told you earlier, I've only got a handful, just like Pyman said. He's only got a handful. Yeah. There's not many of us, and I've tried and tried and tried. There's no getting through to these people, like you were saying, Tommy. Yeah. It really comes from within and wanting to seek the truth and find it.
I'm surrounded by them. Everyone is surrounded. My family, everyone is surrounding me.
It's really sad because it kind of makes you feel like you're ostracized when you're not. You got to know that God loves you, and there are millions of us out there, that do know there's a God, and we do believe in God, and we have God in our hearts. And I don't just say these things lightly, but all you have to do is look around. I know most of you that are listening to this right now have tried to wake up those around you because you love them. You know, you want them to realize the truth. You want them to find it. But, you know, you can only lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The sad,
Hey,
you know, the
Bolt
saddest
Gun.
part of all, the saddest part about all of the delusions, all of the fake terror attacks, everything that's that the normies want to believe, and you know, they you know, verbatim, whatever the TV says, it's gospel. You know, that's the way it happened.
Yep.
Because the newsreader told me. But the crazy thing is, the people that are called crazy and are saying that it's all lies, we're actually giving them good news, which they should be happy about, because people aren't dying, you know, in the terror attacks and all the other crap. And the news about the vaccine is, if you do take it, you won't have a future, you know, and they're all so happy to take it, you know. It's like, there is no pandemic, no one's dying, you know. Just wake up.
Yeah.
People will tell you there's stories like, oh, but there's been this pandemic in 1918, and there was the pest, you know, in the 1700s, and there was all these kind of weird diseases. There's always something like that going on in the world. Well, they're talking about it now, and it's not happening. So it might have been the case too in history, right? Maybe they just talk about it, and it's not happening. And maybe they just did the same trick then. So, you know, they said there's a pandemic and everybody has to get injected. And then a lot of people died. And they just screw up the story 3 weeks. And now we are here sitting thinking it was a pandemic in 1918.
And it was over 100 years ago, and there's no one around to tell us whether it did happen or not. You know, they're all dead. Yeah. You know, that was convenient, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's have some fun here. Let's see. Let's put you over there. You over here. I pay for this. I might as well play around with it. You know, this is a new thing here where you can put people wherever.
I like being up here. It's like the Brady Bunch. It's like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah,
as long as I'm not Marshall, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Just don't make me Marshall.
It's Voynish's show now. Well, Matt Pyman, you're down under, so I had to put you down under. You know.
Yeah, it does get lonely, you know, in terms of consciously being close to someone who agrees to what you agree. I mean, you can do it online, and this is kind of special. You know, we're able to do this, but physically, there is really nobody around me. It's kind of isolating. It's very isolating. It feels like
unreal.
Yeah. Holy. Yeah.
I think that God is blessing us. You know, even though he would probably rather us not use this technology, but, you know, since we don't use it for evil and we do it to, you know, to spread a good message, you know, I think he's also, you know, just like allowing it to be our refuge, our way to have like-minded people, to have fellowship, you know, where we wouldn't have if this would took place in a different time where, you know, we didn't have this, you know, this technology to, you know, to reach people all around the world. I mean, look, we've got Mad Pime in Australia, and we have somebody from Alberta, don't we? From Canada? So we, you know, we've got Voynich from the Netherlands. You know, I mean, this, you know,
right? We're from all over.
We're international right now. This is an international show for sure, and you know, we do so much for each other, you know, more than probably, you know, we even think about, but, you know, the insight, the wisdom, the encouragement, pick me up when when we're sad and stuff. So I mean, man, we get more out of the friendships and that we've made here, these connections we made, than we get out of our families. And I think God is definitely involved with that. He's got his hand in that because we need each other. Otherwise we would be sitting at home, dealing with things that we get through better having this option here where we can talk to each other and talk through our troubles and learn from each other.
I think those who are connected online like this are the blessed ones, because think of all the other millions of people like us who have not connected online and who are still by themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely a way that people have, a tool that people have been able to use to keep from committing suicide or or being depressed as much, whatever, and I try to be an open book on here. I followed somebody the other day on D Live and they saw my name, Tommy, tell the truth, tell the truth. So they started asking me all these questions to see if I would tell the truth. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to tell you because, even if it embarrasses me, because I have done some stupid things, very stupid things in my life. And I've gone against God's will many times, and paid for it, and I can't blame him. I can't blame anybody but myself, for going against, his will and doing something dumb, but
I think we've all done that.
Yeah.
Hey, Pieman, is that a cockatiel?
Oh yeah, there's his bird. Yeah,
parakeet?
He's
I think it's
muted.
a cockatiel.
Yeah, you're muted, Matt. But yeah, I forget exactly what it is. But the sad thing is, Matt makes his bird watch TV. He makes his bird, he
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
He watches bird
Yeah,
videos, man.
Poor bird
He watches
has to sit
bird
in front of
videos
the
on
TV for
YouTube.
hours. He loves the
He
TV
watches,
though. The bird.
he watches bird videos on the iPad.
Yeah.
He wants to go inside.
But they want to know what he is, a cockatoo. What is he? What is?
Yeah, cockatiel. Cockatiel. Yeah.
Ah, cockatoo. It looks like he's trained or something. I mean, he just walks around there, huh? He doesn't leave or.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a big personality, man. He's got a small bird, but he's cheeky.
How many years have you had him?
Geez, man, he'd be. I don't know, but he's about 12 years old.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know
Starting
how
to lose his
long
feathers
birds
just
live.
He's losing
Damn.
his feathers like his dad. So. You see his feathers.
All right, guys.
His feathers
I'm gonna head
start
out.
to go on his wing.
All right, well, look forward to your show with
All right,
with Brian and Fan Man Friday. We'll
Yeah,
be there.
that'd be fun.
Thanks for joining me anytime, bro. Thanks for having you.
Good to talk to you, man.
God bless you. Take care. Do.
Nice to meet you.
He's still with us. Okay, there he goes. So yeah, that's cool. That and what's the bird's name? Matt, when you come back on.
Yeah, Bailey. I just put him back in the cage, man.
What was the name? Bailey. Okay.
Bailey.
Cool. Yeah, gotcha. Oh man, we at 4 hours and 8 minutes. We got 11 people on D Live and 17 on YouTube. That's almost 30 people tuned in at 3 in the morning. Almost. Wow.
Hey, yeah. Tommy, there's this girl you were mentioning about all the changes in the Bible with the Mandela effect and whatnot. There's a girl and she does videos on a lot of them. and you can tell how emotional she is about it because she's distraught. You know,
Kat. You talking about Kat? Ia.
that might be it. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been on a guest on her show many times in the past. I'm a moderator in her chat, and we were friends, and maybe still are, but she doesn't like that I smoke pot. Let's just put it that way. You know, that she has a problem with that I medicate with pot. Now, is she a hypocrite? I don't know. Does she not have a problem with people that take Xanax and Oxys and all the, you know, stupid pills that I used to take that I, you know, stopped taking, you know, but, you know, it is what it is. I tell people that I went from taking dozens of pills that I know weren't good for me, and I traded all that for just a little green, you know, herb here, and, you know,
That's amazing.
I'm certainly better off just with that than I was with all the medicines they had me on. I was one of the very first people in the state of Florida. I mean, very first people to be on Oxycontins, not Codone, because I was on those for years too, Oxycodone, but Oxycontin, you know, and I ended up being very addicted to those, and I had never abused pills in my life before I got my first car accident, and they put me on Lortabs, and then the next year I got in the second car accident, and they put me on the Oxycontin. But anyway, that was the first year they come out in 2000. But they didn't tell me that I was going to get addicted to the Lortabs. Neither when, you know, I'd never even done Lortabs when they put me on those after my first car accident when I was 23, and I was on those so long that I was addicted to those at first, and then you know, I had the second one, and of course those Oxycontins, you know, they were so addictive. Nobody knew what they were for about 3 to 6 months, but after that, everybody knew what Oxycontins were, and everybody wanted them, you know, and so.
Oh yeah, it was like the biggest thing on Wall Street for a while. You know,
every
a lot
street,
of those Wall Street,
every street, not just Wall
Yeah.
Street, every street. You know about.
Well, yeah, that I bet that's really difficult to come off of. You know.
Yeah, it really it took years for me to get off of it. Yeah, I had to go to rehab and write my life story, and really, you know, just you know, it was difficult. It really was. It's a shame that so many people have suffered from you know, being on those pills and Xanax. Man, there's so many Christians, people identify Christians, or you know, Christians that are on Xanax, and that's, you know, I mean, that's just horrible. My own sister was on them. She's off them now, and the things that she would say and do on Xanax, you know, were certainly not Christian-like. And you know, she or let's talk about that one. What's that sleeping drug one? Ambien. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I've heard some stories.
How can a Christian be on Ambien? Look, I was on. It was one of these antidepressants for a little while. When I became paralyzed from the waist down from my disease, you know, a lot of people with MS end up being paralyzed, you know, anyway, or at least wheelchair bound. But so I've been to the worst. I've had the worst of my disease already with that. And it took 2 years to learn how to walk again, or to get walking again. You know, I did have to basically learn how to walk again. I didn't forget how, but I had to start with, you know, baby steps and, you know, all that.
For sure.
All the, you know, walker. I had to walk with a walker for a long time. But anyway, so, you know, I forget where I was going with that, but definitely, you know, we definitely have been drugged by design. That maker of OxyContin just lost in court or whatever, and that's good. There's probably lawsuits or whatever, but
I did hear something about that. Mhm.
yeah, they told people that it was going to be safer than any other any other painkiller on the market, and it was the total opposite. It led to just millions of people being affected by by it one way or another. In a negative way. So, I would tell anybody to try and find a way to go without the medicines that are they're prescribing. But I'm not saying quit taking your medicines. I'm not trying to give Dr. Weiss like that here, but I would just say seek alternatives to whatever is ailing you. Big or small. There's a natural way to solve your problem, probably,
Right.
and medicines don't solve your problem. All they do is mask the
overlying issue. Yeah. That's what, I have a family member and she will not get away from it. She trusts everything her doctor says, no matter what he says.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried to say, well, there's these other things, that you could look at. It doesn't hurt to look at other options, I mean, just because this one doctor says, get another opinion, go ask another doctor,
Yeah. Let me say this too. The Obamacare death panels are very real. People will laugh at you and say, "Oh, that's bull crap" or whatever. But they are already making a decision on old people. They've got this, that, and the other wrong with them. And they just whatever they look at, and they decide that it's probably best to start slowly putting you down, and they eventually hospice comes in, and then they drug you right on out. Once everybody said their goodbyes and everything. I've dealt with it, in my family and friends a few times, and I know how they operate and how their agenda is set up. But so like my grandfather was very healthy at 90 years old. He was healthier than I was because I was dealing with my MS relapse or exacerbation, they call it. And so I literally had to go live with my grandfather when I was paralyzed from the waist down. And I had to go live with him for almost 2 years till I got back on my feet, literally. And he was healthy as a horse. He exercised more than anybody I knew, more than most people every day, multiple different ways of exercising and weightlifting, and ate good and everything. And then all of a sudden they convinced him he had a heart problem, and they put him on heart medicine that was designed to just take him out, and it slowly but surely did. And so I know what they do to people with medicine, and what they do to old people that they're ready to put out to pasture. We just need to know that these things are happening, and we need to speak out against them. And we don't live in fear. I mean, so I get it. I mean, I sound like a doom and gloomer, with a lot of the stuff I talk about, but it's real stuff that's happening now, and stuff that's being implemented for the near future. And I don't do it to scare anybody. I just do it to make everybody aware, and to hopefully persuade people to just be ready, prepare for the worst, and hope for the best, whatever. But
that's correct.
I mean, there's no reason why we can't all just get on the same page. That this world has gone to hell in a handbasket quick, and we either have to throw our hands up and give in and go along with it, or we shine, be the light, the shining bright light on the darkness and evil, and and resist giving into it, so others will too. They'll see us doing it and say, yeah, I can do that too. There's going to be, like I said, there'll be billions of people that will comply with the mark. I do see that, but there's billions, people, there's almost 8 billion. So there could still be 1 billion, 2 billion, I don't know, whatever that don't, it will be a big number that does not, but of course, the other number will be bigger. There will be more people that comply, but I think there's going to be a lot of people waking up, and even people that are complying now that will stop complying soon, in the next few years, when they see the beast system being implemented more and more. So I do expect for the tribulation period to start in 2021, like the later half, or 2022. I
honestly think it's going to be sooner than that.
I thought that at first too, years ago, in the last 10 years. But the more research I did, I do think it's even, and I've just adjusted it in the last few days, because I was 2021 through 2028, but I think 22 to 29 is probably going to be it, and 2029 is the 6,000 year mark. So it literally is that when we hit that 6,000 year mark. And then, so if God is operating on 7,000 time on 7,000 timeline, then Jesus starts that 7 year, that 1,000 years, so that would be 7,000. But also, there is the definitely we're going to see we're going to see Israel fall, because they were born in 48. And the Bible alludes to there will only be a nation again for 70 to 80 years if they're strong. If they're at 73 right now, or about to be, and so there's only 7-8 years left for them before before they're attacked and take like the Armageddon War or whatever. Yep.
I could see that, and the only thing that makes me think it's going to be sooner is that it talks about in the book of Enoch the elect, and it talks about the elected, and who would be the elected. Who in this world would be the elected? I mean, that's got to be Trump, right? They talk about the elect, and they talked about the elects as well. The elects are like the people that are there for the elect. But then they also mention about, I don't know who they are. I don't know who wrote the book of Enoch and all that, but they talk about they'll have their hands over their face, over their mouths. And that's a perfect representation of a mask.
I like that.
Well, did you know that if you look up the word forehead, it's not this little area right here that they've programmed us to think that this is your forehead. No, the forehead is actually the whole head. So a mask could even be part of the mark of the beast, because it says either on your forehead, which now we know is the whole head. It means it's not a little area. It means the whole entire head or whatever. Yeah, the top. Yeah, it just look it up. I mean, they'll tell you. Trust me, it's an old English word.
Front,
yeah.
Four means front as well.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it would make sense that that it's definitely it could be the mask. So you could have if you don't have the mark, then you have to have a mask to buy and sell. See, it's going to lead to that. If you don't have proof that you have had the vaccine or that you're COVID free, then you're going to have a mask. Still. So the mask isn't going away. The mask isn't going away just because the vaccine comes. Yeah. So you either have the mark or you have the mask, or you can't buy and sell. So
it's interesting. That's a very interesting concept there.
Yeah, I think it's there's something to it.
Well, I think that's just the thing. There's something to it, but you can't think about it in the past tense. You have to think about it in what's coming. And in that sense, like what do you suggest we do?
Resist. I mean, you take it till you get your head cut off with that guillotine, or you get whatever, you get taken to a FEMA camp, a re-education camp, a quarantine camp, whatever. And that's
what good are you?
I'm gonna tell you, because then you while you're in that camp, see what they're doing right now already in some countries is locking you up in an isolation camp if you refuse to get tested or get a vaccine, and you're gonna stay in there until you get till you give in, and so they'll just
starve you.
Yeah, they'll starve you out or whatever. And see, but anyway, if you find yourself in one of those camps for resisting at any point, then you're meant to be there and keep and talk to others, witness to others, help others in that camp. Keep from giving in, because that'll be the thing. See, at any point you can go, okay, tip me, I'm done. Okay, let me, just let me free out of this freaking camp.
Sounds like being thrown to prison and becoming the bitch or something.
Yeah, so they're going to break a lot of people. That's why I say that no matter what, it is a smaller, a real small number of people that will make it through and not give in. That's why they call it the tribulation saints, the ones that resist at all odds, at all at starving risking starving to death, so yeah. And
that's right. And what you're saying, Tommy, is all there's a lot of it in Revelation. And, that's, God told me to do that today. And I put it out there today. I did a live stream on my channel.
Yeah,
you can go look at it on the replays.
I'll definitely go check it out.
It was 3 hours long. And I sat there and just went through it. And, I revealed how I came to know God, that God was real, that it wasn't just some blind faith that I had in God. It became that I knew that there was a God. And it almost, after that point, it came to a point where I took it for granted. And that's where I realized I can't turn your back on God. You got to keep learning. You got to keep moving forward. You got to keep educating yourself on everything that God made and try to wake others up about him.
Yeah.
God loves everybody.
At this point, we've got to try and please God before ourselves. And people hate that. They're like, oh, come on. I can't have no fun down here on earth, or what? But I mean, just think about, you see how many signs there are, how close we are to the climax, so why shouldn't we focus on getting our houses in order, getting our spiritual houses in order, our temple in order, and maybe even doing a little bit of, prepping, too, or whatever, even if it's to leave it behind, your family or friends or whatever. I don't know. But, I don't, people just think we're out of our minds for doing any kind of preparation for the end times. And and for giving up fun, you know, and I still have fun, you know, but I'm just not in love with the worldly things that I used to be. I don't need sports.
Me and you are in that same boat.
I don't need sex anymore. I mean, I broke up my last girlfriend 7 years ago. I don't care. Yeah, years ago, I would care about admitting that, you know, but I don't care anymore, man. I'm a grandfather, you know. I've had plenty of sex, you know, and I'm still married legally to the woman that poisoned me, you know, all those years ago that I got the MS from. So, you know, I can't go out and fornicate, you know, knowing I'm still legally married and, you know, all that stuff too. So, I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm
So
good.
it's kind of like a blessing in disguise then.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, right. My wife has never remarried, you know, so she's a mess. You know, I pray for her and I forgive her for what she did. You know, I mean, she was molested when she was young. I didn't know that she had a lot of child molestation in her family when I you know, married her.
Yeah, I had some family members the same.
She was fighting demons from that, and you know, she you know, I spoiled her for a few years, and then she started cheating on me a lot and being real mean to the kids, you know, and so like her demons were coming out, and she decided that she would be happier if we weren't around. So she decided to poison, you know, our food, and she did for a couple months, and we got sicker and sicker. And, you know, long story short, I'm the only one that got permanent damage from it, you know, thank goodness. But and she never got in trouble for it, you know, but she's just been a mess ever since anyway. You know, she got on drugs. We never did drugs together. I smoked pot with, you know, and she didn't even do that with me. We didn't drink or anything, but once you know, she did what she did and we were, you know, finally, you know, done, she just, you know, punched herself or whatever, or enjoyed herself and did all kinds of drugs and let herself go. And, you know, she's been with a lot of men, you know, too, like porn star level, you know, or I don't even know. But anyway, she's been with thousands of men. I'll just tell you there, you know, that's a lot. Most women probably, you know, a handful of men they've been with, or, you know, whatever. But my wife has literally been with thousands of men. It's insane, but you know,
we can't judge them, you know.
Well, no,
they don't know
exactly. That's why I say I've forgiven her for what she did, and I pray for her. You know, she made it very clear when we got married that she didn't want to be a Christian, and that she wouldn't allow our children to be Christian. You know, so
she wouldn't allow your children.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to go to church, or you know, we fought about Christian Academy. I wanted them to go to Christian school, you know, like I did. But yeah, she wasn't having that. She literally had multiple demons. Like she was possessed. You know, I mean, I would see her go into trances and come out and be somebody like violent, like somebody else, you know, different voice and personality, and you know, some of them were violent sometimes, you know. And I'm a man. I mean, I could handle her, but there was a few times where it was a little scary, you know.
I have a family member, and you know, I used to live with them, and there were nights where I could hear the demon. And she would be saying like some off the wall demonic stuff while she's sleeping, you know. I mean, it was not normal. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I totally believe you.
David, she slept with all those after we were broken up. She just let herself go and was with all those men. I wasn't trying to say she was with all those. She cheated on me, you know, with a few guys, but not like she got afterwards. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So it's it's crazy when you have to deal with that. And I stayed with her for I was with her 5 years, and 3 of those years was too long for sure. I should have left her after the second year, and so I feel bad that I didn't get us away from her before she turned violent, and poisoned us. But like I said, at least the kids weren't damaged like I was permanently from it. So my daughter is grown and beautiful and healthy, and my stepson, same. He grew up and became a Marine, and he's a father, and my daughter's a mother. So yeah. But
I'm sorry to hear that, Tommy. Honestly, whenever you said it earlier in the stream, and I wasn't even on here yet, and I heard that, I'm like, gosh, man.
About the poison.
I wish that never happened to you.
Yeah, well, but see, God told me not to marry her. I asked God over and over and over. I went to him in prayer and said, should I marry her? And he kept telling me, no. He was very clear. And I chose my will over his. And, so I do believe I suffered, the consequences of my actions there. I married a 16-year-old with a baby. I was 23, she was 16, and she had a baby already. It just, I should have done my homework and seen how much child molestation, how much, that was in her family. And I should have, I shouldn't have gotten with her. I mean, I'm not going to say I regret it now, because I have children and grandchildren, from it. But, it's like, oh man, I know that that God allowed her to do what she did to me because he told me no in the first place. Right.
You didn't listen to the voice of God.
Yeah, I know I did.
Now you do.
Yes,
right?
now I do. But hold up, now it gets a lot worse.
Okay.
Before it gets better, because
All right.
I trusted somebody after her. I got engaged with somebody and was planning to get divorced and marry somebody else, and we had a child together. And now this woman, now I'm getting truth bumps here, all of a sudden the goosebumps, truth bumps. This woman here, she knew what my wife had put us through, and she swore to me that she would never, do anything like that to me or our kids, if we had any together. And so I trusted her, and she turned out to be even more evil than my wife, unfortunately. But there is some justice in this case. But my baby mama, my youngest daughter's mother, that I met, a number of years after I had left my wife and everything, after the poisoning. She also had child molestation in her family. Okay. And there, I don't know what it is about Alabama and Florida, but there are a lot of perverts, pedophiles down here, unfortunately. Anyway, a lot of incest, all that kind of crap. But so this girl here, she had let's see, she had a couple boys, but she only had custody of one of them when I met her, and he was like 7, 8 years old, and I was perfectly fine with, being a stepdad to him, whatever, and everything was good at first with her. I started dating her, and, and we, there's not a lot really. I mean, not a lot of signs that it was going bad. I mean, we were doing good. I had my own business and was making good money. And then I had the relapse. I had the MS relapse, and when I spent all the time in the hospital, and when I got out, I was still in a wheelchair, and she thought I was going to be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. So here we are, just engaged, and you know, I didn't tell, we ended up having a kid together, and the kid was now, you know, still a baby, but you know, she felt like you know, I was going to be in a wheelchair the rest of my life and be useless to her, you know, helping her with the baby and, you know, whatnot. And so she said, you know, we're done, you know, and that was a bad time for me because I couldn't walk, you know, I couldn't hardly take care of myself. So that's the point where I moved up to Virginia and lived with my grandfather, like I told you, for a couple of years. And while I was in Virginia, she ended up leaving Florida and got with somebody that got her, you know, that talked her to get into getting on drugs, and they got on that meth, you know, that crap. And one thing led to another, and she and him did some evil things to my daughter and the other children, and you know, her other children. And I don't want to go into too much detail, but they each had 12 Class A felonies, you know, when this was all said and done, including child pornography and I'm not even going to say the worst one, but you know, they did some unthinkable things to those kids, and my daughter went through hell. Including some torture and, you know, just, you know, everything that goes along with child pornography, you know, so on and on and on. And, you know, she was just a little toddler, you know, a little 2-year-old, you know, 3-year-old. And so I had known that she was hiding from me. I thought she was still in Florida, but I couldn't find her. And she told me she contacted me, and she said she was in Georgia, but I think she was in Alabama. Regardless, she was jumping back and forth from Alabama and Georgia, I guess. And then the next thing I know, well, I was gonna hire a private detective to find her and find out what was going on, because I just felt like something must be going on bad, that she's been hiding from me, you know, like she was, you know. And I wanted to be in my daughter's life, you know, of course, too. So when I was in the process of getting, you know, trying to find her and hire a private investigator to find her, I got word that she had been arrested, and they found her in what they call a flop house, I guess. But anyway, yeah, they both are in prison for life and have no chance of parole, and they've been in there now for like 11 years, or no 9 years. I'm sorry, 9 years. Yeah.
Did they let them out because of the COVID thing?
No, because
they've been letting people out because of that.
No. When you're in, they have 2 life sentences.
All right, Record Man. Nice to talk to you and meet you.
Join us anytime, bro. They each have 2 life sentences, and plus 10 years or plus 20 years, something like that, and no chance of parole. So they'll never ever be able to go and plead their case to get out or anything. They'll die, or, you know, if they escape from prison or whatever. But so, you know, they'll get what they deserve. But I have forgiven them, you know, as part of my, you know, my walk with God. But you know, it was very hard when we were in the courthouse. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to get over there. All I could think about was I want to get over to this cop and get his gun and shoot these 2, you know, evil, you know, bastards. Right. And I had the state attorney sitting right behind me, literally right behind me, and he was in my ear going, "Don't worry, I'm going to cut their throats," you know. He said that to me, you know. I'm like, okay, you know. And I had everybody move down so I couldn't see them anymore, because they were sitting over there smirking and talking to each other, and, you know, like, you know, just having a good old time. And everybody in the courtroom, including the judge, we're all in and out of tears. And, you know, the grand jury probably still has nightmares, you know, from what they had to see, the videos and stuff, you know. You know, it was a a horrible case.
Yeah.
And my daughter, you know, is 14 now, and I haven't been able to see her in 7 years, you know. You know, it sucks. It sucks. I know she loves me and I love her, and, you know, I'll hopefully see her again someday, but, you know, now that she's a teenager, you know, it's going to be hard for her because of all those sexual things and things, you know, that were done to her when she was a kid. Her innocence was robbed, you know, taken, and, you know, she did remarkably well, you know, right after it. But, you know, it's, you know, like I said, when you know, her having to deal with the sex, you know, all the sexual stuff, as a teenager, you know, when your hormones are, you know, coming, you know, all that, you know, so
I can imagine having to deal with that.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of guys out there too, boys, you know, that happens to.
Yeah. Well, her half brother, the one I told you that she had 2 sons when I met her, the one that's in prison, and I will tell you this: she forced her son to do things to our daughter. So he grew up.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He grew up in a boys' home, and now he thinks that his mom did no harm. He's got her name tattooed on his arm, and he's probably molested kids. Unfortunately, he's in and out of jail, in trouble. You know, he's grown up now, and he thinks that she, you know, he worships the ground she walks on. You know, but yet he knows he knows she's in prison for life for what she did to him and the kids, and what she forced him to do, you know. Unreal. So she programmed, indoctrinated him, you know, brainwashed him, I guess. And this is the thing too, she's had contact with him where she's not allowed, you know, to have any contact with her victims, you know, and I used to call the prison and remind them of that, and they because they would find stuff, you know, letters and pictures and stuff. She's not allowed to have, you know, any contact or pictures of her victims, and you know, but it's in God's hands. You know, I know that you know, if she doesn't repent and, you know, get forgiveness for what she did to those kids, she's gonna you know, suffer God's wrath. You know, for sure.
Mm-hmm. We will all be judged before God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Just whether you want
you know, yeah. Do you want to face him with that kind of stuff? You know. Yeah. I can say that I've never done evil to anybody. Yeah, sure, I'm a sinner, you know, but I'm not an evil doer. I'm not going to go out of my way and you know, do evil. You know, so that's a big thing. A lot of people have struggle to accept that they're, you know, the evil's real and whatever, you know, and that there's a difference between sinning and doing evil.
You know, one thing that I see, you know, since you bring up evil and wrongdoing, a lot of things that I'm seeing now have to do with greed. You know, there's these people that are just real greedy, and they're all about money, and there's more to life than money.
Yeah, no, it's not always about money, because look what she did. There wasn't money. It was you know, that they enjoyed to do this to kids, and, you know, and whatever, you know. Yeah, so, you know, it's not always about money. It's just about their fulfilling their, you know.
Right. I didn't mean about your ex. Okay. Yeah. I was talking about people I know now. They're talking about that.
And, you know, some people, you know, don't care about the money. They just want the power that they have over, you know, so many people or whatever. But normally, if you got power, you got money too. But, you know, still, you know, people there's lots of reasons why, different reasons people, you know, have to do evil, you know. But yeah, it is.
Sorry, mate. I'm going to drop out. Good to catch up with you again.
Oh, you fell asleep, huh?
No, I'm gonna have dinner, mate. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, good to see you, Mad.
Nice
Glad
meeting you,
glad to
Pine
have you. I probably won't be on much longer because we're coming up on 5 hours, and yeah. All right, but thanks, Mad. Good
to see you. Yeah, good to meet you, crazy chicken boy. See you, Vonage.
Always praying for you, Mad. All right. Take care. Voynich, what's up, bro? We ain't heard from you. Did you fall asleep or did you go shopping? No, I know you see in the chat. I see you in the chat.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. So yeah, man, this world just keeps getting crazier, and these people that are under delusion, it's like, no, nothing's wrong, nothing's, it's normal.
It'll be over in 2 months.
Yeah,
it'll all be over in 2 months.
Yeah. Another 2 more months.
Just 2 more months. Then it'll all be over. And what then?
Yeah.
What then? Huh? What are you gonna tell me then when it's over in 2 months? Well, here we are, 10 months beyond the first month, and I told you this is gonna last forever. Yeah. You said no, it's gonna be 2 weeks. And now we are 10 months in, and you say, oh, only 2 more months. And then we celebrate 1 year and it's over. Do you really think so? This is like tyranny's top tool. I mean, it works like a charm. It works like a charm. So they're just going to do it. And if it's going to be over, it's going to be over to come back, 6 months later. That's the only reason that they will say it's over.
I think it's going to take them a couple years to get even half the people vaccinated. So see, I think my timeline is still pretty good because if the Antichrist is coming on the scene, let's say in the next 3-4 years, I think they'll have it. I think they'll have by then they'll have most people marked or starving to death, about to take it or whatever, or dead, because we didn't take it, but I think they're a few years off from being able to get the numbers that they want vaccinated. So they're just wishful thinking that they're gonna come out and get everybody vaccinated in the first year. Next year it's just not gonna happen.
Have you heard the theory about Obama being the Antichrist?
Certainly, yeah. And I thought for a while that he was, and I don't even rule it out now. But I kind of, I think Jared Kushner or almost. I don't know. Jared Kushner's a big one. All I see is serpent when I see him. I think about is he's a serpent. He's a snake. He's the Jews love him. See, whoever the Zionists are loving, that's who you got to look at. Whoever the Zionists are loving, they love Trump. They don't love Biden. They don't like Biden. So we know it ain't Biden. I know, it ain't Biden. Now, so yeah, I don't know. I know this that Obama's the most Antichrist president we've ever had. I'll guarantee you that.
He's definitely a deceiver.
Yeah, he's definitely the most Antichrist president we've ever had, and he certainly fits a lot of the otherwise.
I think the Antichrist might also be coming from another country, not especially USA. Might be Turkey, might be Israel, might be France, might be Germany. We don't might be Russia.
Yeah. Certainly. I mean, whoever the Zionist Jews choose as their Messiah is going to be the Antichrist. Period. That's because they fall for him. Yeah. So that's why you got to say no to the Noahide laws and resist those. And my state's already implemented 1 or 2 of them. So they don't think that they're not being worldwide implemented right now. But see, that's another thing. That's another sign too that it's going to take a while for those to be implemented. So there's so many things that have to come together for the tribulation period that are just now being implemented and started being implemented. So I know we're a little, we're a few years off, from it. Getting into full swing.
Do you think that the second coming of God is coming nearer? Because you're saying tribulation, the tribulation period, and that is after the second coming of God, correct?
No. That's before. That's the last seven. The last seven of the church age is the tribulation period, and then you have the 1,000 years that Christ reigns, and then you have the devil is loosed again, and you have the last Armageddon war, the main last big war.
Yeah. I think that also might be the case that we are already living in the last 1,000 years.
Well, some people
Satan is ruling, and that, I think that might be the case too, right? Because
people. That's
we live in a world of lies, right? I mean, we must acknowledge that we live in a world of lies and deceit. I mean, it's almost complete now, so we might as well live in the 1,000 years that Satan rules, especially also because there's been these other 1,000 years been fundled in our history, right? These 1,000 missing years. These were just 1,000 years that were made up by the devil to make it look longer, to make his reign look longer.
Well,
so that makes sense to me too.
If I think that 2029 is the 6,000 year mark. Like I said, that when I look at that laid out, the timeline to get to that, it makes sense. And then you would have 1,000 years with Christ, so that'd be 7,000 years. I see Christ coming back in 28 or 29. I'm telling you right now. I'm not going to say a month, a date. I don't even look at that. I don't even know. But I just think that's going to be the end of the 7 years, the last 7 years of the church age, and anybody that makes it through that, like the tribulation saints, they're obviously not going to die, and they're going to be right with the Lord when he comes back, and the whole 1,000 years. So I think some people are going to survive.
There's going to be years. 7 or 8 long years, Tommy. Man.
I'd have to agree. They're coming out at us with needles now.
But see that. It's not going. They're going to get the first responders and stuff, but you're going to watch how slow it takes for them to get the whole, world, or 90% or whatever it is they want. Of course they'd want 100%, but there's going to be resistance. Look at already people. They're having to admit that people are going to get sick after each dose. It's 2 doses, and you get sicker after the second one. Even the first one you get sick, and then you get even sicker after you get this.
That's a sign that it works. Here's some medicine to make you healthy. If you start to get sick, we know it works. Get
out of here, man.
Okay. That's the reaction. That shows you that you're healthy.
There was a meme going around a while back on Facebook, Twitter, whatnot, and it was a virus so deadly you have to get tested for it. If you just thought about that logically,
the testing's DNA collection. They could care less about whether you're positive or negative, though they do have control of that once you give them your DNA. But that is what they're doing. They're collecting the DNA from every single willing person that and they're storing it, and they're getting to know their enemy. That's what they're doing, is trying to get to know your enemy, and your history, your family history, all that's perfect. I mean, who wouldn't want to be able to study their enemy that well? Because we are their enemy. Don't forget, they're trying to enslave us. And so like if they were studying a foreign country, another country, and getting stats on them, certainly they would love to know everything they could. And that's what They're taking their time studying us, and don't forget this too. They are taking their time getting all the isolation camps, FEMA camps, dissidents camps, if you will, in place.
First, they have to break down society and economy.
Yeah, I mean, see, there's so many things. Yeah,
because they need to have people to work there, right? They're gonna need.
I promise you, it's gonna take.
So everybody's gonna be without a job, and everybody's gonna be like an officer or a security agent or a cleanup crew, you know, or transporting towards the camps and camp assistants. And I mean, there's work for everybody. You know, everybody is just snitching on everybody else and taking people away, and it's just people taking people away. You know, and that's all. That will be the only job left in a few years.
Yeah,
there was a video.
We'll be treating people and taking people away and cheating on people. That's the only thing that will be going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's really crazy if you think about it, but it's warp speed towards that. I mean, it's going to be worse. It's going to be worse than Animal Farm or anything.
Ludicrous speed.
Yeah.
But see, you know, all we have to do is have our house in order and be on the right side. You know, I mean, we've all been through so many things that we shouldn't have any fear. That's the thing. We're not the average person out there who has never been through anything in their life, and you know, they think everything's hunky dory and they live in a positive bubble 24/7. You know, I mean, I like to be positive too, but I'm a realist. I want to know what's going on, who's doing it, and what's coming. You know, I don't want to be surprised by my enemy.
And I think that's what a lot of people need to know. They shouldn't fear that can take their life, but fear that can take their soul.
Yeah.
You know, don't be afraid, because this is a vessel that our soul's living in, and God gave us life. And as long as you acknowledge that and have God in your heart, you'll have discernment to tell the truth from lies.
Yep. Wow. Well, thinking about playing a song or two and
breaking it down. What time is it with you? Like 5 a.m?
I haven't been 5 hours in probably 6 months or so. I don't think I've done a 5-hour show. I mean, I'm not tired, but still, you know, the chances of getting somebody to rewatch something this long, you know, it's going to be slim to none, you know.
Oh, it's not about that.
I try to stay.
I just view those long shows as like a radio experience, you know. You're not going to tape everything that's on the radio, and
yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, and we've had a good time, you know, fellowshipping and discussing all this stuff, you know. And I get it. We're none of us are gonna, you know, think exactly the same or you know, believe exactly the same. But I think in the last couple of years, you know, or whatever amount of time you've been in, you know, around this community. I think it's been proven that there is a good bunch of us that are not hypocrites, and we're not going to waver. We're not going to comply, and you know, we're going to always stand up and speak up against the truth. You know, against truth.
We do not consent.
Yep, that's right. We do not consent.
You know, I might be heading down there to Florida. It's probably going to be at least a few weeks or so out, but if I do, I might hit you up, Tommy.
Yeah, I'm in Pensacola, Florida. I don't know if that's usually not where most people are headed to Florida, but I'm over Northwest Florida, Lower Alabama, they call it, Lower Alabama. But yeah,
okay, yeah, that's pretty close to where I'll be going.
All right. Well, definitely can hit you up. I'll hit you my contact stuff, and you could hit me up if you come through here. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you, see you, whatever.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm going to find us something to listen to. Yeah.
Right, it's like Bolt Gun says, it's about the fellowship and not the views, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and even if I have just 2 or 3 or 4 people tuned into my shows, it's who's meant to be there, and I like quality over quantity anyway. So yeah.
I don't like it when there's only 2 or 3 people watching my show.
I'm not gonna say I like it, but I'm just saying, hey, at least
25. Then I am enjoying it more than when there's only 3 people. I must be honest.
But be thankful if you've got 2 or 3. If
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Heck, I read the whole chapter of the Revelation earlier, and I don't think anybody watched me.
Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Record Man, for subscribing to my channel, YouTube channel. Thank you. All right, so let's see here.
Yeah, Tommy, I just wanted to let you know I have seen you before, off and on YouTube and whatnot. I've caught a show or 2 here and there. So
I've been a guest on a lot, quite a few channels too. So it's possible people see me on other channel shows and stuff. I've made a lot of good friends on YouTube here in the last couple of years or so. I've been on YouTube for 12 years come next month. And this is I only had one channel all those years until July when they shut me down, and I made the backup that I'm on right now, Tommy Tell the Truth too. But I didn't even want to make that, but I see that Censored Tube is not truth friendly, and they know they're making a list of who is and who's spread the truth, and so they're just going to take us out one by one, and they don't regret it, and I'm not going to regret it either, because I don't want to be on a platform that I have to self-censor myself,
That's correct.
When I shouldn't have to,
Yeah, I see some people that they stream on DLive, stream on Twitch, stream on YouTube, stream on them all, and they're sitting there like walking on eggshells just to say what they want to say. And it's just because they're on these platforms that will, get rid of your channel if you say certain things. So I can relate to that.
Yep. So are you going to do more Gas Man videos, Voynich? That was a cool one that you did. Beep, bop, 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 bop. The Gas Man. Are you still with us, Voynich? Where are you, Voynich? He walked away. All right, I'm going to find some music, I promise. Is he coughing from smoking? That's what he's doing. Okay. What can I play and not get in trouble? Glitch in the system. It's a glitch in the system. Sir, there's a glitch in the system.
Oh yeah, ODD. I love ODD's music, man. He's really good.
Yes, ODD TV and Destiny Lab too. Man. Sir. I'm gonna grab some more drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Time to wage a war, you're nothing more than a simpleton. I'm a monster, bitch, I was born in the Pacific Rim. My words coursing like they're adrenaline. Bored, I pick up the pen again. The portal is open, it's time to get it in. They say the flow is super cold, and somehow it's beautiful. But journey down into my core and you'll be sizzling. hot rap. Yeah, you know I got that. This is Mortal Kombat. I could have swore that he said finish him. Throw you in the spike pit. Boy, you about to die quick. The storm is coming, sonny. Overdose will change the climate. This is your advisement. I am like a virus that's right behind your iris, and you will never find it. You could close your eyelids because you're already blinded. You just remain silent because you have been misguided. But me, I can't keep quiet. I'll always be defiant, non-compliant. Might just start a riot. Everyone's invited.
There's a glitch in the system, sir, but we can't seem to find it. Somehow it bypasses our firewall and sneaks right by it. It took top secret information, then declassified it. I tried a manual override, but there's a glitch in the system, sir, but we can't seem to find it. Somehow it bypasses our firewall and sneaks right by it. It took top secret information, then declassified it. I tried a manual override, but I can't override it.
Illuminati are the only people who could stop me, but I'm ill too. Only difference is that you could watch me. My flow is able to overshadow like two tsunamis. Never seen a mind like mine trapped up in a human body. She called me daddy. You should see what I do to mommy. My boo is naughty. My crew is motley. This dude.
Oh yeah, I forgot that this was old ODD TV. This was
old.
Yeah, this is 2 years before he became ODD TV, so that's why it's like a little more like a worldly song, you know. But yeah,
yeah, I was like, I don't think I've ever heard this one.
Yeah, this is.
I like We Want Your Soul. That was my favorite one that he ever did.
Yeah, I think I've heard. Yeah, I know that one. Oh boy,
We Want Your Soul.
House. How about some Pure Poppycock by Destiny Lab? Let's check that out.
Honey is dropping $1 million this holiday season.
Yeah. This pagan season.
Pagan season?
Yeah. Jesus wasn't born in December. And then you have Satan Claus. Yeah.
He was born in September.
Yeah, September. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting to see Nicholas mentioned a couple times in the Revelation.
What was that? See what?
Oh, I was just saying whenever I was reading Revelations earlier. I'm getting a lot of feedback there. Is that me getting feedback?
I don't hear it.
Anyways. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting feedback now for some reason. But when I was going through Revelations, it mentioned a couple of times in there about Nicholas. You know.
You mean like Nicholas being Savage?
Yeah, Saint Nick.
Yeah.
We're like watchmen, patrolling the towers. We seek to expose those abusing their powers. All the lost men, sleeper cells in the sanctums who hate what is truth, catapulting deceptions, invasions. Like barbarian pagans embracing their sin, behaving like cavemen, persuaded by counterfeit interpretations and built on a mountain of faulty foundation. They fire their arrows of flame by the thousands and move like a hive without name or announcement, like spiders with legs and appendages branching in so many ways. It seems endless. Examine the sections of web and the nest that's expanding and fanning the flames of the evil they're planning. Outlandish assumptions and biased conclusions, immersed in a world full of lies and delusions. What would you do if you pull back the curtain and saw who's controlling the scenes? Are you certain your version of truth is not an illusion of poppycock propaganda confusion? What would you do if you pull back the curtain and saw who's controlling the scenes? Are you certain your version of truth is not an illusion of poppycock propaganda confusion? Examine and study the entire picture and every ingredient inside the mixture. Then ask yourself, which of the sides are you choosing? Have you bought into lies or the things you're assuming? What type of role in the game are you playing? And can you explain anything that you're claiming? What's fact from fiction? Is the division of light from the darkness? Make your decision. If you have wisdom, then make it your mission to seek seek out the truth. Improve your condition without a foundation. What's your solution? A floundering fish out of water like sushi. Assuming you're searching for something that's certain, but not even certainly sure you're a person. If life's an illusion that cannot be proven, then why would you trust your own mind for solutions? You do what you
That was pretty funny.
the scenes. Are you certain your version of truth is not an illusion of hip-hop propaganda confusion? What would you do if you pull back the curtain and it's who's controlling the scenes? Are you certain your version of truth is not an illusion of hip-hop propaganda confusion? In conclusion, there's numerous thoughts and opinions. Some are confusing and some seem convincing. Our mission should be one that seeks revelation, investigate, innovate, lead exploration. Use every tool, use every science, be scrupulous, never compliant, defiant, excited, defiant, and uncover conundrums, enigmas, and quandaries. Hoaxes, debunk them, have questions, ask them, see problems, solve them, troubleshoot, figure it out, overcome. Life could be full of unsolvable riddles, but perhaps there are reasons for all the struggle. Possibly missing like pieces of puzzles and purposely programmed reality tunnels. Follow the light to the end of the rabbit hole. Don't believe me, scrutinize and be skeptical. What you do if you pull back the curtain and who's controlling the scenes? Are you certain your version of truth is not an illusion of hip-hop propaganda confusion? What would you do if you pull back the curtain and who's controlling the scenes? Are you certain your version of truth is not an illusion of hip-hop propaganda confusion?
And all you have is a load of unsubstantiated circumstantial poppycock.
And in case there are any conspiracy theorists out there, how would you prove to us that you're in zero gravity?
Never get it.
Time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Mind control to Major Tom. Mind control to Major Tom. Hang the green screen up and put your wires on. Mind control to Major Tom. Mind control to Major Tom. Earth is flat and there's a dome above us all. This is mind control to Major Tom. We've fooled the human race. Now the existence of God is so far away. Mind control to Major Tom. Mind control to Major Tom. Earth is flat and there's a dome above us all.
That was really good. I like that. See if you can find that ODD TV. They want your soul. That'd be really cool to listen to. I could try to find it too. Here. Or it's we want your soul, I believe. Actually. Ugh, yuck.
ODD TV. Your cell phone, your wallet, your car, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laugh, your balls. We want your soul, your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul, your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan, get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want 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 your soul, your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security.
This is one of the first
your innocence, your society,
songs he ever did.
Your place, your.
Really? It's only 2 years ago. Huh.
Well, it's only 2 years on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk show, here's video game, here's cola light, here's good morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night balls, here's plastic hips. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want 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 your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here's American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. 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 Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. We want your soul.
Yeah. ODD. He's awesome.
Yes.
I mean,
yes. he he was in a car accident not too long ago, right?
No, what happened? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's okay, but he totaled his truck. He was moving to Florida. It was a couple months ago or so. Maybe even longer than that. I don't know. It was this year, but yeah, he fell. I think he fell asleep and went off the road, and yeah, it was crazy, man.
But he's all right and everything.
Crash, but especially not when you're having all your shit in the back and moving to a new place. I mean,
I mean, he was literally moving to be with his girlfriend or whatever, fiance, and she had to fly there wherever it was because he was like not even halfway to Florida. I don't know, whatever, but help him. He had to rent a car and all this stuff, but yeah, he got through it. But definitely could have been his life, quick.
Yeah, he's done a lot for the community. He does his research. He knows what's up.
Oh, they paid him back too, because he got a lot of donations and I think probably bought a new truck or something.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he got some love.
Yeah.
After it.
He makes really good music videos, but he also makes videos on the truth. And
oh yes, he does.
I highly encourage people to go watch that.
Oh yeah, he's a flat earther too. Yep, definitely appreciate him very much. No doubt about it. Oh my goodness, guys. Well, there's Paradox and Oxide. He says, "Morning, truthers." hey. We're probably going to wrap this up soon. I've been saying that, but it's 5.5 hours is a long time for me that I haven't done them in a while. But I used to do 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and I have done a 10-hour, I think, too. But yeah, I'm getting older by the day, it seems.
Well, I mean, 5 hours is a long time. I mean, to stream. 3 hours is pretty long, even.
Right.
Past 3 hours, that's quite a long time.
We've had between the two, DLive and YouTube, we've had about 20 to 2 dozen, people between the two this whole time, and a little more than that, depending on. So, like I said, I'm quality over quantity, so I miss my main channel on YouTube. My when I made my backup channel, my views went down, but I know the ones that need to hear my message or want to hear it, are hearing it, and I get people that come and watch my videos later. So I hope that DLive will change their thing to where videos can stay on longer. 3 days seems so silly to only allow you videos, but 3 months or something, I don't know, but maybe
you can maybe you can even put in some BTT or something to help pay for the server, because they have to store all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Maybe something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then maybe when you become they have. I'm waiting to become a affiliate right now, and then they have verified partner, and then they have worldwide partner. So I think you get more more options, more memory and stuff more storage when you move up with that. But,
oh, okay.
Yep.
I haven't messed around with it much. I've been slowly easing into it. And just learning as I go. And I was wanting to use Stream Elements on DLive, which does work, but I haven't found out I can't use my alerts or anything. So I haven't found out if I can use, Tidy Labs?
Yeah.
If I can use that through OBS to circumvent the alerts and whatnot. But, it works. So I've been trying to learn more about that. I already did my 3 streams for 8 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm progressing, just a slow process.
They said it could take up to 90 days to get approved for just the affiliate thing. So they're so backed up, they say. So who knows? Did you like them on Twitter? Follow them on Twitter?
Follow who?
Did you follow D Live on Twitter?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's one of the requirements to become affiliate.
What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they check it. Yeah, they yeah.
On Twitter.
Yes, you have to go to Twitter.
I guess I'm never going to be affiliate then.
Neither.
I mean, maybe you'll skim through. I don't know, but I promise you, it says you have to.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, you know, to get payouts and stuff, you have to give them your ID.
Yeah, and I still haven't done that, but I will. I just matter of fact, I'm probably going to do it tonight. But they only pay out every 2 weeks too. But you know, yeah, it's pretty. I like it a lot better than YouTube already. And you know, we'll just have to see how it grows, how it goes when it grows. You know, they could end up being just like YouTube, but I hope not.
Well, so far so good. I like what I see. I like the whole system, the layout with the lemons and everything, and you can turn stuff into BTT, and you can stake your BTT coins, and you know they seem to have a bigger cryptocurrency following than elsewhere, and also a truth following. You know, there's a huge truth following here.
Yeah, they're slowly coming over here, but now I can't remember exactly. I know that if your channel is too religious, they will mark it with an X.
That's not good. I hope mine didn't get marked with an X today.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that mine might get marked. They're not religion friendly. No, neither am I really. But you know, they still consider any Bible talk or any God talk as religion. You know. But yeah, so when you have to read. I mean, you know, you're supposed to read all the guidelines, all the stuff, and you'll learn a lot of stuff about D Live and they don't like
D Live. I mean, it's an anagram for devil, so it's not so weird.
Right.
Yeah, should I have not sent my ID in or what?
No, it's not. It's not that. I mean, you're just. But I just. I hope I don't end up on their X list. You don't either. I was going to pull that up and see real quick what it said again, because there was other things too that if they'll mark your channel.
Well, I could imagine like porn or hate speech or something like that, but if you're reading, out of the Bible or something, I can't.
Yeah, they don't like it. They're not friendly to it, unfortunately. Let's see where now. I don't know how much right they have to, because even YouTube doesn't mess with people that are religious.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, so it's like hello, there. But I'm gonna show you. Well, I'm not screen sharing, but I'm going to it right now. I can screen share, but let's see. Find where the guidelines are. Learn more. There it is. Learn more about partnership. Okay, hang on. So guidelines. Yeah. Even there's some rules about the chest about giving people money back. That kind of surprised me too. And you're not allowed to like promote that you're giving money out with the chest, and you're not allowed to even like do a countdown to it either.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
It's weird. There's some weird rules. All right, here we are. Number 8 is in quotation marks X, tagged content policy. So and it says if you it says content on public listing pages on DLive is PG-13 and mainly for gaming and general entertainment. All controversial political news and in NSFW content, not safe for work content that contains extreme statements or profanity or which a reasonable viewer may not want to be seen accessing in public or formal settings such as the workplace should be tagged as X. X tagged content will be restricted to users who will have the X tag content filter enabled. Wow. So I didn't even know that. We're missing out on channels right now. Probably, you know. And it says, oh yeah, this is deep. It says can be applied to individual pieces of content or to an entire channel. Should my channel be marked with an X? If you are unsure of what rating you should set for your channel to, please see these examples below. So if you have excessive game nudity or excessive profanity or any form of political content that that's an X. Religion focused content, controversial content, propaganda content.
Well, that pretty much lays it out for everything. Controversial content that can be anything.
I know, unpredictable.
DLive is going to be censoring soon.
Yeah, unpredictable content.
It's only going to be free here for on DLive for a year maybe. And
yeah, y'all hear this? That's so generalized, man. That's so crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just like blown away when I see that. You know.
Yeah. Well, where's another free and open platform? Or something close to it.
Lighthouse is coming. Apparently, we'll see how that goes. But there's a lot of people talking about Lighthouse and that it'll be,
Jeez. You can't even. I can't believe it. You can't even have a freedom of speech and a conversation with another person.
I'm gonna drop this in the chat so everybody can see it for themselves. Read it for yourself. You're supposed to read it if you're on DLive anyway. But let's see. I'll put it in the private chat too, so you guys can grab it if you want.
I mean, because the big wigs, and I'm talking about the ones on the top. They're sitting around just having a good old time, smoking their cigars, drinking their wine, doing all their crazy, whatever stuff out there, and they could do whatever they want, but it's just you can't do what you want.
Yep. It's going to be more and more like that, where they get away with whatever they want, and we're just imprisoned, enslaved, and like we're on house arrest or whatever, and it's going to be a sick world real quick. I mean, this will only expand. And like I said, by God's design, they're going to have the upper hand for a few years. So this is His, will that He's allowing them to be as evil as they want for the next,
No, I think they've been doing that for a while. They've been as evil as they want, and they're, the truth is coming out, but more people need to know.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. See, that's what I want. I just don't want him to say, "Well, Tommy, you did. You were supposed to, reach people, and you didn't. So that's why I'm not. That's why I'm here now, because I don't want to be, and I have been warning people for a long time, but it's only been this year that I've gotten on here doing this, live and stuff, that, and I felt the push to do it, and the desire to do it, to please Him, because time is just like we know it's got to be short, because this world, we already, how many of us say we living in the twilight zone, or it feels like we're living in the twilight zone? So I mean, We see the supernatural things happening. You know, we know that the war in heaven has to be going on. You know, with all this war going on down here, all this pushing God away, all this, you know, good against evil down here, as above, so below. And, you know, so Satan's up there right now, you know, trying to challenge God for the throne, and eventually Satan and his buddies, the angels, the fallen angels, will be cast down to here, and then it's gonna get like, you know, it's gonna get real then.
Real, right?
we think it's bad now, but they when they get down here and know the time's short, they're gonna get, you know, really busy trying to win as many souls, and Satan will have more souls than God in the end, but it's quality over quantity, even for God. There you go. You know, so you know he knows that he'd rather have 1 million or 1 billion, whatever, souls that you know, love and worship him, than 7 billion that, you know, that are loyal to the beast system, to Satan. So yeah, I'm glad that, you know, that we are making the right decisions, and I hope we're all found worthy, you know, at Judgment Day, and we're in that book of life, and I think we will be. So, you know, I've chosen my side. I've chosen my side, and there's no price. I have no price. The devil couldn't come to me with all the money in the world, all the gold, all the women. I would not give in, because I know better now. I know better enough now that I you know, I don't want any material things or anything that you know, that takes away my soul.
Right.
Could, you know.
Yeah. Very good words.
Yeah. So you know, if I go to hell for medicating with weed, then that's, you know, that's one thing. But I don't think that's gonna happen. But, you know, yeah. Oh boy.
I used to smoke, and I stopped.
Hey, I'm not saying, yeah, either way. I mean, you know, if it works for you, that's great. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't, you know,
right. Yeah.
But I do have a lot of, you know, issues that, you know, it helps me get through, you know.
I'm not saying I wouldn't either.
Right. Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. Wow, Jennifer woke back up, I guess, and she's here. What does it say? LibraryTV.com. No one can remove content once uploaded.
Jennifer doesn't get too much sleep either, right?
She's a mother of 4, so she, you know, she takes power naps here and there, I guess. Well, I don't know, but
now is library is that owned by Facebook?
Well, it doesn't.
Who is that owned by?
There's also things that only work in America for library. So if you're in Russia or Canada or Holland, like I am, certain things don't work. And I've heard the same. Yeah, I've heard same comments from other people.
Yeah, I thought they were owned by Facebook, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know about that. I don't think so, actually.
They probably do not remove it from their servers, Jennifer. They remove it from access from the public or whatever. But I would imagine that DLive is not just immediately erasing, you know, what you upload to them, because they would have, you know, they would be, yeah, I don't know, you know, that wouldn't work too well if they were just, you know, copy of, you know, because when the FBI comes later wanting that, you know, whatever you uploaded, whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, indeed. You cannot stream there, so it's the whole YouTube experience. We want the whole YouTube experience and a little bit more. And apparently, I mean, there's a lot of sites doing it. 3Speak is pretty good, and the other one, what's it? Not BitChute, but
BitTube.
YouTube. Brand new tube.
And DTube, there's DTube also.
I think brand new tube is it works pretty good. And
Yeah, I was looking into that one, but
ThreeSpeak is just a copy of YouTube, but with another name, so that's pretty good. But yeah, we'll just have to see where we all end up.
And I'm fixing to check my settings.
There's probably going to be a site connecting all these sites too, and that's probably where we will end up.
I'm gonna try to check my settings and change it to where I see the X channels, because I guess it's saying you don't even see them unless you have the filter on. So we could be missing out on other truther channels right now, or that's ridiculous. Let me find settings here. I gotta find that.
Yeah, Vonage, I could see that.
Oh, there it
happening.
is. X tag preference. Yep. And I didn't have it on. Oh my goodness.
Where'd you find it? Under your settings somewhere?
Yep, it's just in the settings right there. You got your profile, your phone number, email, all that stuff, and then down there towards the bottom, X tag. Now it's on. Now I'm going to go browse and it's going to be totally different probably.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Unreal, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. I knew I'd be missing out. I knew something didn't add up, but it's so late right now. I probably won't, see.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's when you would see. There's my show. Okay, I do see it. I wonder if it's already marked with an X.
I'm gonna get out of here, guys. It was really nice to meet you.
But I think I am already seeing channels that I didn't see before. Wow, that's crazy. All right, and Lighthouse, we're looking forward to that. But yeah, good having you on, Crazy Chicken Boy.
Yeah.
And what do you go by other than that? Do you want to give us your name, your first name? What?
No.
Well, do you want to be crazy, or do you want to be Chicken Boy?
See you later.
Just say buck to you later.
Yeah. We'll just call you Chicken Boy then. I don't want to call you crazy.
Chicken.
No. But I've just started streaming and stuff on DLive. It's pretty cool and whatnot. But
so you never streamed on any other platform?
I did. I was on Twitch. And I on YouTube, and I just decided that I see Twitch going the same way. I see that YouTube is already gone, and YouTube has been kicking people that don't do anything wrong at all.
Yeah,
and banning all their videos and everything, kicking them off their platform. So I was like, why do I even want to try to put it on there? And then Facebook and Twitter, they're all in cahoots together.
Yeah.
And we all know it. Actually, there was a court hearing on it, and they released I'm trying to think of the program that they have that they all communicate with each other on. It was crazy.
What companies you mean?
Facebook, Twitter, and Google.
Yeah. These platforms, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had a court hearing on that, and you could tell they're just sitting up there lying about everything under the sun. It's really pitiful. If you, like I said before, if you have God in your heart, God gives you discernment, and you can tell a lie from the truth. And
but
if you watch that, you'll know.
But now we have so much discernment, or maybe it's not even our discernment. Maybe it's the carelessness of these other people that, like you said, you see them lying, and they know they're lying, and they're propagating the lie, and they're adding more lies like it means nothing to them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a disgrace.
Yeah,
it's sad. It's sad and pathetic, but we know how the story goes, so we'll be all right. We'll be all right in the end. Well, well, thanks, man, for coming on and for your support on DLive, and hopefully it'll grow, man. I'll try to get people to go over to DLive, and hopefully they won't mark us, as an X. Now, if that happens, then I'm definitely looking for, somewhere else, and I'm always looking anyway. But
we're fucking digital travelers.
Let's see how these other platforms play out. The new ones.
Mm-hmm. Go watch that video I uploaded, Tommy.
I definitely will.
And it was very nice to meet you finally and to talk to both of you.
Yeah.
And this is where I was meant to be at this time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't believe in coincidences. So we.
Hey, Crazy Chicken, I must apologize to you for kicking your ass in Brian Staveley's chat.
Oh,
I gave you a timeout. Yeah,
wow.
Rick Swain first timed you out, and then you came back and you started whining about it, like for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 comments, and I said, "Well, no, that's too much for me." And so
I remember that. Wow.
I must confess.
Oh god.
Is that the one with the Among Us guys?
Sorry?
Are you talking about Level Up?
No.
No, he might be talking about somebody else. Then I don't think because you talk. He wasn't on YouTube. He's on D Live now.
Yeah, I'm not on YouTube.
Yeah, it must be somebody else.
There was. I mean, that could also have happened on D Live. I don't remember whether it was on D Live or YouTube, but in a chat, somebody timed you out, and then you came back from the timeout, and you were whining about something. And then I timed you out again, and then you called into the show,
I did.
Okay.
So that was
Who was it? Steven? Is that his name? Steven?
Rick Swain.
No, hold on. I've got him in my
You know him. You'll
list here. Where's it at?
You're talking about would have had to been on YouTube because
No, it was on D Live. I remember what he's talking about, but I'm not finding the guy that I follow.
I think it was 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Never mind. If you don't remember it,
I remember it. I know what you're talking about because they muted me in chat, and I was like, why the heck was I muted? I didn't even say anything bad. I wasn't spamming or anything. I don't know why I got muted. And I got on the show, and I was talking on the show.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, you need to watch your moderators. Somebody muted me for no reason at all, twice.
Yeah. So I was one of them, and Brian heard it. And he said, it's
Brian,
okay.
Yes.
We know who we are.
Brian Staveley. Yeah.
Yes. That's who it was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I forgive you. This
okay,
time.
Thank you very much.
This time, if it happens again.
Okay. I'll be sharper.
No, it's cool, man. Hey, I had a really fun time with you guys here. And I look forward to seeing you on again sometime.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll have to get together and do something.
All right.
Take care, everybody.
Yep. Take care. Thank you. Good seeing you. So Bolt Gun. What's up with you, bro? And Jennifer still up. Let's see anybody else. Wonder if Paradox and Oxide's still around. So do you ever remember the green light being on top?
No, that's really stupid for me. No, that's really like.
Wow. Well, you took the update. Then a lot of people took the update on that. Because I'm telling you, it was green, bro. It was. It was green, yellow, red.
It's like that never happened, dude. It's
Mhm.
like But a lot of the body changes, how do you say, the physical changes in the body, how do you say that?
Yeah.
For me, I mean, I always had eye sockets, and my heart was always in the middle, slightly to the left, always.
Yeah, that definitely is a change there, and then the kidneys and so on.
But yeah, the kidney thing, it makes sense, but I don't have a memory of where the kidneys exactly were. But with kidney belts and everything, it makes sense. Yeah.
Tommy, you smoking some good? You're funny. Yeah, there's a lot of people that remember the green on top, though. So it ain't just.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That sounds so crazy to me.
Why? What?
Yeah, because it sounds crazy to me. Not, I don't know why, because it's not in my reality, so it sounds crazy to me.
Okay, yeah, got you.
It's just as crazy as coming into England and driving on the right side of the road. Like, why, man? Why?
Yeah.
You have to adjust completely.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to do that. I mean, I could get used to it, I guess, but you know, the mill trucks here have their steering wheel on the right side.
Really?
So a mill person all the millmen have to, drive on that right side and get used to it. Yeah, that would be strange too.
Why is that? So they can get off to the sidewalk easier, right?
To the mailbox, they pull up to the mailbox. Yeah.
Yeah, so that they don't have to get out on the other side, on the side of the road. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. I know. I know you were joking, Bolt. I know. And I just missed 420 too. It's 434 here, so I did.
What?
Yeah, so I'm gonna stay on long enough to do one more, real quick. I've been on for 5
Almost
hours.
6 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours 54 minutes. I might as well go to 6, at least at this point. But yeah, so I am smoking some good stuff though. It is some top shelf Fruit Loops, man, and it is pretty potent.
I got myself some very tasty, like grassy weed, old school weed, like not so top shelf, but there's a lot of taste variety in the four different plants that I had.
Okay.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
And
did you mix it up, or did you keep them separate? Did you end up mixing like some of it up, to have?
No, I just have this seed collection, and I grow from it for like.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying after you harvest it, did you mix it all up in one, or did you keep them all separate?
No, I keep it slightly separated, but I can see by the difference in the jar. Like, this is like the lighter. You can see by how it, buds are different.
But see, like I like to find combinations that go good together. So like you could mix some of them, or all of them, a little bit of each, whatever.
Yeah,
but sometimes they're better than by themselves,
Yeah.
If you mix them,
But now I'm collecting all these seeds, dude. I think I have about like 150 seeds already.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And,
yeah.
They're a bit cushy, and they're a bit purple power. They're a bit Afghan. They're a bit skunk. So
all our favorites.
Old school. That's what it tastes like.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like old school seeds, and I just get more seeds because one of them, or most of them, are hermaphrodite. Some of them are female, some of them are male. So yeah, I pollinated some the year before. And this year I didn't have to pollinate because they were all hermaphrodite. So yeah. So I'm collecting seeds like nobody, man. I mean, and I really love it. I'm gonna send you some. If you know what to do with it, if you do what you're gonna do with it. Anybody that wants some seeds, you just tell me and I'll send you some. Because I have
now I had friends that used to order them from over there and grow. So yeah, I know y'all have great seeds over there. There's good seed banks and good genetics, but yeah. Now here in America though,
this old Ed Rosenthal. I mean, the guy also know how to grow some seeds, right?
In California and probably Colorado, you can buy plants. You don't need to buy seed. You can buy little starter plants, man. Just take it home, and then you're off to the races.
I've seen them grow these gigantic wheat plants, like in buckets that they planted in the ground, like buckets like 2 meter wide, and it's like a bush of wheat grows out of it, and it's like, I think 5 by 5 meters, in circumference, and about 3 meters high, and it's only big buds. I'm like, wow, man.
Right.
Those are big-
There's marijuana trees in West Virginia. There's
I
like
believe- yeah,
trees.
yeah,
The
what I
weed's
know
not
about
potent, but they're like big. You
That's
climb
almost
in
a
them.
tree. That's almost a tree. That's such a big bush that you must call it a tree.
Nah.
Actually. Yeah.
Yeah, these are these literally like, yeah, I mean they're they're tree like. Trust me.
Yeah, right. Bolt guns. Sometimes Hermes seeds will create something awesome. Well, yeah, I know. I've been having these seeds for 3 or 4 years now, and every year I get, I just go with the seeds that are made. And this year I only had like 6 seeds, and 5 of them hatched, and then 1 of them broke because of the wind. So I only had 4 plants. So I was like, oh, the other one shouldn't have to break, and it did, but it survived. And well, I never had such a good yield. I mean, 2020 is the shittiest year ever, but I had the best yield ever too.
I had a friend that grew White Widow, Daryl. He ordered the seeds from the Netherlands, and White Widow is a nice special.
It's a nice classic. Yeah.
Wow. Let's see.
Maui wowie.
We're about to hit 6 hours. Dun, 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 dun. 10 seconds. Oh my. La, la. At least it's gonna be warmer here tomorrow. We've had it's been pretty chilly. It last night I think it got down to 32 degrees, like, so there was ice forming and frost on some of the yards. So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, that's
wow.
been happening here already. Yeah.
Yeah,
And when I
this is
walk outside
Florida.
yesterday, I felt like, oh man, it's gonna be cold. It's gonna be cold this winter.
Yeah, see, so it's going to be, they're calling it the dark winter, and I think it is going to be cold too. I think every winter here out is probably going to be cold, colder than normal.
Yeah.
I think we're entering a mini ice age.
And I've been seeing these ducks and these geese making nests in December and November, like for the last 3-4 years. And we've had like this very soft winters, like soft, like not cold. Might have been one giant snow, but it was gone the 2 days later. So that's not cold. And but this year I don't see any birds breeding. So a mild winter indeed, Jennifer. Yeah, but so I think because I saw these birds breed, and I thought like, well, that's weird. In November, in December, having ducklings, having like chickens. I mean, that's weird. But yeah, when I saw the winter, it wasn't really a winter, and these birds are way tougher than the actual birds that live here, right? They were like exotic birds, exotic geese.
Do you see that advice from Bolt Gun for you?
Sorry?
You see the advice from Bolt Gun there for you on the screen.
Hey brother, add silica to your newt schedule, and it makes you makes your stalks strong against the wind. Oh, okay, yeah.
Night schedule, or what do you mean by newt? What's newt?
I don't know. I think it means something like the way you feed your plants. But when it broke down, when the stem broke.
Oh, nutrients.
Oh, nutrients. Yeah.
Okay.
And but when the stem broke, it wasn't about nutrients yet. It was so young. So
we have snow. He says we have snow. We have.
Yeah,
snow.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous of all people having snow, man.
Yeah, we got your Bolt Gun on. The
I love snow. In every aspect, You know, also when I have to drive and it's white and it's slippery, I don't mind. I really don't mind. I love it.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. But it was very scary doing it on my motorcycle.
Oh yeah, I would mind that. Oh shit, I would mind that. I wouldn't dare go out on a motorcycle in snow.
Oh man,
that's crazy.
I don't even think I realize now still how close to death I came doing that night. That I rode into Nashville an hour away, hour and 10 minutes away, depending on traffic, from out in the middle of nowhere, into the big city. And yeah, it was snowing and there was snow on the ground and it was freezing, oh my gosh. And you know how cold it is on a bike. It's colder than whatever, it just gets colder and colder. The faster you go, it gets colder. It's bad. It's really, really, really bad. I was riding like 70, 80 miles per hour, probably faster than that at some point too, on the interstate to get home and in the snow. And it was probably, with the wind chill, it was probably like, 5 degrees, 10 degrees, something like that, dude. I mean, just freeze, beyond freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe below zero. I don't know. Well, by the time I got home, I could barely get off the bike. It was like I was just about frozen to the bike. Yeah,
stiff.
it was nuts, dude.
Yeah.
I don't think
you're frozen, but you're stiff inside, right? Your bones are just like.
Oh man, yeah, but I mean, I was close to being, frozen too. I think I'm telling you, brother, it was crazy, but yeah, I had I was early stages of hypothermia. I think, I don't think I could have went another 5 miles or something or so, really. Yeah, it was very stupid, foolish of me to ride my bike, but my truck was, for some reason, it was broke down. So I needed to be in Nashville to meet the band that I worked for, the famous band that I worked for, Steel Magnolia. And, I couldn't just say, no, I can't be there, so, whew, yeah.
6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds coming up.
Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah, it's 6:05.
Devil, I can see it come. Oh, here it is. It's
horrible. We rebuke it. Yeah, it's gone now.
There it is.
Good.
Gone.
I live in Canada, Daryl says. Yep. You funny guy. I say. We have 5 people on D Live and 13 on YouTube.
Daryl Dessa hates snow, man. You're crazy, dude.
I love snow. I just hate the cold that comes with it.
Oh no, man! When it snows, it's not cold. It's just there's no more water. There's only ice, and so that's not cold. Water is colder than ice. Ice is okay. Yeah, I know ice is colder, but then no, I like that kind of cold. I like the cold when it's ice. I like that way of cold better than like, well, say 10 degrees above 0 Celsius. I'm speaking about. So yeah. No, I love that shit, dude. I love that shit.
I can't believe how many more channels there are now that I've got the X thing marked. So this is where I'm going to end up being, is hidden in the X part.
So you're going to change that?
Huh?
So you're going to change that back, or you want the X?
Yeah, I want the X to see the other truther channel. That's what I'm saying. Or religious channels.
Yeah. So, but are you going to? But you provided yourself the X, right?
No, I don't. I'm not Xing anything on mine. No, if they X my channel, then that's on them. But they can do it individually. They can X your individual shows, or they can mark your whole channel, with an X, and meaning they don't they don't like you. You know, they don't like your content or whatever.
That's the thing about snow I like. That's why I think snow is not cold. Because if you're cold and there's snow, you can build an igloo, and it's not cold in an igloo. And do you know how silent it is in an igloo? I mean, you can build an igloo next to a crossroad, and you can meditate there. I mean, that's how isolating snow. I mean, I love snow for so many reasons. Yeah.
I used to work for a hockey team, and they, with the Zambonis. You know what a Zamboni is?
Yeah, that's an ice scraper, right?
Yeah. Well, when he goes and dumps, it's like artificial snow, man. And so we used to go out there all the time and have snowball fights here in Florida. Thanks to the Zamboni. Yeah, pretty cool. Ole mole. Yeah.
I remember once when we were with a friend and it started snowing outside, and like pretty hard and pretty good snow, right? And we said, "Oh, look, it snows!" And we went outside and it was like already 10 centimeters of snow. Mm-hmm. And my friend went outside first, and I came walking out the door with my cap on, right? And he just threw his first snowball at me, and he just threw my hat off. And I was like, dude, that was such a fucking excellent shot.
Now I've had to get stitches above my eye from a snowball fight where I climbed up on a van or truck to get snow, and I slipped and hit the ground, or the frozen ground or whatever, and it split above my eye, and ended up getting like 10 stitches or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, I ended up taking those stitches out myself in front of the mirror, remove them, cut them and pull them out. So I had blood on the snow and everything. That was, no fun.
It's always cool. That's always kind of cool.
To see blood on the white snow. Yeah. Or yellow when you pee on it. Don't eat yellow snow. Everybody always says that. Yeah. I've only seen it snow one time in Florida, and that was in the 80s. I just happened to be here visiting my grandparents.
Oh, wow.
Because I didn't move here until, I want to say, the 90s. It might have been 89 or whatever. But anyway, we came here when I was a kid when it was like 87. I think 87 is when it snowed here, and it stuck. So we actually got to play in the snow a little bit in Florida, and that was a very rare thing. It hasn't snowed since. We might have seen some flurries or something here and there, but nothing, not snowfall.
Sometimes it snows in April, Sometimes it snows in April.
Where? There?
Well, in my country, it still can snow in April.
Yeah, February, March, maybe, but not. I've never seen April snow.
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I have.
Oh, wow.
I even heard of snow in July. I'm not kidding you. In July. Yeah, not in my country, but in Slovenia.
Yeah.
That's lower Alps. That's not high in the mountains. That's like 400 meters above sea level, and they had snow in July. And those were the neighbors that were farmers, and they were not lying. They said, "Well, we had snow last July. We were there in August, and we were talking to them like, what happened?" They said, "We had snow in July. Look, here's the pictures. It was crazy, dude. That's crazy, dude. Snow in July. I mean, it happens."
Yeah, that is nuts, because my birthday's in July, and I enjoy my summer birthdays. I definitely wouldn't want snow on my birthday. No.
Would be crazy though, right?
Yeah, definitely would be crazy. Yeah. Definitely. Yes. Let's see. I'm gonna see what's going on the boob tube here. YouTube. I bet we're the only live people.
Turn on the boob tube. I'm in the mood today.
News Time live broadcast is live, and then my channel. That's it. So nobody else is live.
Where did all the good people go? Doom, 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 doom.
All right. So all right, I'm gonna say right now, we're going to end this at 6:19 because I'm probably not gonna do another gravity, bong hit.
I haven't even finished rolling up, skinning up.
Oh, you are rolling. You're getting prepared for another 420. Oh my god. All right, I'll have to take a break. I'll have to take a break and go take a piss because I've had to piss for like an hour or two now. And
dude, take a piss.
All right, but look, I'm going to play this real quick. And
play a little song.
I want to play this video real quick, and it's only a minute and a half, and that's not enough long for me to piss.
It's going to be a short piss. You have to press really hard, dude.
I can't. Yeah, it takes me like 5 minutes to pee. It literally takes me like 5 minutes to finish peeing. It's crazy. But I was paralyzed from the waist down, so and I didn't get all of that feeling totally back,
Dude, busting
you don't want to know my issues. But anyway, this is COVID or check-in to be mandatory everywhere, Australia. This is new. Border of chaos. Okay, so we asked Matt about were they getting worse, but anyway, check it out. So, I think he did say something about this though.
Restaurants, pubs, gyms, even cinemas will be forced to keep track of patrons using a new app, but it won't help lift state border restrictions.
It's about to change the way we live. Venue check-ins mandatory from next Saturday.
Contact registers and QR codes are a small price to pay to ensure we're ready in case we get an outbreak in the future.
Businesses and customers have 10 days to download the WA app. Here's how it works. WA businesses obtain what's known as a QR code. When a person enters that business, the customer is required to scan in from their phone. The data is kept for 28 days and only used if there's an outbreak, so close contact. Track. Venues that must comply include gyms, churches, beauty salons, Perth Zoo, hotels, and even large campgrounds. Takeaways don't count, and there will still be paper check-in forms available for anyone without a fine. Those who don't comply face hefty penalties, a $50,000 fine, up to $250,000 businesses.
It really is very seamless.
$50,000 fine.
$250,000 for businesses.
Yeah, why not?
The states, you'd be wrong. The Premier says this bears no weight on the decision of opening up to New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia. Victoria is right now tracking...
Wow, man. Yeah, it makes me so angry.
Yeah. Boy.
Did you take a piss already?
No, I'm about to find something else to put on so I can go.
To play it a little bit longer, right?
Yeah.
Play some raga music.
Look, man. Even this is not long enough, but I want to see it.
Play some Burning Spear or something.
Okay, all right. Oh, okay.
Burning Spear.
Here's another one by the same guy here, Border of Chaos. And then we're going to play that one when I come back. But 5 minutes and 30 seconds is definitely long enough for me.
Is that going to do it for you?
Yeah. Shut up. All right. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go. It better.
Okay, so.
Come on. Hey, I used to have to self-calf myself every time I went. After I was paralyzed from the waist down for at least a year. Every time, like 3-4 times a day.
I mean, I don't know what it means, but I think I know what it means.
Could you imagine sticking a 2
No,
inch,
dude, I could not.
Yeah.
Listen, dude.
Okay, and
When
guess
I-
what? It cost me
when I started to
$3
imagine that-
every time I pissed with one. $3. $3 every time I pissed. That's how much they were. Yeah. It's crazy.
What?
Yes,
Crazy.
I'm not kidding you. It cost me like $20 a day to pee.
You know what made me? You know what made me piss by myself when I got out of
I'm about to
surgery?
pee on myself. I gotta go, man.
Dude, I had like these two super sexy nurses walking in with this catheter, right? They want to push inside my dick. They said, "Your bladder is full now. You need to pee." I say, "Yeah, I know. I need to pee."
They had to do that to me. Yeah, they had.
And she
they had
said,
to really-
"Well, do it." I said, "Yeah, but you're not gonna stick that inside of me." Oh, and they said to me like, "But sir, you really need to pee now." I said, "Okay, I will." And I just
right,
felt
check it
like being at a house party.
Right.
Like, you have to.
All right,
do
I'll
that.
be back.
Will be
Okay, play it.
Clubs, restaurants, and sporting facilities. Patrons will scan a code through the My Government app. The state premier promising personal details will only be accessed by health officials and deleted after 28 days. The South Australian Chief Public Health Officer says the program will help contact tracers.
My CDCB team are so looking forward to having this, because what it means is if we do have another case, they can immediately, 24/7, they can go straight to that database instead of waiting until the next day to get hold of a business and to get those details.
Another thing I want to announce today is that we've also added another functionality to the Service New South Wales check-in feature. That is a check-out feature. And if I want, then I can check out. So that then narrows the window for investigation in the event that that information needs to go to health. So rather than having to do an investigation on 100 people, they only need to find out who was here during this prescribed time. And again, all we're doing here is building more resilience for the great people of our states so we can get through this together. Thank you.
Every passenger flying to and from the Philippines will now have to download this contact tracing app. Register, you download the app into your phone, and then you register and you enter in your name, your address, your phone number, contact number, email, and that gets saved into your account. This then generates what's called a QR code. QR code is those black and white square scanning codes that you see for payment systems and all that. That one code is kind of like a barcode. That one QR code then has all the information that you typed in when you registered with your name and address and all that. So what this tracing app is going to be doing is basically keeping track of everybody. Instead of little slips of paper, it'll be scanned in order to check into your flight. It's already in use at many of the grocery stores here in the Philippines. So this is not some entire new thing out of left field.
In South Korea, be prepared to have your mobile phone on and ready to go. Starting next week, visitors to nightclubs, karaoke bars, and other venues will have to show a QR identity code for COVID-19 contact tracing.
Writer and journalist Mikhail Fishman was in the countryside, but needed to get back to Moscow.
In order to get back home, I will need a special pass.
To get the pass, he had to enter personal details on a government website.
Where I'm going from and where I'm going to.
Eventually, he downloaded a barcode on his phone that let him hit the road. Anyone traveling more than 100 yards from home in Moscow needs one. Police run spot checks on the streets.
Wow, Moscow too. Wow.
Unless the rider has already logged the trip.
Wow.
It's much easier in Cavite. QR codes replaced in quarantine
Wow.
pass.
Crazy, man.
They could
Cray,
use
cray.
with other members of the household, aged 21 to 59 years old. Before acquiring a QR code, a resident must be registered to the Carmona COVID-19 Tracer or
Outside, Peter.
QR code. The government can track the pass holder.
Peter.
China loves QR codes. Yeah.
Wow, they do, right? Wow. Yeah, scary shit, guys.
My daughter's cat is poor. He's sneezing like
This little QR code
crazy.
is a lot more powerful than it looks. It helps collect data about your travel history, health status, and more.
Sick.
And China's using it to track citizens and stop those
And
infected
injured.
with the coronavirus. First, you fill out a questionnaire. It asks for details like your body temperature. It then generates a color code. And
My
it
body
checks in
temperature
with China
fucking super hot,
China.
Quantum dot tattoo.
Quantum dot tattoos for COVID-19 identification
No, thanks.
digital certificates. How is this going to work? Now, the invisible tattoo accompanying the vaccine is a pattern made up of minuscule quantum dots, little semiconducting crystals that reflect light, that glow under infrared light. The pattern and vaccine gets delivered into the skin using high-tech dissolvable microneedles.
Just
made
2 months. 2 months, and this will all be over. Just wear your mask.
and are fluorescent. They are embedded inside the
Just a
bio
mask.
micron scale.
Just a mask.
After the microneedles dissolve under the
There's
skin,
your
they leave the
daddy.
encapsulated quantum dot patterns can be read to identify the vaccine that was.
What I find suspicious about Bill Gates is that he doesn't have a German accent. It would be so much.
It would be perfect.
If he would have like a European accent, and in which he would portray this, or like Klaus Schwab, it would be so much more credible to us that he is trying to rule the world. The world.
The potential turning point.
That's the only thing that's missing on Bill Gates is just the German accent. It would look good. It would really look good on him, wouldn't it?
UK becomes first country to approve Pfizer vaccine.
Yeah.
People in
Yes,
the
it
UK.
would.
can
I bought options and shares in Pfizer, so it's okay with me. I'm okay with that.
early next week.
It's going to work out fine.
Western country to
Yuck,
move
yuck,
from the
yuck,
trial phase to vaccinating the public.
We've been waiting and hoping for the day when the searchlights of science would pick out our invisible enemy and give us the power to stop that.
Yeah, welcome to the celebration. And your laughter too, 'cause I'm gonna have a party with you. Come on now. Wow. What's your pleasure? Come on.
ID 2020.
Dude, I'm lit up. I'm lit up already.
Huh?
I'm lit up already. I think it's going to be a butt by 420. It's going to be a roach by 420. So I will just, okay, I'll cool down.
It's 6:20. We've been on for 6 hours and 26 minutes.
26 seconds.
Yeah, coming up. Anyway,
there he is again, the fucker.
I don't know if I'm going to make it to 5:20. The time, actually, oh my gosh.
That's okay, man. If you want to break it down, just break it down, Tommy. I'm just wearing you out. I'm just wearing you out.
I hear you.
No.
Willy woo woo. But I mean, it's been cool though, because we haven't done a long one in a while, so I'm not regretting this. But I want to do some shorter, serious shows, on some stuff too. I want to do like an hour. Like Stavely does. He does this little 30-minute to an hour ones on individual stuff, and I think those are great to do too, because and maybe I should just do those like pre-recorded ones, or whatever. But I don't know. But
I know I know exactly what you mean, because all of us, we have a lot to bring to the table among ourselves, but also to discuss this like. Between the four of us, or the six of us, or the two of us,
Right. But the trouble with that is
we
go on for so long, and it's hard to get people to listen.
Yeah, but I
Sure.
thought that doesn't mean that because you know that now you can make like shows that go 1 hour with one person, right?
Yeah. Well,
I was
yeah, I guess I just need to get better at just cutting them down, you know, because if I, if I could do just, think about it.
I get what
Yeah.
you're saying, but to me, it would be more. I'm thinking about the actual thing, about the actual life thing. So just prepare a show for somebody with someone, just one guest or two guests, and then you decide
go
on
hard,
a topic.
go hard on that topic. Just go hard on that
Or
topic.
one topic, or several topics, or the
I
constellation
know,
of more topics.
Usually,
And
like
just
one or two topics. So then that way
one or two topics, one or two
yeah.
guests, 1 or 2 hours.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Some of those shows will help reach more people, because like I said, it's hard to get the average person to just go, oh, I'm going to watch this 6 hour and 30 minutes.
No, people
live
will not
stream.
do that. I don't do that either. And sometimes people say, "Oh, I didn't watch your show." I mean, I don't care if you're my friend or a fan or whatever, or just some. I don't care if you didn't watch my show.
I'm not trying to be like Stavely in that sense, Boltgun. I
No,
just meant like
Stavely-
anybody does the shorter.
But
the
Steve is
shorter
also,
ones.
the man makes the most content. I mean, he wouldn't mind if you missed one of his shows. Like he would say, like, how could you miss one of my shows? I stream 24/7, right?
No, what? Yeah, but anyway, we're on the right path, man. We're at least doing more of the will of God than most people out there that are just going on with their life and thinking everything's hunky dory. But well, all right, brother man, we're coming up on 6:30 right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it a good show, and I'm gonna get some rest and start over tomorrow. Start researching and getting. There's some other things that I was gonna do a show on too. Probably just be D Live, this next show, so that I don't get in trouble on YouTube. I was going to actually do this one just on D Live. We'll see if this one stays up on YouTube or not. Hopefully they don't pull it down.
Oh yeah, I think it will stay on.
Yeah. But they have taken so many down now that it's just,
we love YouTube and we love the World Health Organization.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fuck YouTube. Don't fuck the World Health Organization. Don't do that. We love them.
we don't want to see him go to hell. Yes, we do. We don't want to see him go to hell. Yes, we do. All right. Yeah. All right. So, thanks so much, man, and thanks to everybody that tuned in, and we'll watch later. And God bless you all. Seriously, I really appreciate your.
We're blessed, dude. We're blessed.
We're blessed by the best, I think, too. God,
right?
We're blessed by the best. I like that one. Oh God, cat.
I'll be seeing you around there, Tommy. Get some sleep,
Yeah, man.
dude.
Yes, thank
Get
you,
some
thank
sleep.
you. God bless you all. Tommy here.